MicroStrategy going into the NASDAQ 100 will trigger $2 billion in fund buying. MicroStrategy going into the NASDAQ 100 would trigger potentially $2 billion in funds being forced to buy it. Fabian, just FYI, we won't have the green screen initially. So yeah, they need to adjust it a little bit more. Keying wasn't working last night. Fucking everywhere now. Everywhere. Really? I wonder if also they're running an image. The cyber. Yeah, I wonder it's probably the same. Heads up with. Talk about. All good, Andre? Just woke up. That's nice. Just like that, the market is positive. Futures back in positive territory here as we get going on a Monday. Everything moving back to the upside, including some of the individual names. Tesla, very strong here in the pre-market. Couple of price target increases, a couple of positive notes from analysts, including one upgrade. We'll touch on that. So EVs across the board gaining on the back of that. We did see decent strength overnight throughout the Asian markets and through Europe this morning. Markets in general trying to get back higher coming off the holiday shortened week last week. We do have some key economic data coming up this week, including this morning, 9:45, we'll get the PMI, S&P PMI manufacturing data, ISM, the more important, or market follows more closely, at 10 o'clock this morning. The services version of those coming Thursday, and then non-farm payrolls on Friday this morning. We get JOLTS this week. We get lots of employment-related numbers. So market will be keying in on that for sure. That's how the futures are looking right now. As I mentioned, back to positive territory here after a gap to the downside. Nice positive day on Friday, or going into the weekend. How was yours?
It was good. A lot of work, but it was good nonetheless. Always short, Brent. I don't know if that happens.
Yeah.
But
It flies by. Yeah, I mean, we're back.
hey,
We're back. What a weekend it was around this place, man. They tore pipes out of the ceiling, put new ones in, insulated them, tested them. I mean, these guys were working 24 hours a day since we left, and got everything done, got cleaned up. I mean, I think this place is cleaner than it's ever been.
yeah, and shout out to our team.
I know, in my opinion. So yeah, great to be back. We'll have some adjustments that need to be done throughout the day. So technically wise, we'll get things back to the way things were. But yeah, market looking good here to start things off.
Yeah, lots to talk about today, Brendo. Tesla in focus, as you mentioned. Elon renewing beef that he has with Sam Altman, or renewing that lawsuit, looking to get the court to block them from becoming a for-profit company as well, making allegations that the OpenAI is preventing some investors from actually investing in other LLM startups like his own. So I'll keep an eye on that. Separately, we had Black Friday today, Cyber Monday, so Amazon definitely in focus. Good data coming from there. Is the consumer still spending south of the border? Crypto ranging in between that $10,000 area, Brendo, and then Kash Patel, one of the board members of DJT, getting possibly that FBI position, has DJT up about 0.8.
Yeah, there was rumors floating around on Friday of that, and then on the weekend we learned, it sounds like anyways, it's going to be a thing.
I got Pat Gelsinger's gone.
Oh, wow. Just coming across right now. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger out. We'll double check on that. But I wanted to touch on crypto real quick. We get that. I mean, it was so close. There's Intel, by the way. Big move. It just ripped up $1 on that news. So 4% to the upside right now for Intel. Again, CEO Pat Gelsinger out. We get so close. It was $200 away from 100,000 and pulling back now ever since.
Yeah, it's really interesting today. One of the leaders at Coinbase, I will get you his name in a second, his position, basically making the argument that there's going to be market deregulation and new enactment of good regulation, pro-crypto regulation coming in the upcoming Trump administration. So Fayar Shirzad, Coinbase's chief policy officer, predicts rapid progress on crypto regulation under President Donald Trump. There's several different pieces of legislation floating around the House, Brendo. Some passed by the House, some still being put up for a vote that could get accelerated as the time goes on.
Yeah, well, eventually get to this 100,000 mark, but it was so disappointing. Like, we're so close, and then it can't even touch it. So here we go. Intel naming David Zinsner and Michelle Johnson as interim co-CEOs. Frank Yeary named interim executive chair, so Pat Gelsinger gone. 5.6% on that here for Intel shares, guys. Good morning.
Morning. They said it. It's like, what we've been saying, Gelsinger leaves, and it's probably going to be a good catalyst. And it's not to cheer. Obviously he had a tough go of it, and things didn't go obviously the way that he would have wanted. So you know what? Obviously it is what it is. Intel goes from an afterthought this morning to all of a sudden 5 points up and potentially breaking it out. We haven't. I guess the position board's not long.
I'm
right
long
now.
Intel here.
So I'm long at 65. So just to give you an idea, Intel was one of the weaker names last week, actually pulling back with a lot of chip names. 25.60, big time level here on the daily chart. But it's a big one here, 25.60. If it gets above that, you've got potential break, and then into the 26.5, 27 level, going to look like a spicy one here. So Intel, it's going to be unavoidable. The volume is going to be tremendous today. It did break out locally 24.5 as well. So I think buying dips is going to be the way to go on this one. I think we're probably going to be trading a lot of Intel. It's going to do volume. I feel as if a lot of people have been waiting for this. We'll see. I don't know anything about too much about the interims, but certainly a change of direction is not going to hurt for these guys at all. And that's one reason to have a smile on the face. The other is, of course, Superman did it again in the snow. My Bills are.
Well, it wasn't snowing in Green Bay. It was a little bit, but. Oh, you mean Allen?
Our boys are full. If the Bills get home field, we're a huge problem. Nobody wants any piece of us in Buffalo. I'll tell you that right now.
They're playing.
They're playing unbelievable, inspired. Come on now. You throw 2 TDs, run for one, and have a receiving touchdown.
Yeah.
I love that kid.
Yeah, Josh.
And he's getting married.
Josh will be pretty good there. Yeah, we're long. Hey, welcome everybody. Yeah, we absolutely nailed Intel on that. So we first bought it there at $25 right there. Then it dropped in, and we bought some more down there at $25.50. So I knew as soon as we heard that news that we wanted to get Intel log. So it's already a pretty big one there. Hopefully we don't throw it all away right now, but there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside here for INTC on Gelsinger retirement, effective yesterday. So he's already gone. Right there. So I got a lot of other things to look at here today. We got Apple. Apple, like all-time highs. There it is right now, breaking all-time highs right now. Apple will take this out at 237.50, all-time intraday high. I wrote down on the note here today, 230. No, actually, I did not write it down. Hold on a second. That was another one that was at all-time highs. It was SMR. That's taking down 32.50. Yep. 237.81 right now for Apple. So 237.81 right now, according to eSignal. But at the end of the day, we already touched that today. We've already broke it. So there's 238 right there this morning. So yeah, Apple really, wow, okay. Okay, Intel. Huge move up here right now for INTC, man. We put on shares there as if it was trading in the open market, right? So that's just another thing that you got to try to do. When you see volume like this, you don't have to be afraid of the stock, even though it is pre-market. It is going to be, obviously a little whippy here because the size isn't quite here yet. But with over 4 million shares, looks like we're going to be pushing that in just in a second. Worth definitely looking at that 35.50 area because, again, hasn't broke through it. And then I'm not going to use VWAP or anything, but that's at $25. So right now we're long 24.80. Got a decent amount of shares. I'm out of a third of it only. So we'll see. But look at that big size there getting eaten up on the level 2. So it's going to be a good day here for Intel. And then crypto today, 95-ish. So we'll have to watch out to see what happens with Bitcoin. I'm going to refresh and thanks to everybody for your patience there on Friday. That was a lot of fun. I think we had a good little run there. There it is, Bitcoin right here, 95.7 coming through for BTC, and I just want to show Ethereum 36. So that seems to be holding up as well right now. IBIT, Mara, a bunch of different things happening. But yeah, Intel, nice little move. There it is, man. We just got a 50 fill right there on Intel. So starting to get more and more out. So right now we're out of about 35% of the trade right now on Intel.
Yeah, there's also a story here from Marvell. Looks like they've expanded a collaboration with AWS. So another chip name to the upside. Not the 5 points that Intel's up, but about 3.5. Well, check that, 3 1/3 now for Marvell. This is now making a 52-week high of its own. So Marvell breaking out on the daily above $95. This will do much less volume for sure than Intel. Intel's already done 4 million, only not 100,000 here, but the chips looking, at least these chips looking pretty good. Oddly enough, I don't think we're going to be talking too good about NVIDIA today. They're to the downside, but a couple of chip names looking like they're making some runs here. Intel just resisted that 26.5 level. Sorry, I should say. Again, that's this high going back into last Monday where it tried to break out, big pullback off that level. If it can get through 25.6, it's going to fly.
We actually also have, if you come over here quickly, who is that? Andre. Shout out to Andre, who's working. We don't have Fabian or Ramin here right now. XRP, which I actually own, Ripple, up 67% right now. XRP is absolutely mooning one more time as, we'll have to wait to see what happens with legislation and everything now as we obviously get that change over there on the SEC. But nice move up there, 66% right now for Ripple. Solana getting hit on the head right now, down 10% for Solana. Cardano up 7 as well. Avalanche up 8. Shiba Inu. Where's my guy? There it is. There's Dogecoin right there. 42 cents. I actually bought some at 37 cents on Obi's recommendation right there. All right, so here it goes, man. Intel, just a couple more pieces out there at 50. So far, so good here on INTC. I really think this one's going to be a monster here today. I don't know if we're going to have Michael Nas today or not, but we're going to go back to the desk with Brendo.
You can come back to us, Andre. There we go. Yeah, a few things moving around here. I was just reading a note on MicroStrategy, MSTR, picking up another 15,400 Bitcoin, or filing at least for the purchase of 15,400 Bitcoin, bringing their total to a staggering, Sharif, 402,000 total holding. So MicroStrategy, 3.7 million shares, or filing to sell 3.7 million shares. This is what they do. 1.48 billion. They're still holding 11.3 billion for future insurance. So 402,000 total now.
That's a crazy amount there. And we know that they were using some of the proceeds that they raised not that long ago. They raised about $21 billion in stock offerings. So they're using some of that money, obviously, to redeploy that in Bitcoin. That's nothing new. That's but basically what he's been doing the last 3-4 years, leveraging the company, going onto the market, buying more Bitcoin. He gave an interview to CNBC, I believe, 2 weeks ago, where he's making the case that they're more than a Bitcoin hoarding company, that they actually go into the market, add liquidity, and they're on both sides of the transaction. They make money that way. You can go and listen to the interview for yourself. But basically, he's saying, hey, we're more than just that, Brendo. Give us some credit.
I mean, they're definitely hoarding Bitcoin, but also doing other things. Here's a Block as well, SQ benefiting from this move back higher right now. A little bit in crypto, 3%, 91.25 coming into play. Bernstein maintaining their outperform rating this morning, going to $120 on Block.
Getting a little bit better than some of the other crypto. Well, I shouldn't say some of the other crypto names because they're not just a crypto name, obviously Square. But what I like about these is you can call it a bull flag, you can call it a consolidation, whatever.
You guys'
it is.
mics are live.
Is a very nice consolidation off of 88 on Square. Now, if I was looking at Coinbase, I'd tell you 288. But for Block, you see the 288, top 288. I don't necessarily love it unless you can hold like a 91 in here and then maybe break it out at 94. That's going to be the key. Like you're going into overhead resistance. When Bitcoin made its rally, obviously not quite getting to 100,000, getting very close. You're pretty close there to breaking out this 94. I think that's like the next shoe that has to drop. Everyone's waiting to see if we can get above 100,000, and as long as we consolidate 90 to 100 on BTC, you got to look at the bid of some of these bad boys. I was saying on Coinbase, it was pretty much a similar story. Like, look at the bid that just sat there at 288. What makes Square good is it's bouncing away from it. Coin, on the other hand, yikes. This is the one that is a little bit weaker than the rest. So I feel like if it loses to 288, or if we lose Contain at like 95, this would be the one. I mean, MSTR has some issues as well, but Square needs to break 94. And there's a host of names that are interesting. I mean, $30 on Mara, 94 on Block, if we eventually get to that $100 level, which doesn't look as likely as it did before. Gelsinger's out at Intel. He gone.
Yeah, Intel right now. Intel's trying to fly, but a nice little move on the way back in. And because Randy's here, we also have a nice little move upside in Tesla today, trying to break through that. Well, did break through that 350, and there goes Tesla right now, up 2%. Nice move. I think this takes out this 360. It could happen even today. Right now, as you're all the way out. Can you look at this? All the way back up through 360 right now, and starting to go. So there goes Tesla upside right here. But I was just saying, like, I said this before to some of the guys around here. This is going to make me sick for a while, what's happening here in crypto, because I feel like we've known about this crypto story for a hell of a long time. And it's like Bitcoin has been it hasn't been an obvious investment because no one understands what the heck it is. I mean, now people are starting to feel a lot better about it. But there's tons of people making there's so much money and so many minted millionaires, like this XRP move right here and some of these other things that have happened, like just looking from where Dogecoin came from, where Solana came from, where Bitcoin came from. Bitcoin is 16 years old. It's $95,000 right now. You have NVIDIA with a $10,000 investment turning into like $1 million in like 6 years. Like, it's not even that hard, some of these things, but it's like, damn, man, you're looking back and it's like FOMO. So what is the next one? I don't know. But like right now, crypto right here has me buzzing because this is an absolute rocket ship of sort of wealth. And I started thinking about that because of all the wealth that Tesla's created, that Apple's created, that NVIDIA's created, that just being invested in the stock market. And then now you have something else wild here, like crypto. So, wow, man, I've invested way too much money in my kids and not enough money in all these stocks because this just continues to absolutely moon. Wow, what a different What a different life, I think we would all have if we made different decisions. But wow, holy crap. Some of these names just keep on going. So, yeah, man, so far so good here. Thanks, Randy, for all of that. Yeah, and congratulations to anybody that has that XRP or anything like that, because that is an absolute rocket ship. And I know there's lots of people with millions and millions of those little coins there. So ripple away, and XLM even as well. Hey, this is the thing, exactly, David. That's the whole point. Nothing's real till you sell. But you know what? Like watching a stock like SoFi and all these other names, there's lots of opportunities out there. They're all the same. They're all pieces of paper that we have no idea what they're actually worth. And so I feel like you got to sell everything when you think it's gone up to certain levels, which is why I've been getting out of some Palantir. And then maybe today might be one of the first exits here for SMR, as that's at 31.50, and that's at all-time highs as well right now. So some of these stocks just continue to go higher and higher and higher. Intel's pulling back a little bit. We have half now left. We did get that 23.50 fill. Thinking about reloading it now. The news is out. It's settling down. I think if you didn't make your money already, you're going to have other opportunities, but now you might have to wait till open. So we'll have to wait. 847 right here on INTC.
Back to the desk.
Sure.
All right, let's bring in Michael Noss here, joining us on a Monday to kick things off in what is going to be, as I mentioned, to start off this morning, a big week for economic data, potentially a big week for the overall market. We'll get some PMI data coming up this morning, the manufacturing side, services data coming up then later on. Thursday morning, a ton of employment-related numbers, jolts. We get the weekly jobless claims on Thursday, and then the big one, non-farm payrolls, coming up Friday morning at 8:30. Whenever you're ready, Andre, just bring him in. There he is, Mr. Noss. Good to see you on a Monday. You want to talk about China here a little bit? We saw a ton of volatility over the past couple of weeks here. I mean, these things trade this way in general. Lots of gaps, lots of holes to fill because of those gaps. What are you seeing this weekend?
Yeah, so China's standing out to me for a lot of actually when I was in the green room listening to Sean talking about that, everything is going up and you're getting crypto going up and it's been a great time in the markets, but we always need to look into what's next. We always need to focus on okay, where is this money going to flow? People are doing very well and they're making money, and where is that money going to flow down to? And China's one for me that is very, very interesting because it was only one of the only sectors that was actually beaten down a lot. And a lot of the news about tariffs and everything are super negative, but the charts really aren't reflecting that. And I love that when there's a narrative out there and then you actually have the charts and they're showing what's going on. So the first chart I have is just FXI. So this is the large cap China type names. And you can see we had that massive spike in October, November, where this index almost doubled. KWeb, I think, actually doubled. We had JD.com almost double. We had a big moves. And then we've slowly been coming down. And where we stopped and where we actually had a bounce last week is a place that makes perfect sense to me, right? It's $29, $30 a share. I zoomed way out on this chart just to show you guys that was the area that was broken out of. And I love this setup. I know me and Neil talk about this all the time, where prior resistance then becomes support. You have all the shorts that were shorting up in that resistance zone that are looking to get out of the positions. You have people who missed the long looking to get in, and I think that might be one of those things that we could take a play on as well. So as this is pulling back, it puts a line in the sand. Now I'm going to give the obvious caveats that I always do with China, right? They're incredibly volatile. Most of the action is going to take place overnight, when the Chinese markets open and we're closed. So just understand that. A lot of gaps in this chart. And it's just because, again, their market is trading when it's not. But an interesting area. So if I zoom in here to this chart, you can see a little bit better actually kind of what occurred. We hit that level. We spent about 3 or 4 days in that zone. And then on, not Thursday, would have been, I guess, Wednesday last week, we gapped back out of that zone. So I love when you get a very clear area like this because I have a line in the sand now. I'm interested in getting involved in China and Chinese names as long as we hold $29, $28 a share in FXI. And if we break that and we close below that, then I know I am wrong and it's time to go and it's time to look for some opportunity. I'm either wrong or early, which in my opinion is pretty much the exact same thing. So we have a very clear line in the sand on a weekly closing basis or a daily closing basis under that kind of 28.5 area, 29, it's time to go. So some of these names that are in this index that I think are interesting is the next chart I actually have here is of BABA. And BABA, you can see this anchored VWAP, that purple line above, this is a weekly chart, is the anchored VWAP from all-time highs. You can see we got very, very close to that. I would say close enough to consider that a touch, and that's where we pulled off of on a weekly chart. The lower indicator I have is a stochastic indicator. This is just representing overbought and oversold conditions. The last couple times we got oversold in the stochastic, this was a good buying opportunity for BABA because it's putting in this low base. We are getting close to there now, and we are down on the weekly chart. We are down, I believe it's 6 or 7 weeks in a row, with last week just being the first green week in a while. So, if this is going to continue, we get a pop back to $100, and through $100 is a great percentage gain already. But then, through that, maybe through this anchored VWAP, if this is going to be a turning point for China, this is where I want to get in. The last chart I have, this one is a little bit more interesting to me. This is JD.com, which is just an internet company over there in China. Didn't get oversold if we look at the stochastic on the bottom. However, it is curling. I could do a lesson on the stochastic where it's got two lines, and when it curls, it's kind of telling you that we could be closer to bottom. The reason I think I like this one a little bit better is because it did the same thing. It came close to that anchored VWAP from all-time highs and it backed off. However, there's a lot more of an interesting area here. It's about $30-ish a share, same as the FXI, which makes it easy to remember, that we had as support last year, we had as resistance earlier this year, and it may be acting as support again. So this gives me a really good line in the sand on these ones. My game plan when it comes to China, because these companies are very speculative and erratic, is I'm going to take whatever part of my portfolio I want to allocate to China, and I'm going to split it up into a couple names just because, they're very, very speculative, and I don't want to be right about the play that China is going to benefit going forward, and we are going to get this up move in the FXI, and then wrong about the security. So you could either play the index as a whole, or you could find a basket of names. And I think that's what I'm going to be spending a lot of my day doing, is going through and trying to find a basket of names. Because if this is a turning point, it could be a good risk-reward play to get involved.
The first thing that comes to mind here is across the board, we're talking high level, not really drilling down into, you mentioned a few individual names, but this morning, for example, we're seeing all kinds of strength in the EV side of the China game specifically. Have you noticed any correlation between, a certain group of these being a little bit more strong than the others?
Yes, I think it's more to do with the tariff talk, though. I think that's the biggest deal when it comes to news in China right now, is that if one day you wake up and there's a conversation that there's been some sort of deal reached with U.S. and China, and they're not going to do tariffs, or they're going to be less than the market has expected, then I think you have a big move up. If the tariffs remain in place and the way they're being talked about, it looks to me like it may already be priced in. So I think if you're looking for kind of a fundamental or a news side of things, I think that tariff talk is really what you got to focus on. Because if those are even slightly less than the market is kind of priced in right now, I think you have this kind of second leg. And what's really getting me about these charts is you had that vertical move up we were all here for in China, and now it's back at that level. So if anybody missed that move, it's giving them the second chance. So what we're going to look for around these levels is to see how much FOMO is there in the market, how much are people regretting missing that first move, and if we get a bounce off this level relatively quickly, that's going to tell me that there's a lot of that FOMO in, they're not so worried about the tariffs, and again, another leg higher for China would be just an amazing percentage gain.
All right, lots of things to consider as we head towards not only the end of the year, but into the new year as well coming up. Another segment we should do in the near future, Michael Noss, maybe a winners and losers of 2024 kind of idea to get a picture of, what was strong, what wasn't strong going into the end of the year and into the new year. Michael Noss back on the recap after 4 p.m. tonight. We'll touch base then. Good to see you.
Awesome. I'll talk to you then.
looking forward to it there, Michael. And look, man, I hope there's a bounce in some of those Chinese ADRs, no question about it. I mean, look, Alibaba is a name. This is one that I've slapped a trend on, and I think we talked about this on Tuesday, I believe it would have been, potentially, that this is trend down ever since we had that top on the stimulus, but I do like the opportunity for a close above the trend. Not necessarily on a daily chart. This needs to close above the trend. If you can do that, I mean, I'm with it as well here for Alibaba. I think certainly this is one that has a chance to go. The EVs, different story, because you look at what's going on. Like the ones that we always talk about, the Li Autos and the XPengs and the NIOs of the world, they've been taking a little bit of a back seat. I mean, Zeekr's doing some things, and obviously BYD continuing to eat some lunch there. So Alibaba's the one that I'm watching for this mean reversion potential trade. If it can close above the trend line, that's something that I'm looking to get into. Well, I shouldn't say looking to get into. That's something I'm already in it. That's something I'm looking to trade off of that trend reverse. Just for anybody that's still following Intel, it pulled right back into 2480. First 25, there was a fresher at 25. Couldn't get past the quarter mark. Pull back into 2480. If you're wondering what 2480 might be, yeah, I guess it's far back enough. You go back into last week, you had some support at that 2480 price last time we're in this range. So looks like we're holding the 24.8 to 25.6 range here with Gelsinger on the way. Well, sorry, Gelsinger out, Intel up 4 points, continuing to do good volume now up to 8 million shares. I don't think I'll trade any Chinese ADRs, but BABA certainly that trend reversion. I'm looking for it. It just has to make that break of the trend. I mean, they're still kind of in the penalty box right now.
Yeah, I mean, Alibaba has been one of the better decisions I've made lately. You know, I think it's about time to buy this back. I mean, it's at the 200-period moving average right there at $82. I don't want to buy it right now, but I think if you can get back into this 80, 82 area, you had a dip buy. You did definitely hold that. So, I mean, I'm looking to get back in, but I'm trying to take the Brian Shannon approach too. I don't trust too many of these Chinese names. I think there's way better places to put your money than, you know, into an economy and into a government and into policies that simply cannot be trusted. So for me, I think it's a little crazy to park a lot of money in these names, but yeah, for a trade, why not? Alibaba would be the one just because of where it's been going. We've seen Pinduoduo move around a lot lately. That's under that $100 mark, so that would be something just psychologically that you'd want to look at again. But I mean, look at the drip down. Like, you know, some of these things, it's great to play the momentum one way, but when the momentum's this way, it's like, forget about it. So again, trying to break through 100, this is what I'm saying. If you can break through that and play like a 102 long, then maybe you get a bump back into 120s or something like that. But other than that, I mean, I would not trade any of these names, FXI, KWeb, BABA, anything like that to the long side, not right now. I'd much rather, look, the market's at all-time highs and these names are low. What if the market turns around? I think these names are absolutely dead. So I would stay as far away from the Chinese names as possible. And again, I just have very small position left in Alibaba and probably sell it on the next pop.
All right, guys, let's have a look at upgrades and downgrades today. Kind of a late board as a lot of analysts were taking the long weekend off. We have Aris Capital getting the nod today from Wells Fargo, up 0.75 point. Likewise, here with Novocure, up big here in the pre-market, 25.33%. Paycor also getting the nod from TD Cowen, up 2 2/3. And this one, Stryker, taking a lot of my money lately. This company is involved in the medical devices company and medical software. Keep an eye out for them, 1.2. On the other side of the list, Kohl's, second time it made the downgrades list after filing the report last week, but up 0.5% on the day. Bausch & Lomb up down 0.75%, being downgraded by Morgan Stanley, which also downgraded Glaucus, and then Markel Group, Brendo, down 0.6, getting a bit of a downgrade today from TD Cowen.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that sign-up page. It's super easy. All you need is your email address, and then we just send you the watch list every single day for absolutely nothing. We do your homework for you. It has everything on it you need to know in the pre-market, what's moving, and why every single day. Just seeing a couple of things popping up here at 9 o'clock. Tesla, to kick things off this morning with a few positive analyst notes, including an upgrade from Roth MKM. A couple other price target increases across the board. You and I were just discussing the BYD angle as well over in China. I've just seen Baidu, speaking of China, Baidu securing a license for self-driving tech in Hong Kong, which, if everyone remembers, was specifically where Tesla was going to start.
Yeah, and they're actually trying to do a deal with Baidu, Brendo, separately to try to get into that self-driving and AI in China there. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But specifically today, Tesla with a new full self-driving version 13. If you've been using FSD, you likely were using version 12, Brendo. It's got new features. I'm all about that. This one allows you to reverse out autonomously from parking spaces. We've already seen that in other cars as well. Elon Musk obviously putting a bit of a bet here on FSD, likely rolling out some of his robo-taxis in Texas and California this year. We'll be on the lookout to see what kind of regulatory move that requires. Obviously, they have a lot of competition ahead of them here with Google. Brendo, Alphabet's Waymo does about 150,000 weekly self-driving taxi routes. I don't know. What do you call that?
Yeah.
Taxi something or
I was watching a podcast on the weekend that was out of San Francisco's tech-based, and I mean, they were talking like it was normal. You know, they were saying like there's Waymos everywhere. On the streets of San Francisco now. So it's getting to that point. Stiefel, meanwhile, going to $400 on the price target, street high, guys, this morning for Tesla shares.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when that's 400's the high, when really we just double tagged 360 last month, so that's only 10 points from breaking out that 52-week high, which I think is a double top that we can test today. That's certainly within the realm of possibility. Obviously, I'm going to show you on the 15-minute chart. It's kind of like a head and shoulders look from like a 349. So I'm going to leg longs back into that, like 350 into 349 is the way to go. So you're up in this area where we've had some consolidation, but mostly selling on Tesla when it's gotten above the 350 level. You know, today is the day. You got another gap. You put higher lows. Instead of trending down, you put a nice little higher low into it in that 330 range. But I'd like to be a buyer into 349 on the way to resistance 56, and of course that that double top up at 360. Tesla, when it decides to go, we've seen it all go mean crazy. And if you're buying dips, I think patience is going to be the way to go here. It would have to break VWAP to get into 349, 350. Certainly possible. I can see that happening potentially on the imbalances. But yeah, I'm looking long on Tesla today. I like it. And at the end of the day, this is where momentum buying has been. Even if you were trading, for a lot of you, if you were trading on the half day, this is a stock that was pretty relentless in the morning, and a lot of things gave it back once you hit that hour mark in the session, the first hour. Well, this bounced off VWAP and carried it back into the highs and then broke away and was just buy crazy going into the close, which a lot of things were not doing that going into the close. So I think Tesla, certainly I want to play continuation longs on this for today.
Yeah, we have it as the number one trade idea over here on the sticky note for today is going to be Tesla. So again, long in here at 349. I just think we could break the 350 mark and bring it back in. So there it is right there, long 349. Start to go early, we'll upgrade it. What's going on? There it is. Thank you so much. We'll go long there on this move up, upgrade above that 350. So the thing is that we've already broken through it. So obviously, as we were writing this thing down, we're still above 350. Now that we're there, I like to trade the 200 periods at 349. I think Tesla's a pretty big long here today, and definitely one that we want to get into. We don't want to, again, catch that falling knife. I mean, we've done that numerous times on this stock over and over and over again, where it's just fallen down. And I remember this was a bad day there on Thursday, I guess, where it just kept on falling, or a Wednesday where it just kept on falling in all morning. So let's watch to see if there's anything about this kind of a move again here today. So we'll watch out for 350, but we won't be too stubborn if we break back below that area. So 351, good dip buy opportunities. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening right now. So SMCI is announcing a independent review has now been completed, and there it goes right now. SMCI. Too bad we can't clip it. If that was still working, I'd clip this right now. There goes SMCI up 11%. Independent review apparently done on SMCI. I don't know if that means it's going up or down, but there it is right now, up 10% right now, 36 and change. There goes Supermicro. So again, you want to talk about a double in not too long. There goes Supermicro right now. 36.50, starting to blast now on SMCI.
No evidence of misconduct.
Yep. Starting to go upside right there. $37.
Bye-bye.
We'll have to wait, but there goes Super Micro. You never know where your bread's gonna be buttered. We just broke this story at 10%. There's another 3% right there, breaking through 37 and now ripping higher and higher goes SMCI. Over to the desk.
On Supermicro here, if you missed it again, completion of the independent review finds no misconduct. So good look for SMCI. Let's talk about Amazon. Some positive shopping numbers coming through, both from, I mean, we could talk about Walmart too, because some of these numbers on the Walmart side of things equally as impressive as Amazon going into maybe the bigger day today on Cyber Monday.
Absolutely, Brendo. Black Friday broke records, guys. $10.8 billion in commerce was conducted. That's a 10.2% year-over-year increase. And today, Cyber Monday expected to even bring in more and set more records. $13.2 billion is expected for today, making it the biggest shopping day, not just Cyber Monday, of the entire season. Buy now, pay later services, Brendo, also really getting a bit of a boost here. They saw $7.6 billion in spending. That was a big move from what they saw last year. The likes of Affirm, some others on this side of the board. We got Klarna, Upstart involved a little bit in it today. They got a bit of a downgrade, but yeah, good look.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. Upstart, on the other hand, down 5% on that downgrade this morning. But if you look at Walmart shares here, we are positive on the morning, just below 93 at the moment. But Amazon, the big one so far, more than a full percent to the upside here, guys.
Yeah, looking good. I mean, I made a few Amazon purchases. I can't tell a lie. What are you going to do? All of those deals started super early. So you're already buying early in the week. Numbers up 10% year over year for Black Friday. And I'm sure, I mean, I was even doing some Cyber Monday sales. Got almost all my Christmas shopping done early. So shout out to Amazon because, to be honest, almost all of it, I would say like 75%. Of my shopping was done with Amazon. So it is what it is, but it's gapping higher. That's all that really matters here. I want to play continuation. It feels like a lot of things that we'll talk about today, super SMCI and Intel a little bit different, obviously, because they have news. It's just you were buying on Friday, and then some of these are gapping and breaking away. So you've got this nice zone, 209, prior highs from last week, and then lots of room into the 215 level here on Amazon. So I like the long on Amazon. The only thing that might be a little bit better, and we'll see how it responds at the open, is Affirm here. So I want to keep an eye. The volume. I wish the volume was a little bit better on Affirm, and I feel like I just moved the level 2 from Amazon Affirm over to SMCI because I think that's going to go absolutely ape today and going to do a ton of volume. But Affirm, another break away from the 52-week high. It's 52-week high and looking. It's about $70 is that prior high. I think that's a little bit far away. You can certainly get into a 71 top from Friday as well. So I think this is another one to look for in the retail space. Affirm up 3 points today. Amazon's 1%. Both are going to move. I think as long as nothing crazy happens at the open, I want to be looking for some dip buys. But the problem is going to be Intel's going to do a ton of volume. SMCI news. It's hard not to move this one up the list and want to try to get involved here. I actually think SMCI is probably going to do a ton more volume than even Intel today. This has to be moving up our list for sure.
SMCI is just making sure that we have the right levels.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, okay, so for Amazon right here, yeah, 209.50. I mean, you know, I've liked this stock for a hell of a long time. We called this the Katina vacation stock, and I mean, I didn't even sell any, so it's becoming much more than that right now. But I loved this. This is why we called it that, is because of this dip down into this area where we bought, right? And again, this is not like I want to buy some or I'm thinking about buying it. We did buy some down here. And I mean, I feel completely fine being still exposed to this name and still in this name for hopefully a long run. I think I've done zero Christmas shopping, so I'm jealous. That's great. But at the same time, like this is just going to continue to work for many more reasons other than retail. I mean, the AWS, and then some of the new things that they're going to be working on as far as streaming things. With new, they had the Friday game there on Amazon, which was pretty bad. The Kansas City game there that came through. So we'll have to wait to see. But I just like Amazon for everything. Hands in a lot. Continues to be really efficiently run. PE obviously getting a little bit extended here, but as the NASDAQ, approaches once again near all-time highs, I mean, we're still starting to see a lot of value in a lot of these names as we continue to break through. So Apple highs, Amazon highs. Pretty soon, I feel like Google can get back to there if they can settle out this DOJ kind of nonsense. NVIDIA's parts away. But I just really like the Amazon story here, right? The United States is obviously a consumption market. And yeah, retail is always going to be there. No matter how much money people make, it just means they spend more. I mean, that's exactly what happens in my house. And I feel very, very comfortable with Amazon moving forward in the portfolio, and I would still be buying any dip. So we're gonna have to wait to see. But like 209, anything where the 200 period is right now, I think is worth looking into it. There's 17%. So put Supermicro, on its head right here as SMCI just continues to make new moves higher, right? So you take a shot on something, this would have been it, right? This has been a double in just a week. SMCI now up to $38 and still going there on a review, and no negligence apparently by the company. So that's good to see. We'll now wait to see where it goes from here. I'm guessing a lot higher than where we are right now, 38.50 SMCI.
Let's talk about crypto. Here's Bitcoin just hanging out here just below 98,000 right now. Once again, as we were saying, we got so close, $200 away. Going back to the end of the week, last week, here we are back to 95 and change once again, negative so far today for Bitcoin.
Brendo, do you know that 50 million Americans own some version of cryptocurrency?
I'm not surprised.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
50 million Americans own some sort of cryptocurrency, says the Coinbase chief policy officer. He's predicting this wave of pro-crypto regulation coming in from the Trump administration. Key crypto legislation that's hanging out right now in Congress, the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. That passed the House, still waiting for clearance in the Senate. The Clarity for Payment of Stablecoins Act also hanging out there, looking to be passed possibly in the new session. Over $245 million was raised by these crypto-related political action committees, Brendo. So definitely having more of an influence in the political sphere. So we'll keep tabs today on Bitcoin.
Yeah, here's MicroStrategy as well, up a full percent now, just testing 391.5. If you missed it earlier, 15,000 and change additional Bitcoins being picked up by MicroStrategy, bringing their total to an astonishing 402,000 in total now for MSTR. I was reading an opinion piece this morning saying, if this goes into the NASDAQ, or when this goes into the NASDAQ 100, it'll trigger nearly 20 billion in potential funds buying the shares of MSTR. So potentially a catalyst there. But green across the board here, guys, pretty much for crypto.
Joseph's excited.
Yeah, and that's with Joseph with a big smile. The 95,000 level, certainly has held a couple of times here on this last little pullback. So we had the dip, we didn't break 100,000, you got to 91, now you're holding higher lows off 95. So this bounce off 95 is pretty key. You make another retest of 98. I think when you keep putting in these higher lows, eventually you need to actually break it out. I think that's a decent chance to happen in the next couple of weeks, as long as 95 wants to hold on. We talked about a couple of names, I think, already. Coinbase 288. For that 95 to hold. I think that's a good one. Block I also mentioned, but I want to talk Mara here a little bit. So Mara's doing another thing, which is they're down 2.5% right now. So I haven't really talked about any short ideas here today, but with this being down a couple of points and a rejection on Friday, if you're following along the stream, rejection of the 30 level on Mara, I'm looking for a lower high, like pop and fade here on MARA. You got 28 resistance, you got 29 resistance. It's already weak. So if we get a pop and continue this move off 95,000, I think this one is going to be a bit of a fade. Probably a healthy pullback off to just a technical $30 level here for Mara, but this is the one name in the crypto space that I'm looking short to pop in at that even dollar.
Oh man! All right, I got just messaging. I got a lot of people messaging me about crypto and stuff. All right, so I'm still on SMCI. All right, so we're just talking about cryptos. That's good that I was just talking about all those messages. All right, look, SMCI just touched $40, by the way. Like it just fell off of that level. So 39.71 or so there. Looks like the high for SMCI as that is now pulling back in. Look, I don't know if there's going to be a Ripple ETF or what exactly is going on with that. I was also looking at some Stellar Lumens here as well. Those are some coins that I have. Ripple just continues to rip up. We have a little piece of this, but nothing. I actually sold most of this at $1.50. So Ripple absolutely ripping right now. Just looking around, Ethereum needs to get going as well. You see the last 7 days, some of these different changes. Of course, XRP not up 70% today, up 30% today, 1.8% here the last 7 days. So crypto, we've seen this 35 now, 3.5 trillion on the market cap. As many of these names continue to rip around. I mean, we've talked about it. I had IBIT last week at 53.50 as the trade of the week. This week, obviously, I'm choosing Palantir. This still continues to be a little bit higher than where we've been here with IBIT. I love playing these dips into certain levels, but the problem is now right now you're underneath the 200 period moving average. So it's been a while since we've traded IBIT, right? I mean, you have to go back to November 29th was the last day that this was even open. So it's been doing a lot, but yet the market is still around where it is, right? 96,000. We went up to that 99, came back down, dipped around a little bit. I think IBIT is definitely a dip buy opportunity today. I feel like it is going to break 100,000 in just a matter of time. So you're waiting for those opportunities. And right now, VWAP is at 54.40s or so. So that would be right where we're at right now. So I'm going to let this settle down. I think I'm going to punch the long if we can break that day's high in and around 54.60. So I think 54.60, which is kind of where we're going to open up. I'd like to see us break that, then take this 200 period, and then we'll see if we can climb a little bit higher. But I don't want to I'm not using too many technical indicators right now because, again, Bitcoin's been open for the last 5 days while IBIT hasn't. So let's let it sort of settle down here. I think I like the pre-market break of 54.70 or so on IBIT.
On the shopping side of things, the buy now, pay later names, for the most part, upside. Upstart, not one of those, unfortunately. 5% to the downside here this morning for UPST, just bounced off 74 in the pre-market. Trying to hold higher, though, around 74, 75 right now, and a downgrade for Upstart.
Yeah, JP Morgan, not really liking this one today from neutral to underweight. However, we did get a price target upgrade, so a bit of a controversial downgrade. They're moving the price target up from 45 to 57, basically saying, look, they're trading at 9 times forward earnings. That's historically high, given their price action in the past. They're also talking about origination volume, which is significantly lower from that $13 billion that they had when they were trading at above $70. So not a good look there. On the other side of the coin, the price target upgrade does give them a bit of let's see how they do in the future. But right now, it's a bit of an expensive look, Brendo. So kind of a double-edged sword here with JP.
Yeah, more and more competition in this space as well. If you had to pick one out that's relatively weak today, it's probably Upstart.
Yeah, there's pretty much no question about that. Upstart, it's the one that's languishing, and I think that's one of the reasons why I looked over for Mara. If we get a pullback in Bitcoin and pop and fade, I always want to have something that I'm looking for the other direction in. So if things look a little bit weak, I know where I want to jump over, and I think that's going to be Upstart. If you see Amazon, you see some of these other ones like Amazon, the firms start to fail. I mean, this is already breaking a pretty decent upward trend here on its consolidation. You got 80, which was technical resistance multiple times, so clearly there's a seller out and about. You've got a very clear support at 70, prior support at 77, which I think turns into a new resistance zone on Upstart. The difference is, I just think there's a better chance on a pop and fade on Mara than there is on Upstart back into this 77. I just want to maybe pivot very quickly because with only 10 minutes to go here, I wanted to show what's going on here with SMCI. So for anyone if you did miss it, the review is done, no improprieties found, and the CFO is out at SMCI. So this is the move that it's making. You're getting a nice relief rally. Prior high was about this 39, which it's broken up and down a couple of times through that 39 level. So VWAP sits at 37. I want to be looking for longs on SMCI today. But that's 77 on Upstart. Prior support turning into resistance. There's not too many names which are just weak today. Mara is relatively weak. Upstart's another one. Stellantis, I guess, has its own news. So, if you're looking for short opportunities, I think I'd put Upstart in the other end of that bucket. But I feel like SMCI, Intel, Tesla, crypto, got enough to trade without looking at Upstart.
I know Fabian just getting in now, but we still don't have the position board. We're still long on Intel right here as well. Look, here's another name for you. What about Palantir right now? The NASDAQ name now switched over to NASDAQ. And this name, again, talk about just an absolute banger of a symbol over the last little while. You guys know, obviously, the affinity for Palantir here, and why not? The way it's been moving. Unfortunately, our charts won't switch over from New York to NASDAQ ever, so that's pretty something to talk about probably. But back into 67. So I just wanted to look at this because we were starting to get going there. This is going to be all-time highs again. Like I said, some of these names just continue to just be impressive, to say the least. 67.88 for Palantir is all-time highs, and we just touched off that again. So I actually have an order to go long breaking through 68 right here on Palantir, but it's really fallen back in. So I think we maybe have to wait for this. Palantir's been tricky sometimes off the open where you've had some nice moves down in and then had a nice recovery back in the rest of the day. So sometimes this name just gets sold off in the open. It always seems to be up, honestly. So this 66.50 area, again, if the market's going to be up, which we are, I'm not sure how far this market wants to fall in for PLTR. But if it gets anywhere near this 200 period, 66.50, 66 and change, I really, really like this level down into there. So we'll see if we can get a dip and rip here for PLTR. The market's not necessarily humming here. You're up 0.18 right now. It's a little far away. The ES also flat, completely flat on the day right now for the ES. So we're going to have to wait to see where that gets going. I don't have the weekend charted over there. So we'll wait to see, but 6,500, 6,050, 6,500 would be nice in the S&P. But for right now, NASDAQ looking to hold 21,000. So I think Palantir probably holds any bids if it can get down there. So let's just chill out on it for now. But I do like Palantir breaking through 68 if it gets going. Quick little look on those imbalances because I don't think we've necessarily looked there yet. We only have New York names, so in 2 minutes we'll get NASDAQ names going out right now. Pfizer with a buy. Buy that if you want to there. SMR as well, downside. The reason why I say about Pfizer, absolutely destroyed, man. This name has been really gotten kicked for the last little while. Nice to see a bid, though. Look what you're seeing here. These are all bids. Bid. Gold is the only sell that we have right now. That's going to be Barrick Gold. Let me check out what GLD is actually doing here right now just to see what's going on in that spot. Path Ford is there. Walmart's a buy right there as well. Pegs to Riches is there as well. All right, so gold today down. So that would make a little bit of sense why we have Barrick as a downgrade. And I've just been getting out some more. So I got out some more here at $25 on Intel, just trying to sort of pat the stats here as we get ready to open up. So Palantir nicely moving. And then, by the way, SMCI has kind of made a move back a little bit there. We highlighted it when we were right here, right when it got $40, man. I switched over to it. I'm like, there's 40. We have fallen back down about $1.50 from that area. I guess $2.50 now as we approach this VWAP of 37. So this is going to be really interesting with only 5 minutes to go. Today should be an absolutely fantastic day. We've already talked about MSTR. This is going to break $400. And I just think wow, if this keeps going, Bitcoin, this name is just going to be an absolute rocket ship right now. 392 for MSTR, looking to get a lot higher here. I like MicroStrategy.
All right, let's go on to Meta here. There's a couple other things actually moving around. I just want to mention real quick. AMC was one of those. Holding $5 right now on a bit of a gap, 1.4% here for AMC. Best Thanksgiving weekend ever.
Wow.
For this company, traffic-wise and ticket sales-wise for movies. So a lot of people going to see movies on the long weekend, but I was not one of those, were you?
No, I was not. But Neil took his daughter to see Moana.
There you go.
And that was her first movie ever. I'll tell you all about that. But yeah, interesting. Hopefully more movies come out and they get a bit of a bump here, Brenda. But let's talk about Meta.
Sure. Because
it's up 1.2%. And here's a bit of a headline we haven't seen too much. OpenAI looks to add advertising to AI products, the CFO tells Financial Times. And here's why it's important. Because they're poaching advertising talent, Brendo, from Meta and Google. Now, we've talked about OpenAI disrupting Google's possible business model there with search. We haven't talked a whole lot about how they could influence Meta by poaching some of their talent, so we'll have to keep tabs on that. Obviously, they had to generate revenue somehow other than that recurring monthly revenue, advertising revenue being the first.
There's been a lot of people with a lot of opinions on how they're going to eventually be able to monetize this. Eventually, maybe we start seeing some ads attached to AI searches. Here's Google. Red. Just went red on that dip down below 169, guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, out of all those Mag 7 names, Meta is okay. It's holding the 50-period moving average, which is not bad. Like, it's, you know, like 575 is a 50 SMA on the daily. It's kind of bouncing, doing a little bit of a wedge on the daily chart. So you're sitting here, maybe you break out a 578. Apple, on the other hand, is pretty much, like, if it pulls back from here, it's a 52-week high, or all-time high fail. I have 237.50 as a 52-week high. I know it ticked above it at one point, but certainly triple top here on the daily for Apple. And really, it's not even, it's like a quad top on the daily for Apple. I think if it can break through 237.5, this one can absolutely fly. So I do like some Apple today. I'm not going to be looking at Meta. Probably going to stay away from that one. Like Sean, we only have 3 minutes to go here, but sort of like Sean, I've been getting out of Intel. The last little dip, I have 10% left. The last dip in here, actually, I didn't see it get to 70, to be honest with you. I didn't really see it get to 70. I did see the break of 80, got thinned out a little bit, but 24.6 here on Intel is a pretty solid previous support or breakaway area. So I want to see it hold on to this 24.6, 24.5 at the open. Certainly the sellers have come in. Some of the momentum volume probably went over to SMCI, to be honest with you, as that's probably going to be a better runner today. I do think, but I don't want to lose sight of Intel. SMCI, I want to see it hold onto VWAP at the open, and then I want to look for longs on that as well.
All right. So, yeah, I was still looking at MSTR here. I'm still in Intel. I'm going to try to see if we can hold on just a little bit more to that one. Yeah, I mean, I like honestly, I like all of these stocks. It's just a matter of time to figure out where exactly we want to go with all of them, right? I mean, I think Meta goes higher from here. I think a lot of these names continue to reach new heights. All right, so here we go. Coming out right now, we don't have too much on there. We have Amazon with a sell imbalance, so that didn't really, it looks like we were at 210 down to 209.50, a little bit of dancing around there. SMR continues to be a buy, but no other real big NASDAQ plays at all here. QBTS this is a quantum play, right? So that could be the next space there. Quantum, we'll have to wait to see. But yeah, so I like Google, I like Meta. I mean, all of these names, not unfortunately, but I guess, are down near the 50-period moving average, including Google, including Meta, and I'm talking about on the daily. Meta's actually a little bit of a better example here. See, here's Google, just trying to hold it and trying to get a little bit higher. But if you like Google and you like the space, you know, instead of dip buying all of these names, you could buy the NASDAQ so that when these names get going, that's Google again, oh, come on, charts. When these names get going again, then, you know, you're going to have the NASDAQ bump up as well, obviously. But there's Meta right there, 575. I mean, you're still underneath the 600 buck and underneath the 50-period moving average. So needless to say, I like Meta. I think we'll have Tesla probably come in quickly here off the open. So we'll see if that fills 350. We have Apple breaking higher. That's going to be a trade that I like too at 238. So a couple different trades that we're waiting for here off the open with only 20 seconds left. I don't think we're going to have, we'll have a bell for the sound. We don't have our green screen.
Yeah, the one thing that didn't come back, yeah. But the team did a fantastic job for us. But we got the first bell of the week. It's Cyber Monday. Not much is on sale because almost everything is to the upside.
Yes, sir.
So let's get this party started in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. So I mean, right away, VWAP is going to try to hold here on SMCI. If you're just tuning in now at the open, SMCI review completed, no impropriety found, CFO is out. I suppose, I guess that's a good thing. I don't really, the review being done and then no impropriety is the big story. Trying to hold VWAP, it is not doing a very good job of it here. Like to see it hold on to that 37. Okay, nothing really happening in Tesla as far as dip buys are going because Tesla shooting to the upside almost immediately, up through a 353 and now continuing to go higher. We wanted to buy the dip. We might just have to look for VWAP. This might break 355 instantly.
All right. Intel, Apple's going. There goes Apple, by the way. It looks like we miss Apple. That's crazy. We missed that break on Apple there. As I put the order out, but we did miss it. It does scream to the upside there. 238.10 is where my order went for Apple. Damn. There goes Apple, man. Huge move up. There it goes, everybody. Apple, monster to the upside. We'll take a bid there at 60 and wait for a 238 to come through now. But man, oh man, there goes Apple. Monster trade alert there for Apple as we put some money in our pocket, even just on that little baby reload, or not reload, that we took a little small position. But then it rips up 30 cents for us, Apple. All right, there goes Palantir. Palantir falls right into our lap as well. We talked about maybe getting something if it came into the 60 area. So we'll do that. We'll take a little bit of an Palantir bid at the bottom. Man, I thought I would sort of come in and be a little slow there today.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Instead we are,
That's wrong.
We are loading up like crazy. So Apple, Palantir, and Intel, 3 longs for your boy.
Yeah, we're going to have to reset the position board. Any fill we're taking, because it's not showing, I'm not short Intel. I just covered some on the offer. So it's incorrectly plotting those ones. We'll have to reset that one. I didn't get Apple either, as you can obviously see. SMCI is losing VWAP in an absolute hurry here. So it's looking like the bid is not coming in on SMCI as it's absolutely flushing.
Go Apple.
Bitcoin
Jeez.
is moving to the upside, and Mara is still looking relatively weak. But it's SMCI and Intel dips we want to try to get some involved in. And Tesla is now through 355. It's gone. There's no dip buys to be had. I'm going to try and pick it up on the way back in here as Tesla is absolutely flying in.
All right, I've said this a couple times. It's 9:32. Done. If there was no show, no trading, that's it, done. 60 cents in the money, Palantir. 40 cents in the money, Intel. 70 cents in the money, Apple. That's it. So, you don't need to be going too crazy here. Day trading. This is why we're doing the show. Show you guys that there's opportunities basically every day to put these kind of trades on. Look at Palantir. Boom, right there. What did we talk about? 66.60. Is that the level that we talked about? Well, we're long at 66.65 right there for 58 cents. Right. Intel again, nice runner all the way back up there to the upside. So nice move into $25 there for INTC. Apple again, more outs there at 239. It does rip as high as 239.40. Let's just let this thing settle down. Again, good trades off the open, 3 for 3 on some pretty good ideas, man. Long Intel we've got on here. Tesla we miss. SMR would be the next one to look at. So let's have a quick little look there. Wow, man, we start December off just like sort of how November ended. But there goes Intel, nice move. I was going to check out SMR, $30. So this is actually going the other way, back down into the 200 period. Let's go Apple right now, trying to take down 239 as well. Again, man, you could be late to the party, but as long as you have the plan of action, we knew we wanted Apple long. It started ripping. We went over there and took it. It's Palantir, though, that is really making them sing right now. That's starting to go back up to the upside. 50 cents in the money right there. NVIDIA, 138.50.
Oh, everything is broken out now in a big way. So Tesla almost hit $360 there.
Yes,
$359, the new high on Tesla. Remember, triple top up at 360 on Tesla in here on the daily chart. Technically 362, but it's going to be adjacent to that. I want to play first available dip. We didn't get the break at 355. We're going to have to play off this on the first consolidation dip that we're able to get. SMCI is really, it's actually languishing underneath VWAP here. I'm not sticking the bids in yet. I want to see it hold on to VWAP, or at least if it's not going to hold VWAP, pull right back into like a 35 and give a better price for a long opportunity there. So Tesla is the one, I think that's the one that got away from me. We didn't get that 355 break. Just going to have to be a little bit patient. I still think SMCI is going to absolutely fly. But Tesla, we're going to wait for the dip buy and see if we can't get in. I am not short Intel, although that would be in the money if I was short Intel. But I am not. I'm looking for a 24.60 reload on the long. I'm long at 86, actually.
Yeah, they're gonna restart it. Yeah, I'm long Intel at 65s. Everything else is right though. Apple long, obviously Apple's at 70 cents in the money. Intel and Palantir for me has been the jam right now, as you can clearly see. Palantir continues to go higher, so we'll just put a salute to everybody there and say Palantir today live at Trader TV Live continues to be a name. We can check out crypto names, anything like that as well. I'm going to watch out for, again, Apple just to continue to go. A name that we liked, it took out the 52-week high there. And we mentioned this last week, right? I mean, every time you think that Apple's at a level, it just makes new levels. So here comes 240 now for Apple. So that's definitely worth holding on. I'm kind of a good thing that we had, been able to hold on to some of these names here today because, yeah, the rips are happening right now in front of us. I mean, there goes the NASDAQ up 0.62 right now and going. So really happy to be back. I'm hoping a lot. Oh, there goes NVIDIA as well. We liked 139.50 for NVDA, and there it goes. Might as well take a piece on that one as well. There goes NVIDIA, 139.50. We're quad long right now. 4 big longs for you. Apple, Intel. Our day's already done. Profit-wise, but we'll still continue to put on some shares here as we go. So watch out for NVIDIA, Palantir, Intel, and Apple.
And here comes SMCI is trying to join the party. Although I was going to say, here comes Tesla pulling back in toward VWAP. So 355 was the breakout on on Tesla. It looks like it's trying to get back in. Big rejection through 358, as you can see here. So we're looking for that 355 on the way back. SMCI was just able to hold 37 even. There's a refresher, at least right now, there's a refresher at 37. I'm giving it to the lower high here, the 36.50. If it cannot hold on to that, I want to dump it and wait for VWAP to come in. SMCI, I think, is going to do it's going to do over 100 million shares worth of volume. So I want at least a few cracks at this one. Ideally, it holds VWAP, but if it can hold 36.5, I don't mind that either. Intel is struggling now to get back above the 25 even zone. I tried to pick some up here at 24.70. We did not. Now I'm sitting at the 24.8 for a reload, and I'm going to scalp into 25 even and then try to hold for some above VWAP on this one as well. So I mean, Tesla's starting to come in. Only have the 2 longs. I want this to pull back in. Give me some 35s. Give me some 55s here on TSLA. Up 3 points today, looking absolutely fantastic. Mara is already tanking. Yeah, well, the thing about shorting a pop is if you're looking to short the pop, there actually needs to pop to go short. This one was looking relatively weak the whole way, and it's absolutely bleeding. There might be an SSR bounce in this stock because it could go down 10%. So I'll have a look at that. That might be the only way to play Mara today for any longs.
All right. Oh, man. Yeah, Mara. Like the name, of course. But, okay, here we go. So it is Apple still trying to go a little bit higher. NVIDIA's kind of fading out. Intel, okay, good. Now the position board obviously working out. Okay, what came back in, though, looking at this right now, is Palantir. So Palantir, we talked about getting out on the way up and that we were, pretty much clocked out, not clocked out, but took out most of our positions right there. We'll try a little small reload now on Palantir and see if we can get that. We just bought some 60s or whatever we just got there. What did we get there? We got, 66s right there for PLTR. So let's see if we can get something going now. We'll take out another piece if we can here, and then even a piece a little bit higher for PLTR. But again, it has to get going one more time. There it is. Nice little out there on PLTR. So far, so good here on this name. Let's just keep the party going long, hopefully. Palantir, NVIDIA's the one. Now that's starting to go. Let's see if we can get through. There it is. Let's go, NVIDIA, man. Big trade alert one more time here for me on NVDA, as this one just wants to keep going higher as well. So we'll nail this. We'll hit this out of the park today, guys. Palantir, NVIDIA, Intel, and Apple. What's up, Adara?
We have PRZ out of the upside. Para Zero. This is a day 2 play. This one got quite the move on Friday during our shortened trading session. Looks like it's the same catalyst moving it today that moved it on Friday. The company received some approval here in the EU, regulatory approval. So good look here for PRZO, which has a float of about 7.5 million shares. It's also worth noting on the non-small cap side of things, CRWD down about 2% here right off the open. No news that I could see on this. It is worth noting this is actually a day 3 earnings move. They reported on Wednesday, or they reported Tuesday after the close. So Wednesday was day 1. CRWD, PRZO, guys.
PRZ is certainly going to be worth a look there. Come on, hold that 37. Yeah, you're starting to hold again here. Another refresher at 37 on SMCI. I want to take something out of the quarters the next time we're able to get it in here. If we can grab this one at VWAP, it's still a decent consolidation. You're still getting a pullback in Tesla. I'm not catching falling knives with this, but you've now bounced over VWAP and over that 335 zone. So looking to engage it here at 355, I should say. So engaging at 356. There's your wick under VWAP. There's your close above there at 355. So we're long SMCI. We're long Tesla for the first time here today in front of that 355 level. We like it at VWAP. You have a top here at 358. So I want to scalp the next $2 into that high for TSLA. It's Intel, which is starting to lose a little bit of contain here. Only down 1.7%. So if it can't hold on to this 50 level here, I still actually have just over 10% of what we had originally. Never a good opportunity to get back in on a reload. But if it can do a rounded bottom off this prior high at a 24.3, that'd be worth a look there. So the news, of course, being Gelsinger has already resigned, and he's on his way out. So Tesla dip bot. We just took some out in front of 357. We'll look to get some out in front of 358, and then hold for a test of the high of the day.
Oh, boy. Today's a day again. This Palantir, look at these reloads that we had down there at the bottom for PLTR. And again, this just goes to show you got to stick with, the names that you believe in, the names that you like, and give yourself some reasons to do that. And I mean, this is what day trading is all about. These are all the names that we talked about: Intel, Tesla, SMR, NVIDIA, Apple, Palantir. So we're trading the right names, and we're going to be at the highest spot today that we've been at all day right now, just simply by holding on to many of these plays. Apple has come back in. We've gotten lighter and lighter on this name, and we actually talked about our day and where we were with it, and whether or not we were going to continue to trade with aggressive size or anything like that. It's been a good day here, needless to say, as Apple take that out 239.50. That was $1 right there, so that was a good out. We'll see if it wants to hold some of these levels, but so far so good. Palantir, huge move. NVIDIA, 33 cents in the money, but look again, getting some out at the top. Let's get another piece out right here at 95 as we just start to slowly grind out some of these trades, right? Intel, the 200 period's trying to hold right now. We'll still be up on Intel, but we could give it all back. If this doesn't hold right there, thinking it's probably worth another shot in around this 24-25 area. So if we can get that, I think we'll dip by it. But realistically, man, the stock that is P&L number one by far is Palantir. P&L, Palantir, it all kind of makes sense there. Nice move to the upside there for Palantir. And again, we talked about this early. We talked about that. We like these levels. It came right back in twice, right into the levels that we had talked about. So yeah, man, a party on, Wayne, for this one, because it's been an absolutely fantastic stock today. PLTR, dip buys right into our areas. When that happens, man, that's where you have to bank. You have to put on shares, man. You got to do that twice in a row. Upside move there, dollar club for PLTR.
Yeah, we had the dollar club in Tesla, but it just lost the 455 level, so it looks like we'll be out of this one. I'm not reversing into the short on Tesla. We're just going to jump out of it. SMCI, it only ever went 50 pennies in the money off that 37 test, but 37.5 just continue to hold over and over again. I still haven't found a spot to get back into Intel or to add into Intel. It's still looking a little bit weak. I'll get to that in a second. But we just wicked here at 36.5. If it can finally put a rounded bottom in, I'm going to take another shot. I'm only looking long in SMCI here today. I just feel like it has so much room, obviously, to rally. It did fail at that 39 level, but that prior resistance has held here at $36. So nice little round off here, I still think is a good opportunity. As far as Intel goes, dip into 24.5 just came in. It still hasn't broken Friday's highs, but I haven't seen anything worthy of getting back into this one until we get some kind of a rounded bottom. So we're still holding light on Intel, but I want to get into this long one more time. Just have to let it calm down a little bit. As far as Apple goes, it did pull back into VWAP. I didn't get the break either, but it's still holding above 238. So 238 looking pretty good here on Apple. The market's going to have to calm itself down a little bit because you're getting a nice push back into the high, and we got numbers coming in a second, but some of these names are pulling back into VWAP. So you want to be patient. I want to try getting these not on the way down and try to get them on the way back into the upside like we played there with Tesla. Let's go to Adara.
We're going to be getting our first numbers of the week here in just a moment with the S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. This is going to be the final print of this metric for November. Coming in here 49.7, so that's going to be above the forecast of 48.8 and the previous print here 48.5, so slightly higher than expected. S&P Global Manufacturing PMI print not impacting the market too much. We have the Qs up 0.2% right now. The SPY actually a little bit weaker, basically flat on the day. So we do have the NASDAQ and these tech names outperforming. It's also worth noting, keeping an eye here on NET. That's going to be Cloudflare. They did get an upgrade to overweight from Morgan Stanley alongside a $130 price target. They're up about 6% right now, guys.
Okay. Not really doing too much to any of these positions right now. I mean, NVIDIA, that continues to try to touch out that 140. The reason why I like this NVIDIA 140 level, I mean, I feel like it's worth holding on to just, whoa, yeah, that's right. Just a little bit now. We're above. We're trying to go. That's 136. If the market wants to continue to go higher, which it clearly is, I like this stock. I like it above 140. I think it's worth holding. So we'll do that and see if we can reap the benefits of holding that one. Palantir, we actually wrote it down. The all-time highs right now coming in for Palantir, breaking that 68 is actually what we liked. I'm going to cancel that 68 bid because we are offer because we already have a lot of shares. It just got upside there, and I didn't actually notice because I was looking for the next trade. But this is what happens sometimes. You got to adjust your thinking. But there it is right there for Palantir. I still, we will take a piece out there at 67. It is going to be a nice Dollar Club winner. I mean, we're happy with that. But you can always get a little bit more. So let's wait to see. There it is. We get that 70 fill. But it's still not moving exactly the way we'd hope it would. NVIDIA's moving back down right now. And then Intel does get a little bit of a bump off of that level. So we'll stay there. I'll get another piece out on Intel there in the 70s. Why not? We just bounced off the 200 period. We did not get any reloads on that name. So right now, Intel just continues to be where it is. I still like this 2440. I know you were in Tesla.
It actually, so the annoying thing about Intel is it caught a huge bit off that number. It was the first green candle of the day. I was looking for that to close green. It closed green. I tried to snag some off 24.50 at the open. Unfortunately, was unable to do so. Now it's catching a nice little bid. I do like 24.50. If we can grab that, I'm going to sit on the bid and just see if we can pick it up. Apple bounced off VWAP. That was going to be next. Had to wait for the names that we missed on breakouts to pull back into VWAP. This distinctly different, at least temporarily, from Tesla. Because Tesla broke prior support, goes all the way down to 53, but look at the shot back up. So right at 945, we get a number, and we get a nice bounce in multiple names. So you're still back above VWAP. I'll look to reload this one back off of VWAP if we get it. So we're only in Apple and still Intel, but we never got that bid. Second the number hit, you saw a big-time buy come across a lot of names. You are still getting a big move overall in the market, but I just wanted to come back over to SMCI, which is still giving it up slowly. It's not as volatile as I was expecting, but now it just needs to break trend. So if we're going to get back into this, it's simply going to have to break the trend here. So you got a clean move down, has to close above trend line, look for a bit of a mean reversion play. As a consolidation, not going to be the way to go here. They're just selling the news and have been since that 40 level here on SMCI. But with the market at the highs, it seems unlikely to me that Apple shouldn't at least retest back into 239 here, bouncing off VWAP. We're pressing tops here. What is strong that I'm not seeing? Meta's back at VWAP. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, everything I'm looking at is pulling back into VWAP when the market's at the actual high of the day.
Yeah, I mean, good call on that one. I mean, I think you're right. There's a lot of names right now that are just kind of floating around. I mean, I think it's important to note that where the NASDAQ is on some levels here. So it's a 30-minute chart. Like, you're not too far away from this 21,350 area. So if we can get back up into there, I mean, then you're talking about, oopsies, where did my chart go? Then you're talking about like breakout levels, right? I mean, you're, again, come on, chart. There it is. So right there is what we're looking at. You're just trying to get through all this consolidation and then a pop through. So 21.2, definitely in target right there. I could see a fade. 21.2, you can maybe trade it against, well, that's 21.270. That's quite the move higher right there in the NASDAQ. I still think there's room to go, which is why we keep on going HOTTOGO, because right now NVIDIA is hot to go, right up to the upside and still mooning. NVIDIA, 55 cents. sense. Palantir, I mean, this has been the chicken dinner winner of the day here, P&L wise for the show, Palantir, as that continues to go, man. Intel, wow, what a burner this one's been as well. Intel, we love you long time, as there it goes back up to the upside. See ya, Pat. We knew this would happen. I actually thought it would be up a lot more. A CEO that's absolutely destroyed shareholder wealth. I thought it would have been up more than 3%, but still a nice move there for Pat and company. He'll make
no longer.
He'll make out like a bandit while all the shareholders will get screwed. So that guy obviously sitting now on multiple yachts. Okay, so Nvidia now trying to go, man. Dollar rate now, hopefully for NVDA. Now back to the not all-time highs, but close enough. We got to get through that 150 still. Nice move there. Days high for NVDA, and we are at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, because Apple's starting to go back up to the upside. Intel's starting to go. NVIDIA's going. We're 4 longs, man. Apple, boom, right? We take that one. Huge trade there. Intel could be bigger, but we'll take it right now. It'll be a nice positive stock for us. NVIDIA is big, so that's still trying to go back up there to the upside. So that's the 3rd long. And then the 4th long, and we'll go 4 for 4 today here for you, is going to be Palantir. So a nice little smooth day on the floor. Let's see if we can keep on putting up some numbers for you. Intel, again, another out. I'm going to take another piece here at 83. I'll just punch that out there, get the half print, and let's just start to maybe get a little bit out as we approach that 10 o'clock marker. But Intel, nice move. We're still hella long, and Palantir continues to work. We're getting lighter and lighter in Palantir, man. So hopefully we'll be able to do something with this. But right now, Palantir down to about 10% left.
Yeah, into VWAP also, that's what Intel's at. And I think as long, I took one more fill in front of VWAP, and then I'm going to wait for 25s on that bad boy, as it's trying to, like, it's making a nice mean revert. Like, that's what we're trying to look for here on Intel. Just didn't quite get the reversion. Now that it's at VWAP, I'll look for a pullback right into 2450, and we'll reload it if we get the opportunity. Still think there's a good chance. I know that SNTI, okay, there's a bunch of people that are involved in SNTI, 330-something%. Obviously, it's gonzo here. Hit the like and subscribe, and this goes to 400%. If you like the show, then like the show. And if you want to ask about a symbol, you got to be in the chat to do it, and you got to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit that subscribe. Ask us anything you want. Yeah. When things start to slow down, we can always get into other topics, but I wanted to make sure we looked at this. It hasn't really gone into a halt yet. I think it is a big-time halt candidate, especially if it fails a breakout. It's $10 level. I don't know if you'll get VWAP, but that prior high around 750 will at least be the spot I would look for some kind of a dip buy there on this SNTI. Looks like the biggest runner. Well, small cap runner, I should say. Now, it looks like the biggest small cap runner, at least on the board. There's still more selling going on here in front of 238.8 here on Apple. So it's bouncing off VWAP nicely, but it's not making that next breakout as it's trying to go higher. Bitcoin's above 96 now, actually, and starting to go. Yeah. So I feel like some of those crypto names, I got to look back at Square, just make sure that's nowhere. Yes, okay, Block did get to 96. So Block is absolutely on one. It's like up 8%, and it did make the big break at 94, got all the way to $96. There hasn't been a dip opportunity here on Square, unfortunately. It's just been all to the upside. VWAP's going to now sit at that prior high at 94. So I like this one on the long side. Apple, okay, Intel is now above VWAP and just tagged 25. So all it has to do is get through 25.10. I have offers because 25.60 is a big high, out in front of 30s and out in front of 40s. And if it makes a 25.6, we'll come at that trade. You know, it could happen later on in the day. I think that's its own level. We'll play VWAP, we'll play 24.5. But the market's starting to go to the upside and looking pretty good. Can't really complain here. The NASDAQ almost 1 full percent, 2 set upside. There's Apple finally getting to that 239 level.
Let's go.
That's what we wanted to see. Now it's breaking that 239. Oh. I think the high of the day is next. I'm out in front of 240 and then looking for a 240 break and more VWAP holds.
Oh, man. Welcome, everybody. I need more coffee. This has been quite a day, man. 4 for 4 to come back. And I was saying to Marissa, it's like I haven't been trading in a couple of days, and it felt like an eternity, but we come back. Muscle memory, man. Muscle memory. It's like do the work, do the research, come in, put on the winning trades, go swimming, come back, listen to the midday show, to the 2 most handsome hosts in Trader TV Live history, both Sharif and Joe. Join them on the midday. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to continue with a high quality show the rest of today. And then we'll be back tomorrow and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. And no rest for the wicked now until Christmas. That is the next market holiday. So I hope everyone had an absolutely fantastic Thanksgiving and you're able to spend it all with your family. All right, we went out and got our Christmas tree. That was a lot of fun. We cut that bad boy down. That was hilarious. We didn't get a huge one, but my daughter was bench pressing it, so that was pretty cool to see that. Okay,
Get that work any way you can, man.
Yeah, man.
Rocky workouts right
that's
there.
Exactly what it's all about. Yeah, exactly. Pushing those tires over. All right, so right now, actually, we were doing that yesterday. Oh, actually, I put on my own Instagram. We were out yesterday at workouts.
Did you get your winters?
Yeah, we did it. We did the winter tires. I did get them. I'm going to put them on, but we were at winter baseball yesterday. So, man, it never stops. Tonight we got hockey again. She scored her team, my daughter's team there. They tied 3-3 and 2 goals for the newly minted starting center on her team. Shout out to my daughter, who is hopefully going to cost me less for her university education. All right, Palantir trying to come back in through 67 right now. I really like this spot for us here, but I'm gonna take out another piece on Intel again on Palantir. Sorry, I say I like the spot, but we just dripped down, so I like the bounce back into 67 just to take a little bit more out. We're trying to be like as careful and sort of frugal, maybe is the word I'm looking for, as we do not have many of these shares left. I mean, look at that example on Intel. We just talked about getting it out at 25 bucks, right? So it's like, let's just understand the net that you have, understand the risk that's on there. It's still not even 10 o'clock yet. The time is, in my opinion, it's been a pretty slow morning. I felt like it was later than where it was right now, but we still have manufacturing PMI coming out. We have a few different things on the lookout right now for what's to come right here. It's on our watch list. You guys can go get that as well. Oh yeah, we went out for brunch there. I told you guys, remember you guys asked Western? So there it is. There's a toasted Western. That was on Thanksgiving right there with the lovely wife. ISM manufacturing and construction spending coming out there. Go check Twitter for all the economic releases, and we'll have them right here with Adara momentarily in just about 3 minutes when all of those come through. Market coming back in just a little bit. Some of these tech names giving something back. Good thing we're trying to clap out of a lot of these stocks. Right now, Apple 239, probably a good spot as well.
Yeah, I took some in front of that 39 as you mentioned it on Apple. We could get another pull into VWAP if the market wants to grant us that. But speaking of VWAP, Intel got the VWAP, broke it, took 25 and is pulling back. SMCI finally broke trend. There's a close above, but it gets to VWAP and it also turns around. So again, it pops like 50 pennies or so and then right back in. If we lose that prior high, this closing bar is 36 and a quarter. I'm going to jump out of this. They've been sort of selling that news. So you want to be able to take what you can get. As far as Intel goes, there's that VWAP hold, I guess, of VWAP for the shorts, I would suppose, at 25. I just want to see a lower high, or higher low, sorry. As long as it can hold a nice higher low, do another rounded bottom, I don't mind getting back into this. It's going to be a big sell-off because of the way it gapped up like SMCI, but it's held on to the prior resistance here at 24.30 as well. So I'm looking over, and I know a lot of people looking at crypto names. MSTR is losing the bid again. So down at like 380 bucks. I look over at Mara. If there's a missed trade for me, it was probably looking for the pop and fade on Mara. When the markets are strong and you want to look short something, usually I want to buy, I want to short a rip. This one got to VWAP and failed again. So this is still looking relatively weak here on Mara. I do like it if it goes 10% down for an SSR bounce, but generally I wanted to look short on this name. I guess it could pop back in, maybe give a 26.5 and look for a short on a lower high here. But that's about it. I'm going to hang on to Apple, look for that reload at 24.5 on Intel, and then just to recap on SMCI. It did break trend, but now it needs to hold 36.25. No adding unless it starts putting in some more higher lows, holding VWAP. They got the all clear, but that doesn't necessarily mean this has to give up the entire, pull that entire gap, right? I mean, SMCI ultimately, it's already done a massive move off of the lows, just to remind everybody. Like, this is a double up since those bottoms. So the idea that it has to go all the way back into 50 in one day, it's already doubled off the low. So a good portion of the work's been done.
All right, I'm starting to cancel all my Intels because I'm trying to rethink about this one. 240, 240s is sort of where we've come into for Intel. I'm going to put a bid if it breaks too much lower than anything in and around there on Intel. 2460 right there. I'll try to buy this, but then if we break lower, we're out. Good bunch of outs here. I keep saying it, but we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, it's roughly in and around there. Intel's given some back. Apple, just let's go, man. We talked about that. What's up to Chappelle Road? We had a nice move here, right here, as Apple is just absolutely steaming right now to the upside. Let's take another out right now on Apple. Man, we're buzzing here. Nice out there at 40s. Starting to go back up. What's up, Adara?
Time to take a look here at these economic numbers. We got a higher than expected global manufacturing PMI print coming back here at 9:30 a.m. Now at 10 a.m. we're getting a stronger than expected ISM print. So that's 50.4 for the ISM manufacturing PMI for November versus consensus of 47.5 and forecast of 47.2. ISM manufacturing employment coming in here at 48.1. Construction spending on a month-over-month basis for October also going to be stronger than expected, 0.4% versus previous of 0.1%, forecast of 0.2%. We have ISM manufacturing new orders also stronger than expected here, 50.4 versus forecast of 47.6. ISM manufacturing prices, though, is actually going to be lower than the previous and expected prints. We got 50.3 versus consensus of 55.2, forecast of 54.9. So just to go over the key numbers here, we had ISM manufacturing PMI above estimates, as was construction spending on a month-over-month basis for October. The NASDAQ continues to push to the upside, up about almost 1% as of right now to kick off the month of December. We'll have to see if we get that Santa Claus rally and that December strength building off of a really strong month of November for the market off of the election. Lots of strength in big tech names, specifically Amazon, Meta, Tesla, all on watch. Then we have Intel here, INTC. Right after 8:30 a.m., we get the announcement here from the company that CEO Pat Gelsinger has retired as of December 1st. They've basically named some people from inside the company, including CFO David Zinsner, to serve as interim co-CEOs until they find a replacement. SMCI also getting some pre-market news, up about 13%, basically saying they completed their internal review here by their independent committee and found no wrongdoing despite the resignation of Ernst & Young. So interesting look here for SMCI. Lots of stocks on the move today, guys.
Lots of stocks on the move. Crypto also on the move as well. So if you're looking at these markets, wondering where the strength is going to be, it's certainly more NASDAQ at 1% versus the ES, which is oddly enough flat. I'm going to quickly show you Apple. Since the bounce off of VWAP, it broke trend up here, double top. I said I want out in front of 240. 240 is going to be its own trade. I'm looking for a dip back into VWAP, and then we can try to reload this one off of VWAP. Or, hey, if it breaks out 240, it breaks out 240. But I did want to jump on over looking at all those crypto names, and we'll go there in a quick second because SNTI is halted. 500% now on SNTI. The halt is at 1280. The tap is at 1280. So this one just continues to go absolutely you-know-what to the upside. But with that last bounce in Bitcoin and that last little bounce, I saw some in MSTR as well. Mara again tries to get into VWAP. There's a host of sellers at the 26 or just above the $26 level that seem to be hanging on to this one. I guess I got to short the next available pop. It's got a nice trend forming here. So a couple of lower highs put in. Time to start playing off a trend. I don't mind the reversal if it gets down 10%. I'll look for a mean revert. But shorting the pops on this one seems like a must. That 26 level looks like the place to go here on Mara. Not many things are this weak as far as I'm concerned here. I mean, this is just about this, and I don't know. It's like the weakest stock I can find.
All right. Yeah. Well, we're still. I mean, how's it going? I like that sweater. What sweater is that? I need one of those sunshine sweaters. Okay, so Intel, nice move back into the upside. I mean, look what we did on Apple right here. Honestly, man, it's a hot dog kind of a day there for Apple. We just got 239.40s right there on AAPL as it just keeps on getting better and better, man. This has been a pretty good stock there. And again, we talked about it off of here. All these brand new highs, man, all-time highs being hit today. Apple, Palantir, NVIDIA going to be the next one at some point, I would imagine, but not right now, as there goes Apple. So we're at the high spot all all day, man. 70 cents in the money. This is what happens. You got to stay with your trades. We talk about that all the time here on the show. Stay with your trades. There goes Apple, nice move. There goes Intel, nice move higher, right? I mean, this is the one that's fading for us. NVIDIA as well. Let's check out SMCI, and then we'll look at some other names for you. I mean, I'm getting lighter and lighter in all of these positions right now, so, you know, pretty comfortable with what we've been looking at, and pretty comfortable trading. Obviously, that's what we do here. It's my job. But so far, so good here with the names that we've been looking at today. Now, does that mean it's going to continue higher? I mean, we got to find some more opportunities. SMCI right now, 36.50, and trying to go even higher right now, I feel like anyways. SMCI took down VWAP, took down 37.50, 36. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it wants to hold. So far, so good here for anybody trading SMCI. Looking like it's going to be a decent runner for you one more time. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, you know, if you guys want names that are moving around, I feel like we're trading the right ones here again today for you. Apple, Tesla. I mean, even just looking at what Tesla's doing. I want to look at Roblox as well. Another banger trade. Roblox is up near $50. Was $51 earlier today. Tesla, big one as well.
I got a Roblox question later.
Yeah, Roblox right there, 51.60. And so I played more Dress to Impress. Hey, I'm actually really good at that game, Dress to Impress. I won a couple times. You heard of that game, Ramin? Dress to Impress? On Roblox? Okay, yeah, you're lame. But yeah, that was a really fun.
Actually, I got to ask the viewers something about, because maybe if anybody knows good workarounds for being able to play Roblox on a Nintendo Switch, that's what my daughter's interested in. I know there's ways to do it, but if someone
there? I don't know.
Apparently there are ways that you can get it done. So that's what I'm looking for, because my daughter's obsessed with Roblox. Well, she loves Minecraft still, but she's obsessed with Roblox is like the next thing. I'm like, if we can pull it off on the Switch, ideally that'd be the way to go, because she doesn't have a PC, and we just got a new tablet that we're easing her into. But a couple of things in here. One, Intel's back at 24.5. I still haven't gotten that reload, but SMCI is now back above VWAP. If this loses again, like this trend, so the new trend that it's put in, if it loses that, I jump out. If it holds it, I want to look for some kind of a consolidation, add to it, see if it can break higher. Good look for SMCI, but it almost had to wipe it out and go into 35 before doing anything else. First trade of the day for myself on Mara. We said I'm going to look for, I lost that trend line because I didn't hit save. We look to short it off of that previous trend line. So lower highs all the way through. If it breaks this top at 26.20, I'm out. This isn't about VWAP. This is about the trend holding on Mara. So this has been the trend to the downside, down 5%. We shorted back into it. If it breaks a prior high, then we want to jump out. So if it gets back to these lows, we'll scalp some out here in front of 25.75. But first one of the day. Crypto is moving around. Sorry, Bitcoin is moving around. The crypto name's moving around. This one could be a mean revert, but my idea was to be short this name. I didn't really think we'd get that kind of a push that early to said downside. SMCI pulling back in here. Apple is still trending towards the top. It didn't actually give you the dip into VWAP, but 240. I don't know how much size is going to be in the offer, but I don't think size matters in this particular case, because Apple doing tons of volume. It'll chew right through any 240 breakout. But I want to buy the next available dip as long as it holds on to trend. Apple looking good. I haven't checked out Meta. It was good when Apple was at VWAP and I was wondering what was at the highs. It was Alphabet. It was Alphabet that never pulled back into VWAP, up 1.5 points, and has been probably the strongest trender out of the Mag 7 to set upside. So this is worth keeping an eye on here. Is ES not getting off the schneid, but this is one of the names pulling the NASDAQ up.
Yeah, I really, again, Apple was one of those names that we've just been looking at the way it's been trading, and by the way, right now. We've just been looking at the way it's been trading the last couple of days, and like we've been liking what Apple's been doing. I mean, there's the look there on the daily chart, just like basically 4 straight up days there. So yeah, I mean, pretty, as they say, easy peasy on that kind of a trade there for Apple on the long today. I mean, it was one of the number one names that we had written down there. It's just the problem is it started to go early, and you have to, you have to respect sort of those levels there for Apple. And yeah, again, pretty clean move there today for Apple. It did bounce off VWAP, which would have been a good one. What about DraftKings? I want to thank everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit the like, the subscribe. As I already mentioned, man, a much better show is coming in just under an hour as we have our midday show with Joseph and Sharif. That should be a heck of a lot of fun as they'll look at some more sort of some small cap names, maybe moving around, some gapping names, things like that. It looks like Uber bought at 68 or whatever I bought some at was a decent opportunity there. So we're able to get out of some, not out, into some more Uber at those levels. Now we'll just wait to see what it wants to do as it's now above 73. 72, sorry. I've liked Uber on this way. We bought some 80s, we bought some 72s, and then we bought some 68s when we dipped down there. I don't like to absolutely average it into all these plays, but this is going to be another name that I like Uber for the long term. I really like all the different businesses that they're involved with. I mean, it's the same reason service businesses, have been absolutely fantastic. You've seen the likes of Apple starting to go back up to the upside based on what, their services. And again, it's such a consumption-based economy is the United States that people are taking Ubers left, right, and center all over the place. And I really like that name. And then the other name, again, that's been working for us has been XBI. This name, for some reason, got into like $92 or something like that. We're able to, even lower than that. We're able to buy some down there. So again, just trying to stick the course and do what we're saying that we're doing, right? And that is like buying these names on dips and then telling you about them. So I really, I like some of those most recent buys. I've bought also recently, I bought some Berkshire. That was about a month ago or so. Other than that, not a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, Roblox was one of those positions, again, that really worked out for us over the summer months because I bought this name as a swing trade down here. Not even as a swing trade, but down into here before the summer had started, knowing exactly what Neil said, that everyone's obsessed with Roblox. So there it goes, man, $30, $31, all the way to $51, $52. Sometimes you just need to know what you know, and we knew that about Roblox. So there it goes, huge upside move. Roblox is now free forever for my kids, unless they get a hold of the credit card, which they won't, and then buy some more. But I like that. We spend that I think my son doesn't do it, my daughter, about $15 a month there on Robux, and there it goes. Yeah, it doesn't get you that much. And all I'm doing is paying for her to buy Avatar's outfits. So it's like, not only do I buy her real clothes, but also now buying fake clothes as well. All right, so there it goes, man. Nice move to the upside right there. $239.70, bang there for Apple. That was $1. Palantir's come all the way back, and we are completely fine with that. You see, no stress at all about Palantir because I'm not sure I even really like the reload for this name. I don't have any bids coming through, and I'm going to actually start to attend to some sells right now. If we break below the 66.50, let's get out of here. We don't need to be right on this name. We've already been right. We don't need to give it all back. One reload, two reloads will not be a third, and maybe getting some more out here let's just get something out at 93 if we can, and put another offer at 98, and just get it out as it starts to float in a little bit. There it is. So we'll get a 93 there on Palantir, and just wait to see where we can go on this. NVIDIA's been disappointing. It has a 140 magnet. So until something happens with that, AMD's not doing too much. I'm going to ask Randy for another coffee, by the way.
I was muted for a little cough there. My bad. But what the heck? Who did? Heyo, there we go. Sorry. AMD also to the top side. I was going to say up 3%. It's a little bit stronger. You've seen the NASDAQ looking pretty good, but I got to get on over at SMCI. It broke trend. I didn't jump out because it's over VWAP. It was kind of simultaneously trying to hold on to the recent uptrend. It's not much of one. It just started here at about 9:45. But if we lose this consolidation under VWAP, I'm just going to get out. We didn't actually get in here off of 36. We got 36.5. So we'll just bag it. If it's a trend reversal, I don't mind it retesting 35 and trying another way. And it's that time of day where you want to take those profits. But I'll give it a chance to hold VWAP and break back to the upside here. Mara did pull back in. It got to not VWAP, but like that 26 to 26.20, which has been the local high. Did a bit of a reversal candle here above 26. Was able to get some more just at the 26 level. So my price is exactly 26. We'll look to get scalps into this higher low and then see how far, if it wants to get all the way to the low of the day, it's probably going to need an assist from Bitcoin, which, by the way, and why I want to scalp out, if you're looking at Bitcoin here, it's making a nice press off of VWAP, hence why you want to take profit. And again, the reason I'm looking short on Mara, look at the strength over in Bitcoin and crypto, it just wasn't showing it. But if it breaks 2620, I got to acknowledge and get out of that name. We are now going to Adara at the desk. See, it was just
the name here in the crypto space to keep an eye on. It's XRP. This is the XRP USD chart.
Man, XRP.
What a daily chart here for XRP. This is its sixth straight day to the upside. According to Binance data, we're up about 42% of the day, as XRP has now become the third top name here in terms of market cap for crypto, below BTC and ETH. So lots of strength here in Ripple. Keep an eye on that, guys.
There, I sold this name. Wow, up 91% in a week for XRP. And again, thanks to Dara for bringing that to our attention. We, of course, talked about that, earlier this morning, and just noticing like what's been going on with a lot of these crypto names there. Solana's not doing anything. It is XRP right now, up 40%, up 92% on the week. Man, wow, what a move there. And I sold most of mine at $1.50. That is looking very, very silly. Yeah, we talked about trying to buy dips on IBIT, and I guess we didn't do a very good job of that one, as there it goes right back in. My nose is all chapped. 54.60 or so coming into play right there. We're going to have to figure out, is that going to be a buy one more time? I think so. I really like 200 period dip buys opportunities if they do exist. And right now it's existing for us. So we're going to put a bid down in and around here, 54.60 or so for my friend and hopefully your friend as well. Crypto IBIT. That's actually really strange. Like we had done that stat before as we talked about like percentage of traders that actually own crypto. And I guess it was Sharif there that mentioned 50 million. So I guess there's a 400 and change million, I guess, there in the United States. So, I mean, it looks like it's a worse percentage than what we had on the show, as we were in and around 50-50 or a little bit underneath 50% there for crypto. So it's quite clear that, in my opinion anyways, crypto well under-owned. And yeah, much more room here to go to the upside if you are.
That means our viewers are.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I thought our viewers were way higher as a percentage in that, and we talked about that on the show
Randy.
as well. We were talking about Bitcoin, Randy, as that just keeps on mooning. It looks like about 20% of Americans own crypto, according to Coinbase.
Well, what's interesting is it should be like,
Go Palantir.
I think you care more about like Americans in, like, call it like the 15 to, I don't know, over demographic, right? Like that's the number that I'm kind of curious about. What it is as a percentage.
Wow,
because our viewers, I actually thought our viewers were 50%. I thought was good, because I thought it was more like 20 to 25%.
Yeah, and I thought it would be 75%.
I'm very happy to see that. I think congratulations to everybody. But Mara, as Bitcoin continues to go, he said if Mara, we're going to scalp some out, but if Mara breaks contain, we're going to jump out of it. So we did get that short on trend. I could draw the trend line, but you can now see it's broken with a close. I mean, as long as this candle closes above $26, it's going to have broken trend. I'll look for a curl and VWAP long. I guess it's not going to give an SSR bounce because it's not going to go down 10%. So is what it is. SMCI did dip underneath, and it's broken a little bit of trend. It did dip under 37. Going to get rid of that trend line, start looking at VWAP in here. Really only looking long SMCI today, and it hasn't been super strong. The only long we got that was good was after a big sort of rinse out. So I want to look for that kind of an entry again. Like have it run some stops and then try to get some higher lows. So I'm looking for pullbacks, some big pullbacks to try to get into SMCI one more time. And Atanis saying, Neil, look at Affirm all the way back to 70. Affirm has filled the gap. So Affirm filled the gap right back into 70. This could be a nice one. Oh, good catch. This is a nice mean revert potential trade here on Affirm. If it can. And again, it's got to do a little bit more work in here. Yeah, I like this one. That 70 level is key. I should have probably even wrote that one down on the note along with Amazon. Then SMCI and Intel happened, and what are you going to do? They were doing more volume off the open.
Apple still going. We did tweet this out earlier about Apple and what's been going on exactly in that. Check out this thing that I tweeted out as well. Apple right now, nice little dollar. Wow, $1 plus now for AAPL. The rise of AI has been real, and it's been affecting, obviously, many, many companies here as you go. This is big tech since ChatGPT's launch. and sort of what's been going on. Obviously, Alphabet. I mean, a lot of these companies just continue to climb higher and higher and higher here, riding sort of the wave. So it doesn't really matter if you're ChatGPT or what exactly you're involved with. It seems like right now, AI just continues to obviously lead up. I mean, Amazon, Alphabet, Apple, as we continue to go higher. So I got to give a shout out here to Brew Markets, 8.4 trillion in value since the release of ChatGPT. So we could talk about, the market cap of all of crypto is 3.5 trillion, right? We've moved up in the mega cap, in those names, their mega cap names, over $8.5 trillion since we have released ChatGPT. So really that just gives you sort of the idea of how much money is actually in the stock market as opposed to crypto, which means, in my opinion, a lot of room to run there in cryptoverse. So, all right, what's up, Adara?
IWM actually down on the day here. We had a little bit of a rounded bottom, maybe poised for a bit of a breakout during that half-day session on Friday in pre-market. Then we open and we fall to the downside on that Russell 2000. However, we bounce nicely at 240. As of right now, we're around that 241.25 area. So let's see if we're able to break above this previous support at 241.60, about 30 pennies away right now. Let's take a look here at some of these small cap movers, including SNTI. SNTI has a float of just under 3 million shares, around 2.9 million share float. They announced this morning a $37.6 million private equity financing placement here that's oversubscribed. They also did announce here positive results for one of their trials for myeloid leukemia treatment. Then we have that VUZI, Vuzic. This company, if this sounds familiar to you, this one's been moving a little bit over the past week or so. The UZI near day's highs here near that $3 level, up about 28%. They got a 17.5% short float, and they announced that apparently the OSHA, so the U.S. Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, has been deploying some of the company's smart glasses. Last but not least, PPBT. This is Purple Biotech. This one also breaking out here into new day's highs. Those actually looks like it's halted right now. Now it's some positive data for its pancreatic cancer treatment. So lots of small cap movers on watch, guys.
There's too many. Oh, there goes SMCI now flying. So a good hold off VWAP. I just saw a big, decent size volume come through when it broke 37.50. I want to get back in off VWAP here. It's continuing to put in some higher lows. Intel's also caught a bit. It was AMD that I wanted to get to next. I feel like this is now on a new trend, trying to pull back into VWAP. Now, oddly enough, I mean, AMD, it's not NVIDIA, but AMD is now going to challenge that channel that we've been talking about for quite some time. We mentioned in the video over the weekend. It's above the 140, so you're getting a local break. There was never any chance to buy off the bottom of this channel. Those are dark pool wicks. It never went to 130. That just didn't happen, guys. So, that's just bad prints. I think you want to play trend in here. It's a strong one. I thought this is a good swing opportunity, certainly, off of that channel bottom. Looks like he just wants to break out the top. 2.5 points. It's another strong chip name here today as the market continues to fly around. I did get a little bit of intel just now. It just doesn't seem incredibly strong, but it did hold the higher low. Did this little bit of an attempt at a rejection candle without breaking lower, so I jumped back in here. We'll see if we can get into VWAP now, again, on Intel. Good volume, like to see a little bit more, but it's SMCI that I want to see hold VWAP and be patient with. Up 15% today, and it's going to do well over 100 million shares worth of volume. I don't think the last is said for SMCI. I think it has a decent chance to get back into those highs. There's still going to be some shorts, I think, that have some covering to do on SMCI.
Oh boy, is all I can say right now. Oh boy, props it up. Good trades over there, Neil. But wow, we are now flying right there. We just loaded up on NVIDIA down there. NVIDIA dropped to VWAP, and you guys know, like, if that's going to happen, then your boy is all over that one. So there goes NVIDIA right now. Dropped smoothly into VWAP, and we like it. We like it a lot as we get some more out. I mean, I don't know if we want to trust this market or not, but boy, oh boy, is NVIDIA doing nicely here to the downside. So let's wait to see. Hey, man, I mean, who knows? Bounced off to that downside. We buy that dip into VWAP, and I'm going to take another piece out here at 49 and just wait to see where we go from here, because right now, again, like it, taking some more out here on the high side, as we're doing quite well here on the day as these markets continue to sort of bounce off. I mean, we've been lucky that we've been holding bids all day, right? Like really just giving us that opportunity to continue to do what we've been doing. And I mean, that opportunity exists because the bids have held, right? So like Palantir could have easily cracked in, does not, right? We take huge advantage of that one as that's doing what it's doing there. NVIDIA there gave us that gift. I'm going to get in another piece actually, man, on this move. Whoopsies. No, cancel, too many shares. Okay, good. Whoa. All right, almost got out of too many there on the upside. We want to try to hold on to something to see if we can get this going even a little bit more than where it is right now. But again, a nice little reload there. Intel, good trade. I mean, we're kicking some more out on Intel as we'll fire off the hot dog cannon for INTC as well, as that name's starting to bump around a little bit here. So yeah, good outs, good trades today. You know, could always have gotten more aggressive here, especially on Intel, especially on an Apple trade. But again, you know, being able to have no blemishes today, I think has been pretty good. So pretty thankful to have been able to do that. And yeah, let's just keep on going here. Glad to be back. We're at the highest spot again. And my last trade is just that reload of NVIDIA, which is now screaming. This might go to PL1 here. Just got to get above that 60 mark and see what happens with INTC. But Apple up. And Intel up, NVIDIA up, Palantir up, 4 for 4 on Big Dog.
Market up. It's just the ES that's lagging a little bit here. Certainly, come on, chart load. All right, if you're not going to load, we'll just do it this way. So here comes Intel and VWAP has been a bit of a problem. So once again, if you're reloading in here off of these higher lows, or at least that's what I'm doing. I want to be getting some out into VWAP, into 25. Hold on to some just in case it wants to break it out. But as it creeps back into VWAP, just want to respect the fact that since the open, this has been resistance up here on Intel. So it tries to go, wow, the SMCI just literally in the second that we were doing that, I can probably cancel VWAP bids on SMCI. It just broke away from the 38 level. I don't need that trend line anymore. You're now making a new trend back into the highs on SMCI. So just going to get buy dips, next available dip. If it pulls back in, instead of covering the long under VWAP, I want to be getting into a new one off of that VWAP. For sure. Top VoIP saying DJT's making a move. I'm not really making a move on that. The play that I'm looking for next, it should be SMCI, or it could be a crowded one, but Apple's about to break $240. So 240, I mean, we'll see if it makes a break now, because I think famously there's been like several times where I'm like, yeah, we're going to break the level, and then we don't actually break it.
Let's get some.
So we'll see if it does. It's not a lot of shares on the offer here. I think it's like, I saw about 500,000, which is not a lot. It's done 10 million in volume. Apple's exactly the kind of name that usually does a bit of a dirty move. So if I get a long breaking out, I want to scalp a good portion of it immediately and then look for that initial dip buy. The opening range high was 239.5. I think that gives you a good early look for a dip, but I don't mind all the way back into 239. So if the breakout goes up, gives a bit of a scalp trade, and then pulls back in, I don't mind jumping right out and then looking for an initial dip buy at the $0.50 there on Apple. So it looks like it's going to make this break, I mean, probably any second now. 99 was just on the offer, and I feel like Apple's going to do it. So that should be the next trade. Intel, I have one more offer in front of VWAP, and then we'll just hold at that particular point. And SMCI doesn't seem to want to pull back yet. But once it does, that's the next play for me on SMCI. First available dip, buy a higher low.
All right. Just trying to get our order set up here because we did take that out on Apple. So props it up. Good talk there, Neil. Yeah, we have it, man. We took some out at 238 right there. So good trade so far there for us on Apple. And I mean, we've been holding this since this has been the longest held trade here. I mean, all day. We took this right off the open. That's the first candle higher. We had written down there 238 break. Obviously, that would have been pretty sweet to have had that. This is on here. We only crossed up 10 cents, but it happened immediately, and we were unable to get it. So there it comes right there, 240. Getting out of this one. We only have like 5% left. So we'll wait to see if there's anything happening on that. NVIDIA more and more out. If this breaks 139, we are gone on NVIDIA. We do not want to be involved in that name, especially if the move continues to go lower. Let's check out what SMR is doing. This has been another name that we had on watch earlier on today. But as you can see, SMR going the other way. And I said this might be a name that we could eventually take some profits on. I think we'll do that at some point, but not yet. Right now, SMR 3150 looking to continue its move there. 3150 being the high. If we can get back up there, that'd be a decent short. 29 for the long. Looks like we held off 29.50 there for a daily trade for SMCI. So it could be, for SMR. Could be a decent spot right there if we were looking for anything. Try to buy in and around 29. We do have that bottom there of 29.50. So just another name. Oh, I say 240, my guy. We're long at 238.60 right now on Apple. Sharif just sits back down and is really happy, obviously, with this position as it continues to go higher. And there goes 240 right now. It's probably going to be a pretty smooth break, man. And here we go. Watch out to see what happens with Apple trying to break through that 230 area. So we're not huge, man. We're 30 cents in the money on Intel. We're only 12 cents in the money on NVIDIA. We're in the money on Apple, obviously $1.40. But right there, here it goes. Bye-bye. There goes 240 right now. It does break to the high side. I see you got 03s. So let's see what winds up happening now with Apple.
Instant fail underneath is what happened. Like it got to, I see 12s as the high of the day, but I can tell you that it immediately tested right back underneath and made a local bottom at about 92. So Apple's done this before. If it loses this prior high, it's about 90. I'm going to jump out and look for that 50 or look for that 39 level. So it's making another attempt. I should have at least gotten on the quarters and see if we can get something out in front of those quarters, which I just realized I hadn't hit offer enter on that scalp trade. So we're going to scalp some out in front of that quarter, see if it gives you the $0.50 as well as Apple. It's been a strong one today. I mean, obviously, I know we came in and we were talking about like Amazon and Black Friday and all that good stuff and Cyber Monday, but it was Apple that was making the all-time high break and not Amazon. So I feel like you could have traded a lot of Mag 7 names to the upside today, but it was Apple that was going in new territory. So it's bounced off VWAP. It's now going to break off the even dollar level and continuing to fly. So Apple is the apple of our eyes here today. I do believe, it's 10:30. Was that a call for Adara? I think we are ready for crypto.
We're going to take a look here at Bitcoin, of course, but we're going to start with Ripple, which basically has hit its 2024 high. It's also worth noting it now has a market cap, according to TradingView, from what I'm seeing, of just under $155 billion. It's now in the top 3 of crypto names here, below Bitcoin and Ethereum. So let's talk about some of the factors motivating Ripple's rise to the upside. We know, of course, a lot of crypto names, but basically all of crypto benefited from the election. Then we had reports that CEO of XRP and Ripple here, Brad Garlinghouse, apparently met with Donald Trump shortly after the election. So that was a great look for XRP as well. Of course, additionally, SEC Chair Gary Gensler announcing that he's going to be stepping down as of the new administration. Also a good look for Ripple, which has had some SEC struggles. So great look for XRP. What about Bitcoin? On this daily chart, we see a bit of a bottoming tail candle forming. We top and churned around a lot during that Thanksgiving weekend. Then today we got as low as 94.7 before pushing back up here. As of right now, around 96.7, so just below the 97,000 level. Let's see if we're able to break above and reach that as of yet unseen $100,000 level for BTC. That'd be quite the day. Ethereum and Bitcoin both slightly down in the day. XRP, of course, up about 42%, just under that $3 level. Cardano having a great day as well, up about 13%. Avalanche up 11.5%. Some other weak names include Shiba Inu, which is down about 9%. And then we do have Solana about 5% to the downside as well.
Yeah, so Bitcoin, we've seen 100,000. We just haven't broken 100,000. That's what hasn't happened just yet. But, we're going to get there. It's just a matter of everyone's all excited for that 100,000. And sometimes it turns into like a theoretical wall. There's a lot of leverage in Bitcoin, obviously, and in crypto in general sense. So, I think we're going to get there. You just have to play a little patience. As far as I'm concerned, technically you did get there. You go to 99.5, and on some were saying 99.7, 99.8, so you got very, very close. I consider it a win regardless. So Apple makes that 240 break. There was just some selling. Tried to get to the 3/4 mark, and there was some selling in the 60s to 70s. I ended up taking that out. Got another offer at that 75, and then one more in front of 240. Then we'll look for the hold. SMCI is now completely, there hasn't been a red candle. It holds VWAP and is continuing to go higher. I think it might be setting up a bit of a 40 breakout, on SMCI. It's filling in a decent part of the gap, but when you pull up this 15-minute chart, go back to last week's highs. 39.25, it could easily give you a consolidation and then break away. Sometimes you look at a stock up 20%, you're like, it's overbought. Well, remember SMCI lost its entire year at one point. So it's a double up from a couple of weeks ago, but certainly this has a lot more room it can go. I still want to play the next available dip. There just hasn't been a single red candle since that VWAP hold on SMCI. So Apple continuing its trend up. I got my offers in here. If we lose 240, I think you're just waiting for 39.5 or 39 to get back in on trend, as this has been a great long here in Apple, up 1.3%. And don't sleep on the fact that the ES is even waking up here. I mean, the ES starting to join the party that the NASDAQ has been leading all morning.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that great long talk there on Apple. I mean, this has been the greatest, I think. I mean, NVIDIA just lost, so we'll take. Well, didn't lose. We're up on NVIDIA, but it just lost. We got bought back in there at 39. You know what? Now that I just see that we bought back in, we might as well scalp it out for 15 cents if we can get something here. All right, whatever. Spin it. At the end of the day, though, guys, it is all about Apple. Apple will be P&L number one by far. I bought 240s as well on that break higher. We're initially long off sticking out here 238. So nice little move higher there for AAPL as it just continues to climb, man. Great trading there today. NVIDIA starting to go back upside as well right now. So monster trading all over the place, right? So that's why
Intel's back at 25 too.
Yeah, Intel, okay. Intel again, bang. Thanks for bringing that up. I'm not even really noticing this because we're so much bigger in everything else. But yeah, we could take some out here on Intel. Nice move to the upside there. Good thing we do have that as well, Intel right off the jump. I mean, we got that Pat Gelsinger news, and that was the best news ever, and I punched long immediately. Didn't even realize that we were already up $1, then put a bid halfway back in and was able to capture that. So yeah, man, Palantir. So again, this is the name that we talked about dripping down. You know, you're going to be like, oh man, we're holding on to this. We have like maybe, I mean, I can tell you the math exactly, less than 5% left on Palantir as we come into this 66 level. So I thought there was going to be an opportunity to trade this name, right? Now you're here. We've already done it. This is going to be my P&L number one right now is still Palantir, despite even holding on to this. We're going to try it one more time off 66, just a psychological level, but we don't need to do this with very many shares. So let's go to 66.10, see if it wants to hold it. Then we'll put our stop at 65.95 or so. And if we break below that, then we will get out. So right now, we'll take one more shot down here at Palantir in and around that 66 area. If it comes through, great, but we're going to have to make sure that it does come through because otherwise I am not going to be taking that one. That is PLTR. And then here comes NVIDIA again. Good outs there at VWAP, right above the 20s. This is how you stay green. Trying to make sure that you take a little bit out as it starts to rip up and down there. So NVIDIA, not great, man. NVIDIA has not, I'll take another O's here. NVIDIA has not been great over the last little while. So we'll have to wait to see. Nice pullback in. I think this is another name that I'm going to go in and buy in the long-term account very, very soon. Maybe even right after
I love
the show.
this.
But there it goes. Intel and NVIDIA both trying to come in. I don't know what SMCI is doing.
SMCI is almost at 40.
Aye.
So it's just continuing to ramp to the upside. But I just saw here, Tony in the chat, Intel is always a trade, not a viable company unless Musk is the CEO. I don't wonder if it wouldn't be a bigger move if we knew they just have an intern CEO. So Gelsinger might be retiring, but you just have an intern situation.
Right.
So there's no clear direction. This isn't some Brian Nichols situation, where you're getting a superstar coming in. And I think that if that was the case, Intel would be up like 8 to 10% today. But without that, I think it's more of a scalp trade in here. It's back above VWAP. It's a 25 zone. And shout out to you, Tony. I just thought that was amusing. And I don't disagree. I think if you had, not Musk has why would Musk do this? But I think they need to find some new leadership, obviously. And I think that would be the next shoe to drop and maybe you get a stronger move. 25 has been selling since the open. There is selling at 25 once, twice, thrice, but you've held a higher low. Now you got to hold on to VWAP here with Intel. I got to get over to SMCI. This is, it's now ramping toward that 40 level very quickly here. So there hasn't been any kind of a dip. The first red candle since VWAP was just now pulling back into 39. And that's too high up. That's normally a mean reversion. So I'm not going to play the long up top here. I'd look for something a little deeper, or we'll just try our hand at a 40 break with a tight stop on a 40 break for a super micro, which is looking like an absolute runner. I know there's this other halter, that is it PPBT that a lot of people have been looking at? I don't have eyeballs on it. It has halted a couple times in here on volatility. I think that'll be one that the midday boys will be all over as it's popped up a couple times here. But here comes 40 on SMCI. Sometimes it is what it is. You got to try to buy high, sell higher. You don't always get those dips.
No, you do not. So NVIDIA, we did drop out of that one. We'll be flat on this name after all today. As we talked about, this was the one that was coming into the levels and the one that's giving it up. So there goes NVIDIA. Downside move there today for NVDA. Okay, we do have our last shot right here. I mean, we've done really good. Like normally when some of these markets and some of these names will retrace back in, we'll look down and be like, what have we done? We've given back everything. We have given back nothing pretty much here at all today. So yeah, man, I mean, just really great prices, really great patience. Trading the right names has really sort of worked out here again today. So there goes Palantir. Hopefully that will continue its pressure upside. Hopefully Apple will as well. All right, SMCI continues to go. I believe that's incoming for that Apple for sure, 241. I mean, there's reasons why it's on the sticky note and why we took it immediately there today. Obviously, we like the stock. Disney up to 117, man. I like the stock as well there. Disney, nice move back upside right now. And again, flat for the day, but look at
I think it would do
stock.
better. Moana crushed.
Yeah. They already had Wicked was already the biggest movie, I think, released in a very, very long time.
Aaron wants to see
Wicked, yeah,
that
my
too.
daughter. Yeah, my daughter's seen Wicked. That was pretty good and amazing. I mean, she
I mean, obviously, the reviews have been crazy, but I was just curious.
Yeah. It's apparently really great. So those of you that are watching out for Wicked, definitely go see that.
Oh.
Those of you that have would know that it's a pretty booming movie there as it goes in. All right, what's up, Adara? Was that Adara?
How are there so many shares in the...
We have the NASDAQ sharply outperforming the S&P 500 here. And as usual, you can pretty much see that reflected in the sector board. Lots of strength for the most part in electronic technology and technology services today. Also consumer durables here, the major NASDAQ component here, Tesla, TSLA, really pushing to the upside while the rest of the sector is a bit weaker. Let's go back to these tech sectors for a minute here. Boeing actually doing well here in electronic technology as well, up about 2.5%. Intel and SMCI also both propelling this sector higher. We had Intel's news this morning that Pat Gelsinger has retired, and the SMCI announcing that apparently no wrongdoing was found through that review of their, reports there. We also have some strength in technology services, all the Meg 7 names in this sector sharply to the upside. Netflix and CRM, by the way, CRM reports after the bell tomorrow are also to the upside. Finance right across the board here. We got a little bit of a mixed sentiment here in health technology. Consumer services to the downside, utilities to the downside, process industries, communication, industrial services sharply weak here. So lots of weakness unless you are one of these major tech sectors, guys.
Yeah, 1.5% down for JP Morgan. I mean, if you're looking over at the ES versus the NASDAQ and wondering why, the energy story and the finance story is going to be a big part of it. Utilities not doing very well. So 40 on SMCI actually had about as many shares, or has, I should say, about as many shares as Apple 240 did. I get it, it's a cheaper stock, but it's still SMCI versus Apple. There's quite a bit that they're going to have to chew. When I say is going to have to get chewed through before it makes a break. But it does look like it's going to come in here. I have my finger on the trigger. Like the second I get in, I'm going to throw the stop underneath the prior high, and then we'll see what happens on SMCI on this potential looming breakout. I did get one more fill on Apple in front of 241, and it is making a pullback back into 240. We'll see if that wants to hold on the 240 level, but it's hard to get away from SMCI. I mean, if you're looking at this, if you're taking this break, and when I have finger on the trigger, it might end up pulling back first. Still holding at 39.8. As long as it's above 39.5, I kind of feel like this is the next shoe to drop for me taking this breakout trade. And if it does a really big fail candle, I'll look to see if I can get a dip buy here on SMCI as it continues to go to the upside, 22% and still climbing. But be careful, if you didn't scalp at any of that Apple, it is coming back into the 240.
Let's just keep ringing the cash registers today. It's always nice when you come back from a holiday and able to, continue sort of with what we've been talking about. There goes Palantir, and we talked about what we were trying to do. The risk that was associated with this one? I mean, there it is. It's already 3-1. We talked about we were going to get long at 66.11. We actually put that price rate in there for everybody to look at there. 61.11s, 61.10s. Talked about if it breaks, 66. If it breaks 66, we're out of there. Now, Neil, it is a 5-1 risk to reward trade on board right here. And it's not, it's one one thing to say, and again, to do lessons and talk about these things, but this isn't in the wild trade. I mean, we talked about this. We still have on more than half of this position as it goes 5-1 for us. So again, like not just teaching here, actually doing live on the show. And I want to make sure everyone hits the like and the subscribe as we're putting it up for you right here today, right? So another big day, hopefully for all of you as well. I'm going to start to piece out a little bit here on Apple, get out some 27s if we could do that. We'll take some there on AAPL as it is forcing its way back in a little bit here. Monster day on Apple. Intel's been okay. Nvidia's been completely flat, and Palantir has been, like I mentioned to you, one of the better stocks here today as we look at P&Ls. So Intel, Palantir, Apple, Nvidia is all that I've been really looking at. Let me check out SMR one more time as it's come in. Yeah, you know what? I mean, Neil mentioned the banks were sort of giving it up here today because the NASDAQ is up 0.89 and ES only up 0.13. So sometimes you want to look and say, hey, are you diversified just in NASDAQ names? Because if so, then you're probably doing okay. But as we look at, some of the other names here, probably like a JP Morgan, 245 is still pretty high up for JP Morgan. But look at this, nice downside push here. As maybe there's a little bit of a rebalancing happening. I mean, Amazon's been pretty hot fire there today as well, up to 212. Wow, this stock has been absolute chaos to the upside there. Right off the open, bang, and trying to hold on. Again, look at the last couple day trends here on Amazon. Nice moves to the upside. So yeah, Apple, Intel, Palantir right now. I'm going to get out another piece of Palantir because look, guys, this ran up. I mean, sure, we not predicted, but we had traded this for this move. Let's just make sure there. We take out 2 more outs out of 10 more percent. Now we only have 35% left of PLTR, but what a great stock that is. That is now your P&L number 1.
Just a bit of it's a small headline. I don't know if it's going to move anything China related, but there was a quick headline. China urging the U.S. to stop aiding and abetting Taiwan independence. Again, I don't know. I don't know if that could be a reason you could see a little bit of a pullback here, but you're back into the 240 on Apple. Previous breakouts, resistance levels, I like to turn into support. That's where it looks like it's curling. I'm out of 90% of the trade at this point, actually just slightly less than that. But I do think you want to look for a curl here. Like Apple gave you VWAP before, it gave you the breakout. It is a steep move to the upside despite only being up 1%. I'd like to see it hold and give a consolidation entry, like something like this, like either a longer consolidation that leads you into a breakout or just a longer consolidation that lets you buy that dip. Intel, we keep talking about it trying to break through that 25 level and nothing has changed. They're still selling at the 25. On Intel, the good news is the pullback has not been steep. It's holding on the VWAP here, so a little bit stronger. Last time it got up here, it immediately reversed right back into $24.50. This time it's holding a nice consolidation. And then SMCI, well, it doesn't really break that 40 level. There was a bunch of shares on the offer. They won temporarily. It's still in the midst of a pullback. Want to look to see if we can buy the dip. Ideally, VWAP would be great if you can get it. But if it just happens to hold here at 39 or at 38 or 38.5, that's what we're looking for. It's now 1047, so this is a spot where you want to be patient. Don't necessarily catch a falling knife. If it's going to get to VWAP, let it get to VWAP. The stock has a range of $8 on the day, right? So it dropping a couple bucks into VWAP wouldn't take a heck of a lot. Not up at 19%, I do like it, but we just have to be careful as it's starting to pull back. One name which we did not mention, I was going to say something when Randy was here. I don't know necessarily why this happened to Rivian, but remember, Rivian got a bit of a bump recently because they got a bunch of money, that's $6 billion from the government. 12.5. Since then, 12.5 has been a bit of a brick wall for Rivian at the open. I'm just pulling back so you can see. It gets there at the open, it loses. And this has been happening for the last week. Well, it got to $12.48 and another dump job here on Rivian. I don't think it gets to $10 today, but I got eyeballs on this. If it can hold, this prior high here is about 11.25. So it gets up to what I thought could have been a breakaway level at 13. You'd like to see it start consolidating and holding about 11 to 11.25, which the way it's looking today is actually a decent shot. You're down 3% into what's been a strong market. I think it has a chance to pull back into some of these prior resistance levels, possibly turning into support here on Rivian. Wasn't on the radar, but when it makes a move like that, it's going to jump up there when you notice it's a bit different from pretty much everything else.
Yeah, I mean, what exactly is Tesla? Yeah, 354 there for Tesla as well. Look, guys, only 10 more minutes left. We're 50 cents times 3 right now. So we're in the money about $1.50 on all these trades. We got Palantir, Intel, and Apple all trying to get higher. Tesla falling back in. Right now, S&P futures up. Dow is actually down right now. So the DAI, there it is right here. These are the diamonds. This is going to be the Dow Jones. So you can always look at this one down 0.20 right now. USO as well. If we're going to look at some oil names, gold is down right now, $15 down to 26. USO is down. GLD is down. Bitcoin is not down right now. Bitcoin is up to 97,000 and continues to go higher right now. I think would IBIT still be down? No. So IBIT right now is flat, even though Bitcoin has been ripping all morning. Again, IBIT hasn't been traded since Friday. So you got to sort of make up all of that with IBIT. So nice move now, flat 0.1 for IBIT. All right, it's Money Talk with Adara.
Quite a few prints to start off the week, specifically with regards to PMI. At 9:45, we got this S&P Global U.S. manufacturing PMI for November, coming in a bit higher than expected, 49.7 versus 48.8 expected. Then at 10 a.m., we got the ISM manufacturing PMI here. This ISM number also higher than expected for PMI, 48.4 versus 47.7 expected, and 46.5 for the month of October. Then we also got at 10 a.m. the October month-over-month change here in construction spending, once again above expectations, 0.4% versus 0.2% expected. The one number here below estimates was going to be ISM manufacturing prices paid. Other than that, though, everything seemed to be above expectations. We're going to have comments from Feds Waller actually during Power Hour at 3:15 today. Then at 4:30, we'll get comments from Feds Williams. And tomorrow, a bit of a lighter day for economic data, with the exception of JOLTS job openings, bright and early at 10 a.m. Let's see if those give any move to the market. In terms of the DXY is moving, though, it's worth noting, nice little bullish engulfing candle taking out the last almost 3 days here of action after a pretty weak movement last week for the U.S. dollar. Let's see if this pushback to the upside maintains for the month of December, guys.
USD been strong. I mean, look, at least regards to the Canadian dollar, been kicking a little bit, but if you've been following along, you understand there was some really harsh comments about some potential tariffs over Canada and Mexico, in addition to adding in China. I think it's a little bit overblown. It's just negotiation tactic, and some of the numbers you hear come January, it'll probably be slightly lower, but it hasn't hurt the USD strength certainly versus the CAD, which makes it annoying to shop. But then when 90-something% of the stocks go in the US dollars, it doesn't really matter ultimately. Thank you very much to the markets. Here's Apple. The only thing I don't like about this 240, it's holding 240 right now, is this, it's already got one bit of a topping tail candle in here. So you have a bit of a wick above this 240 and a quarter, and then you're putting a potential lower high in here, the NASDAQ starting to roll over. So I haven't done any reload on Apple here in this pullback. It doesn't look all that great for now off the 240. And if we see VWAP, I'm out. If we lose this 239.80 level, 239.90 level where we had to stop after we got that first scalp trade. So if we lose 239.90, I'm going to jump out of it. I can tell you this much: we're getting some better fills off these breakouts than we were previously. So I think Edge A is starting to look good again, getting that 03. Intel's at VWAP. I feel like if it closes under VWAP, I'll probably take another leg out and then wait for it to try to reload off the 24.5 or the 24.60 level. As once again, Intel gets to 25, the sellers jump right back into the stock, and it can't seem to hold on to VWAP. SMCI looked like it was pulling back a little bit deeper, and now it's headed right back in for the top. This is one I don't mind taking a few more pot shots at the dip buy, because I feel like if you hold 38.5 here, you got $1.50 to the top. It gives you a better risk to reward than sort of jumping in willy-nilly on Apple, which probably going to be more calm during lunchtime in Apple than you are on SMCI. This should provide a few more trading opportunities. So I don't mind trading this one away from VWAP, but I'll be more patient when it comes to Apple.
Yeah, remember the Apple break was actually broken, came right back down. So just remember that one. There are going to be some, like that's how I got the 05s, like it broke, and I think it only went to maybe 03s or so. And then it came right back in, I think it went to 92s or so.
I had 91.
Which is what we're trying to play off of right now on Apple. So Palantir, I mean, all right, so we have 25% left. So you could probably guess shares and all that kind of stuff, but there it is, 66.70. Just noticing. So I'm going to put 5% of the total in general, so we can have 20% left after this. If we get back up to that 66.60, this is going to be a 6-to-1 trade idea that we gave out there, right? We always talk about trying to get it back to the 50-period moving average, but obviously as this continues to go, fine. We won't have any red blemishes today, but we will have a flat stock. That's going to be NVIDIA, down a cup of coffee here as it eventually wound up breaking. I mean, I was holding for the moon. We could know that this was, like, that's 139.60. This out is 140.18, so that's still 60 cents or 58 cents, and then we kept on taking a little bit, but these were just like small pieces out, and then we put it back on there and were able to get it out, but then it dropped, so that was like a flat trade, and then right here we tried again off 139 before eventually it breaking and getting out at 80. So yeah, it didn't move exactly the best way for us there, but this name is, here comes Palantir. I was going to wait for, okay, there we go, we'll take a 64. Did I get it? Yes, I did. All right, so I was going to wait for 68s there just randomly because that's where the 50 period is, but we'll take a 64 right there, 52 cents there on that one. Intel, I'm probably just going to take it out. I mean, I got to get out of here. I'm going to be going over, do some swimming here. But Apple, 240.30, let's just try to get some out. Last time we had held up, we're at the highest spot we've been at all day. Today is a trophy day, so we'll just hold up right here. Connor Brown, go Leafs, go. Right now, I think he's in Ottawa now, though, as we go. So there it goes. Nice little move there as Joseph Wall continues to play quite well between the pipes there, and Anthony Stolars as well as the Maple Leafs, hopefully looking like they'll make first round appearance this year.
Do much better
maybe a second round, and then maybe a third round, but we will see what happens. Mitchie Marner playing for a nice big ass contract.
I think the Leafs are going to do great this year.
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, there are, like, Obi-Wan, you're our only hope, right? Like, it's basically like, that's what Toronto fans feel like saying that. Like, Toronto Maple Leafs, you're our only hope at the end of the day, because the Raptors aren't doing much of anything. And, the Argos won, but no one cares about the CFL. In the general sense, they're not the major sport. But the Raptors are going to get a great pick this year.
Hopefully. Maybe not. I don't know. They won yesterday.
I don't know if there's a saying for Cooper Flag, but someone needs to come up with one. But drag for Flag, the kid is legit, and I can only imagine. You can start to imagine Cooper Flag next to Scotty Barnes. That'd be sick, because then you have two dudes. You can switch everything. They can both handle the rock. 6'8", 6'9". I think Flag is like he's like 6'8", 6'9". Both those two guys, they can pass it, they can rebound. I'd love to see it, but somehow I feel like the conspiracy theorist in me is like Cooper Flag's not going to go to Canada. So no matter what happens where we finish, I feel like we won't win the lottery because they'll want to make sure he goes to a U.S. team. That's neither here nor there. So Apple just did this again with only 3 minutes to go. Apple was cruising, looking like it was going to do the nice hold of the 240, the higher low, and then break out. But once again, the 240.5 level gets abjectly rejected and your trend back down. So I don't want to turn this one into a red one. Like, I don't mind having a red stock. I've got 3 of them to 2 green, but combining all 3 red is half of what any one of the green stock is. And Apple's one of them. So I don't want to give it back. If we're going to get VWAP, we're going to wait for VWAP. And that's what it's all about in here today. So if it's going to get there, I'm not holding a 240 all the way back in. That's not my style of trade. And then as far as Intel goes, we did talk about it trying to hold VWAP. There it is. This is the strongest it's looked since the pre-market when the Gelsinger news was announced. In terms of consolidation, consolidating now at VWAP, you were underneath there at the 24.5 level. CEO retiring, that's absolutely right. This PPBT, I want to call it Pabst. This is going to halt down now, this stock. So this is a no-fly zone, automatic no-fly zone stock for me, now that you can't stay open for more than a couple of minutes. If you're in it, no one ever went broke taking profits, but usually you want these off consolidations. As it heads back down, it would be at least interesting back in around the $7 level, I would think. So this one off to the races. It's got a nice level, like I said, that's 7 and maybe even 8, just because it's a prior high. I think that'd be a good spot for it to calm itself down here. But when a stock opens up and can't stay open for more than a couple of minutes, 5, I think, minutes at top recently, that's a no-fly zone for myself as a day trader. And you want to see it start to consolidate so you can do some kind of a trade with a reasonable risk that doesn't have you holding through said halt. So I do have eyeballs on this. And there was one other stock we wanted to get to. That would be SMCI. Still no dip into VWAP, still no break of 40, but those are the two places I'm looking here. SMCI at VWAP or just a clean 40 break at some point throughout lunchtime. Only about a minute to go. It's been a good morning, but with the market trying to pull back in here, you want to be a little bit patient with your dips. A little more aggressive early, but I think now is the time to preach a little bit of patience, trying to pick up some bids here.
Yeah, we talked about, sort of where we were at 9:32, where we are now. We're going to be higher now than where we were, but the trading was so great to begin with. We only have 30 seconds left to go on our day rate now, but I mean, it started off with Gelsinger news. I mean, and there goes Intel. Intel was an absolute banger off the jump. Palantir as well. I mean, these dip buys into Palantir, how good were those, man? Back and forth, back and forth. I mean, great stock, great name, PLTR. I love you long time for sure there. NVIDIA, whatever. Again, no, not really a red mark as we were saying there. Apple, huge trade. Huge trade all day for Apple. We're going to hold on into this one as well. So, yeah, man, I mean, just really good. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're back at 2 o'clock. But right now it is 11. It is. You let me know if when you guys are ready over there. They're good to go. Thanks, Neil. Great day. We had a great one over here. I'll be back very, very soon. We'll see what's going to be for lunch. I didn't get the email, or else I would have told everybody. Maybe they will when it goes. Fabian, now just added. Now the 3 most handsome people working at Trader TV Live is now on the stream. Let's start over. Good day there today, Neil.
Why is he holding a broom is what I want to know.
He does whatever he wants. All right, let's go back over to the show. See you, everybody.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That's your boy, the Chilean Nightmare. That's your other boy, Joey Options. And I'm Sharif. We're going to wait for everyone to come on in from the other stream. Joseph.
Baby.
It was a good long weekend. No complaints there. We're going to wait for everyone to weasel on over. Shout out to JF Trader and a proper dang Paradox. You changed your name. I absolutely love it, my man. Shout out to you. We got Pitchbull. We got Triple J. We got Kalua. Cesar Sandoval. Marcos joining us as well. We got Sebastian in the Rock Dock. Paul Goodson and Brandon. Shout out to Mateus Lane and Ezekiel Lepera. Mark's Trading and Investing. Shout out to the OG Ronaldo, Monty G, and Juan Padilla. The small cap gapper trader, Ram extraordinaire. We got Big Scott H and Stocka BGZ T Money. Shout out to my main man Jay Lee. Shout out to Burlington, Callum Mitchell Miller and Evan Bazinga. I'm going with Apple, obviously, on that. The poll is now active. Ladies and gents, get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite ticker, and we'll cover it for you on the afternoon rundown. We're not done talking about everybody else joining us, though. Tim O'Grady saying XRP. We got Simon. We got Richard Peterson, Roger, T-Man, and Sunday's blessed. Could not agree more. Hope you had a blessed Sunday. It is now Monday, though, Joseph, so we should be ready to go,
Monday,
baby.
Man, it's chaotic here, man. I was wearing my hat on the train this morning. We got a hair day.
Hey.
I spilled soap on myself this morning. It was just absolutely chaotic, man. But hey, we're here. It's Monday. We're here. I told you what happened to me earlier as well, too, which is it's a tough one, too.
Tough one.
But hey, we're happy. There's nothing, can't cry over spilt milk there, guys.
No.
But yeah. Did we talk about lesson today, or?
Yeah. We got everything lined up, but I want to know if you had anything to yap about before we got into the lesson du jour.
Sharif, we're gonna take a look at the top performing sectors this morning. All right. So guys, in first place here we have the tech sector up about 0.75%. Then we have consumer discretionary up about 0.7% on the session, and then in third place we have the communication sector. All right, guys. So let's take it from the bottom to the top here. Let's see what we got in last place here, the worst performing sector. That will be utilities, down about 2% on the session there, guys. And then energy sitting in second last place, down about 1.9%. And then financials in third last, down about 1.25% there, guys. So that is the top performing sectors this morning.
All right, guys, there's a whole bunch of small cap gappers that are running. There's big boy small cap gappers. We're going to get to that in a hot second, but we gotta talk a little bit about the lesson today, and we're going to get quite basic, just to kind of start things anew. We're going to talk about trends, and we're going to have multiple lessons on the topic of trends with different topics obviously being covered. Let's start it very basic as we always do and just start about the general concept of trend ram. That's what we're going to talk about today. So by the end of today's lessons, hopefully we'll be able to understand the distinction between a major trend, an intermediate trend, and a near-term trend in financial markets, obviously. We'll also discuss how these trends interact and influence market behavior. So let's start right into it right now. So introduction into the market trends. What is a trend? You know, most people know what this is, but we're gonna explain things anew anyway. So in technical analysis, a trend is a general direction where the market or a specific asset is moving. So trends are classified based on their duration. And that's what I meant when I said, you know, these longer, medium, and then shorter term trends. So understanding these classifications is crucial for you to analyze market behavior in general. So the three classifications go as follows: a major trend, an intermediate trend, and then a near-term trend. And we'll talk about the definitions of each. So here we go. This is kind of just a regular screenshot of Apple. And this goes all the way back to 2008. So this was obviously pre-split because we were dancing with 200 over here. You can just see minor downtrend, a minor correction. It could be 1 or 2 days, maybe a week, right? And then you have an intermediate downtrend. This kind of works with Elliott waves. So if you remember our lessons or you understand Elliott wave theory, this kind of fits into that whole narrative there. So you have a bit of an intermediate downtrend, maybe, you know, like a month and a half. But when you look at the overall chart on a multi-year basis, it's up and to the dang right. And so that means that the major trend is up. So very easy to explain, a lot harder to execute on IRL. So let's talk about major trends, because that's the big one we want to talk about right now. So what is a major trend? Essentially, it is the dominant trend in the market. It's often lasting for more than a year. In duration, it represents the long-term direction of the market, whether it's upward, downward, or even sideways. So Dow theory classifies trends a little bit differently than maybe Elliott wave. So according to Dow theory, the major trend is usually in effect for longer than a year. However, commodities or futures markets, because of their specific nuances, their time frame may be shortened to anything over 6 months, but definitely shorter than a year. Okay, the importance cannot be understated here of the major trend. This is the big boy trend that we're looking at. So everything else is, I don't want to say noise, but this is the major thing you need to be looking at. So major trends are crucial for long-term investors who aim to align their investments with the broader market direction. Your understanding of the major trend helps helps you avoid getting caught in the short-term or the medium-term fluctuations and helps you focus on that long-term perspective. Again, you know, we're intraday trading today, but most of us, I would say the great majority of us, have long-term holdings as well as swing trades as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, Ram. Moving along our merry way. This starts in 2008 and ends in 18. This is for the SPX, which we know is not the SPY. It is the index proper. And then as you can see here, you know, with some outlying events like the great financial crisis in 08 and 09. And this doesn't obviously show March of 2020, but those would be periods of, you know, pullbacks. Intermediate trends, on the other hand, they typically last from about 3 weeks to several months, and they represent a collection within the major trend. So the intermediate trend is ensconced. It is composed by, it makes up the major trend. So it's composed within it, is what I meant to say. So this trend reflects the market's temporary movement against the major trend direction. So if you're looking at the major trend, the intermediate trend, so if the major trend is up and to the right, then almost by definition, the intermediate trend should be a pullback. Because if the intermediate trend is moving up, how can you distinguish it from the major trend? So that has to form part of your thinking. If the major trend is up, then the intermediate trend usually is the opposite of that. Okay, several months within a major trend. This trend reflects the market's temporary movement against the major trend. That's what I kind of wanted to say. The characteristics of the intermediate trend in an upward major trend, the intermediate trend might show a temporary decline or sideways movement, where the market corrects itself before resuming along its merry way in the upward direction. An example for just so you know, in the market, if the market is in a long-term uptrend, the intermediate trend might represent a correction, right? Where the market pauses for a few months before continuing in the upward trajectory. Kind of already mentioned that. The role, though, of the intermediate trend in market analysis can't be understated. Intermediate trends are essential for swing trades, right, who focus on capturing these corrective phases within the major trend. So understanding these intermediate trends can also help long-term investors refine their entries and their exits. So couple of reasons why we use intermediate trends, right? We can swing trade with it. So if you have a specific swing trade account that's separate from your long-term investing, have at it there. Intermediate trends, definitely good for swinging, but it's also good for the long-term investor that wants to position into the stock. We never want to buy at highs. At least I don't want to buy at highs. So I want to buy when there is a nice correction. And that's what the intermediate trend is. It gives long-term investors or people holding something for a really long time the opportunity to enter into the name. So a couple of reasons why we focus on the intermediate trend. And here it is, kind of, we're moving a longer merry way. And look, the consolidation period as well counts as an intermediate trend. It doesn't have to be a corrective phase. I said most of the time, but not all the time. And last but not least, near-term trends, right? A near-term trend is the shortest trend classification. It typically lasts, less than 2 or 3 weeks in duration. These trends are often just minor fluctuations within the intermediate trend. The long-term trend, these are fluctuations within the intermediate trend, and they are frequently observed in the day-to-day market movements. Their characteristics are quite, pretty simple to explain. They can be highly volatile and are often influenced by immediate effects of market news, economic data releases, or other short-term factors. So that's kind of what we're talking about there. And their application, near-term trends are crucial for traders and short-term, for day traders and short-term traders alike who aim to capitalize on these brief market movements. However, for long-term investors, these trends are often considered noise. You're not really trying to position your long-term account off a short-term trend pullback. It's typically off the intermediate trend that you're working your way in and out of these longer-term positions. We'll stop there for a little bit, and then we'll continue and we'll talk about the interaction between these trends when we continue in a little bit. Joseph, what's your situation over there?
Yeah, good look there on the trends, Sharif. I definitely agree with everything you have to say there. I always keep an eye out on the primary, secondary, and tertiary trends as he identified there. So yeah, guys, I'm hearing some NVDA. Let's see if we can break through VWAP. But I had a officially unburdened. Joe, would love to hear about some entry-level strategies to get comfortable doing them. Seems scary to me initially. Yeah, and that's totally reasonable. As soon as you start off at options, it can be slightly intimidating. So no worries, you're not alone in that boat. So, but
Did
just
he say
keep it
unburdened? He said unburdened?
Yeah, officially unburdened.
I'm unburdened by what has been. Have you heard that expression before?
No.
Oh, we got to get to that.
Okay.
I'm unburdened by what has been. People probably understand that.
Yeah, I think I get what you're getting at there. So yeah, no burden, so no weight on the shoulders, maybe. But so anyways, getting back to what you're asking, just start off with buying like cheap stocks. Go look at some mid caps, some things that are under $20, and then pull up your options chain, and then just start constructing pretend trades as if you were to open the positions. So just start with lower priced options, buy them out a couple months out, so you're not too worried about expiration. You get comfortable just putting together the combinations of trades. But my opinion to you would just be get comfortable just buying puts and buying calls at first, right? And just buy really cheap ones, some that are like 25 cents, 50 cents. And then once you get comfortable doing that, just executing those positions, then you can start doing the combination positions. So you can start doing bull put spreads and bull call spreads, and bear put spreads. Those are just net debits, so you don't have to worry about selling any options just yet because that is a little bit more advanced. And you do have to understand the risks that go along with that. But when you create these debit spreads and credit spreads, they're essentially like a fundamental base of how you create majority of combinations of contracts. But just start off buying cheap contracts, get comfortable with the execution, go buy like LUV or LVS. That's what I started writing. One of my first options that I wrote was LVS. So just because it was cheap, I wanted to get comfortable. But just again, I'll mention again, just go for the lower price stocks where you can afford, because you're going to have to pay tuition and understand how to put in these combinations of contracts. Because I did before. I remember when I first started writing options, I kept putting in my stop, but then my position would just put me out right away. And I'm like, what the heck? I did this like 3 or 4 times. And then eventually I realized that when I had to set my stop on my net credit spreads, that net credit has to be negative, and I was putting it as a positive. So just those little nuances, just those little things that you need to get comfortable with. It's totally okay to be intimidated. I definitely was when I first started. But again, just get comfortable, cheaper stocks, just buy a option, close it right away, then do a combination spread, like a debit spread, and then you can get into that more advanced stuff. So hopefully that helped with your question. But yeah, guys, I'm over here in some NVDA. Let's see if we can continue to move higher. I liked it this morning. I mentioned if you guys go watch on YouTube our week ahead trades, NVDA was my pick for the week. And I said that we were going to get a potential bounce on this indecision candle. And sure enough, a couple days later, it did bounce. So we are holding those specific levels at 131.90, 132. And now we're looking to move a little bit to the northeast there. So we are moving in the direction that we want to. But just keep in mind, the market is, I'm not going to say it's toppy or anything. The Qs are definitely on their way, just shy of all-time highs. And the SPY is sitting at all-time highs right now. So I do like that. I am bullish equities for the foreseeable future. We were talking about this on Friday, and it's just there's no reason for us really to get out right now. We have a bullish administration, usually good for stocks. Interest rates are being cut, and we're in this AI revolution. So as of right now, I think it's risk on. Wait for your pullbacks, but I do think we can continue for the next year or two in a bullish trend, Sharif.
All right.
Oh, whoa, that thing's buzzing.
I know. I didn't even have eyes on this. This is a holdover from Wednesday, Joseph. So, all right, guys, let's talk about the small cap gappers, because I know the big boys are moving, but there's also lots of small cap gappers. We're going to get back to that, though. The small cap gappers can wait. Adair, though, has got something for us right now at the big desk.
Really quickly, I just want to mention Intel here. INTC up about 5% right now on the day still. There is a headline that just came through a little bit earlier that I want to address. Bloomberg reporting here that apparently Pat Gelsinger, CEO of Intel, was forced out. This is not super surprising. It has been worded as a retirement, but it was generally viewed that this was basically a forced move due to what the stock has done. But apparently here, Pat Gelsinger has been forced out because the board grew frustrated, quote unquote, with processes. So not really sure exactly the specifics of that. If we get any more information, I'll let you know. But apparently, Bloomberg reporting that Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, or now former CEO Pat Gelsinger, was forced out. And apparently also there was actually no information known about this except for like large people in the board until Sunday afternoon. So they kept this really hush-hush, even from the company itself here, that Pat Gelsinger would be stepping down, guys.
Damn, they kept that hush-hush, eh?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, well, it's a big news. Guys, it's tough to hold on to your job when your stock is down 50% year to date and some of your competitors are up almost triple digits. So heads had to roll. We wish Patty G the best in whatever he has to do going forward. I'm sure he's not going to be hurting for money. He's got plenty of money, so we don't have to feel too badly for him. But coming a new age now, we'll see if this great American company can get back on its feet. It's got a hard road to hoe, though. So we'll see exactly how this all unfolds. Wishing Intel the best, man. Why would I want any different? So let's have a look at the small cap gappers right now. There's a whole bunch going here, but they're giving up a little bit of the move now. So they were quite aggressive when I threw them on there. Now they're looking more like they've entered the midday. SNTI looks like a dang monster. This thing closed out at $2 and change, guys, on Friday, touching almost $17 today. $16.94 HOD. I very much want to trade this one in and around that $10 area near the volume weighted average price. There's a bit of a buy zone, in my humble opinion, between that 9 1/3 and $10, because that's where VWAP is. VWAP 9 1/3, give or take, and then $10 being the $10 whole dollar level has my attention. It's still putting in lower lows and lower highs right now. The downward channel still hasn't changed. This could be a bull flag continuation. So what? It's $4 or $5 off its highs. It's still well off the low, well above VWAP. So this one still in play. That is until it drops below and closes below the volume weighted average price. SNTI up light, a decent, a not so hardy 457% on the day. I say that jokingly, of course. Second in line in terms of big boy movers here. BT, multiple halter. We've got to go to the 1 minute to get a full look at what this one's been doing at halt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up halts to start, then one down, then a couple of more to the upside. So we're off the high a day, but we've got a very, very respectable up halt, down halt ratio right now of, 6 to 1. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 to 1. So halted right now up at 12 1/3. We'll keep eyes on this one. I'm seeing the top as 12.31 right now. So nothing really changing on that bad boy. BT up a light 266%. So we've got multiple triple digit winners today in small cap gapper world. Some more calm possible trades. I was going to mention FOSL up a respectable 40%, but this did exactly the opposite of what I want to see. It got above VWAP nicely, and then it had an aggressive move down, a V-shaped retracement below the volume weighted average price, and then to put icing on top of the cake there, it tries to work its way back into VWAP and does a very clean rejected of the volume weighted average price. So this one looking like it's going to dance right now between that $2 area and that 220 area where VWAP is hanging out. ENVX, a bit of a different story. This one is not up that aggressively on percentage-wise, but look at the pattern. Still very much above the 10 exponential, moving into that $11 area, really not putting any lower highs or lower lows. So ENVX, despite the fact that it's not up as aggressively as some of its counterparts, its chart holding on a lot better. And we're going to send it to Adair in 1 second, but I want to mention ZETA, kind of the same look as ENVX in the sense that it's moved up aggressively from that open, but still hanging out above the 10 exponential, and by virtue of that, well above VWAP. Adair, what do you got for us?
What we're going to do here is what we do every day around 11:20 a.m. We're going to take a look at these larger movers to the upside and the downside in the S&P 500. Now, we have the NASDAQ outperforming the SPY. A lot of strength in a lot of these individual big tech names. We're talking TSLA and the NASDAQ to the upside. We know Intel and SMCI up quite significantly in positive catalysts. But what about some of these names we haven't talked about as much that are trading sharply higher today so far? We have Broadcom here, AVGO, near day's highs. Look at this. Basically, a bull flag kind of look, then a bit of a rounded bottom here, trying to push to the upside. Looks like Broadcom has benefited from the U.S. government announcing its latest round of sanctions here for China's semiconductor space. So AVGO pushing higher on that. Then we have AMAT, Applied Materials, likely moving higher, at least in part because of that catalyst as well. It also could be a bit of a continuation play. On Friday morning, the stock was maintained here with an outperform rating by Bernstein. So AMAT, though there was a bit of a topping tail candle here of about 4 1/3%. It's worth noting Lam Research, LRCX, also sharply higher today. And last but not least here, we do have FSLR. I apologize, that is not the chart there. I'll pull up the FSLR chart. Piper Sandler here raising its price target for the stock from 210 to 250. So up about 5% right now is First Solar. And make sure that you've taken the time to vote in our poll there in the chat for the ticker that you want to see on the rundown. You have tickers to choose from until 12:30 p.m., at which point that pool will close, a new pool will open, and the top 5 of those 8 tickers will be featured on the afternoon rundown, with Sharif talking there on that green screen as Neil and Sean give their plays in the stocks, guys.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have the green screen back for the afternoon.
Yeah.
And I will gesticulate wildly for anybody who's wondering.
Yeah.
That's going to be the look. So those are the small cap gappers. Joseph, obviously there's the large caps, specifically the Mag 7 invoked today. So we're definitely going to be keeping an eye out on those. Any thoughts, any ideas weaseling into any of those trades other than NVIDIA?
As of right now, I wouldn't say no. I mean, we're kind of pulling back. I was looking at CCL. It popped up on my volume scanner. I wanted to see what was going on that. So I believe it got an upgrade today. So maybe we'll get a continuation of that trend, but it's put in a decent day, opening up around like under 25.50s and then traded up to 26.60s. So that's a good look. And then someone mentions SMCI as well too for a potential breakout trade. I said it might need a little momentum to break high of day, but as of right now, it's breaking high of day, putting in new potential highs as well. So we'll keep an eye on that, and then Sharif, we're going to keep our eye on Bitcoin as well too, just to see what's going on. I expected this pullback. We've kind of been hovering around that 95, 96 area to like 97, 98. So I'm just waiting for momentum to pick back up in this thing because I was reading a lot. I actually started a new book on the weekend, Sharif, called Bubble or Revolution. I'm not too sure if you've heard of it, but it's been an interesting read so far about blockchain technology. And then I watched a lot of stuff as well too on Bitcoin. So apparently the demand for Bitcoin is way outpacing the supply. So we can expect this thing. Yeah, we can expect this thing to continue to move higher and higher. It just might take some time. I do think 100K is almost inevitable. It's just a matter of time. And one thing that was really interesting that I found out on the weekend. So we've mined about over close to 90% of, I think over 90% by this time of all Bitcoin that will ever be mined. What? And a whopping 25 to 30% of that Bitcoin is lost and can never be found again.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I read that. So
people that mined it on a hard wallet, they lost the hard wallet.
As soon as you lose your wallet, then you have those people that like his girlfriend threw out his computer and stuff like that. So once you lose that address, it's near impossible to retrieve again. So even they say the supply is significantly less than what is actually out there. So you got guys like Michael Saylor just buying it all. I heard him say, I don't know if it was a fake, some deep fake stuff, but he said 13 million a coin by the time.
Wow.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane. But yeah, we'll see. We'll take it one day at a time. But yeah, we're just going to hold on to this NVIDIA. We don't got too much space left here, Sharif. It is pulling back and it has rejected VWAP, so we're going to reassess what's going on.
Love it, man. So it took a couple of beak wetters here on a VWAP dip on the dead one. Apple picked it up, I think, mid 50s there. Just took out some 75. So we're going to layer some orders on this bad boy, see if we can extract some profitability off this name. I don't typically trade Apple because I don't trade it that well, quite frankly. So we're going to hopefully do a little bit better. 3 outs so far. This one's really going. Let's see if we can take 240 again, layering the outs here on AAPL. Shout out to Donnie Z. Donnie Zimbabwe, $2 super chat. Still got on to half of my 512 triple Q calls. Sell ? Brother, that is a good look. I'm bullish the market going into the new year. I just think that there's the Trump tailwind. I think there's going to be a lot of deregulation that could help a lot of these companies. That's just my humble opinion. You do whatever you want. That obviously goes without saying. What I'm telling you right now is not financial advice. I'm not qualified to give you financial advice, but I am qualified to give you my opinion, and that's exactly what that is. It is just
expiry date would be nice to know too, because if you have a lot,
he doesn't really say sell half of my triple Q call sell. Yeah, Donnie, let Joe know because obviously Joey Options definitely can help you a lot more with that than I can. Throw in that expiration date. I'm sure he'll have more on that for you, Joseph. I want to mention some stuff there about crypto because you were dropping hot lines about that. And quite frankly, let's talk about the BTC tailwind. Because today, or it wasn't today, I believe it was over the weekend, one of the chief regulatory officers from Coinbase was definitely out there making statements. Where the hell is my where's my thing there on crypto expectations? There we go. So his name is Faryar Shirzad, okay, and he's the chief policy officer out there at Coinbase. And here's what he's saying. He's number one. Nearly 300 pro-crypto lawmakers are expected to take a seat in this Congress coming up. Okay, 300. And I'm willing to bet you, I don't know exactly who they are, but they're probably on both sides of the aisle. Okay, so that's very good. Obviously, we know that OG, bye-bye Gary, he's gone. Gary Gensler stepping down the same day that Donald Trump is scheduled to be inaugurated. Obviously, this is bullish because Gary Gensler is a noted crypto hater, right? No, I'm exaggerating for effect, right? We're on a 3-hour show. I don't know if he hates it or not, but he definitely didn't make things easier issuing Wells notice to anybody he could throw a Wells notice at, okay? So that was his thing. And then secondly, there's 2 bills circulating in the House right now that are kind of pro-crypto. Case in point, Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act. That already passed in the House and now needs assent from the Senate. That's obviously very pro-crypto. In addition, the Clarity for Payment Stablecoins Act also weaseling its way through Congress. That could obviously be very bullish for crypto as well. So lots of tailwinds, man. Not just Donald Trump weaseling in and, you know, making a statement about his pro-crypto stance. And let me throw one more little fact there at you, Joseph. These PACs, political action committees in the States, they threw $245 million to support their candidates the last time around in the election. They threw money, Joseph. So there's a whole bunch of stuff right now helping the crypto trade. We're gonna have to see where it all manifests into.
I mean, I think over time, it's still fairly new. But again, mass adoption takes a little while, and we're working towards that. I mean, again, it's getting more and more popular. We heard the statistic today that only about 50 million Americans have their toes in some crypto. So again, once American banks and everybody starts holding, major investors, all these major firms start holding this on their balance sheet, then I think it's only going to be bullish for this thing moving forward. So guys, just continue to do your research. Be careful of the meme coins and things that are meming and altcoins and things that are into just make a quick buck. But again, then you have actual real, well, I wouldn't say real, but proper assets like Bitcoin, something that you'd want to get more involved with than opposed to just outright pure speculation on some of these meme coins that are going on. Even though it can be fun, but just be prepared that some of them are just pump and dump schemes, and then they just pump it and then take your money and then see you later. But yeah, guys, we're holding on to this NVDA trade a little bit. Luis Martinez asked me to take a look at Archer Aviation for him. So we're gonna take a look at this for you. Yeah, it's tanking today. Putting in a pretty soft day. Let's take a look at this from a daily perspective. Yeah, wow, which is totally understandable. Look at this massive move it went on. Lewis. I mean, after it broke some of these pivot highs, it doubled. It moved over 100% from this point, or close to 100%. So this pullback is a little deep, but this volume is dwindling. So expect this to kind of be an overreaction. You know the typical saying, you take the stairs up and then you just jump out the window on the other end, or take the escalator down. So just be wary of that. I don't know if you locked in any profits up here. Are you going to get a full recovery anytime soon? It may take some time, but again, the volume is supporting kind of that breakout level, so that's positive. And it does, from what I'm looking at right now, oh no, it's not quite all-time highs. So yeah, I mean, do what you will with it. Hopefully you have a really good entry point and you didn't buy the tops on it. This is a really deep pullback, kind of like how MicroStrategy did the other day. So just be wary. I think it can recover. Just be prepared to sit on your hands a little bit. And there's one thing I do want to mention as well too, guys, is General Electric. I hopped out of this trade. It was taking too much time. And it just tied up too much capital for me. So I said, you know what? when it does decide it wants to re-breach that gap, because I did add onto this position, moving my stop significantly higher because I went heavier, and so I just had to cut it. I'm tying up too much capital, and it's taking too much time to fill this gap, especially when you have stocks like Amazon that I remember last week we were talking about it. It breached the gap and then it since filled it. So I'm like, I was sitting in GE for so long and I'm missing really strong stocks like Amazon. So that's why I kind of got out of this trade. So this Thursday, guys, I'm going to do my gap fill strategy. We'll do that if Shreve doesn't have any lessons planned. That's what we're going to look to get into is playing gap fills, guys.
All right, I said I'd get it, Joseph, into SNTI at 10, and it's exactly what I did there. We already wet our beak for almost 50 pennies. We took some out at the highest 55. This is trying to hold on to the volume-weighted average price. There's two reasons I'm in this, $10 and VWAP. So we already wet our beak multiple times there. I'm out of over half the position here. I've got my next beak wetter set up at 69s, because what's life without whimsy? Right? And now, no, for real though, there is a level of resistance I'm gauging at 11 1/3, 11.33. There does seem to be some bottoming tail candles showing that there was possible support in and around there. Let's see if it can take out that support. There, boom, at 69s, Joseph. We'll take that one out. Big move up off that $10 level there on SNTI. It's up a light, guys, 386%. I've got a couple more outs on this monster, but I've got to manage my Apple trade now, because now we're out of the majority of the Apple trade, but now Apple's out of the money because it did come back down into VWAP. This is not what I wanted. I'm looking for a VWAP hold, so I'm moving up my stop. My stop was at the $0.25 initially. That's no longer going to be the case. I'm going to move it up to the $0.33. I don't want to give back that much on the dead one, especially since I don't trade it well or all that well. So we're going to move it up into the $0.33, $2.39, and then we'll give it to $2.39, then we'll give it to like 28s or something, so about a 5 penny spread there. It's going to have to hold on to the volume weighted average price, otherwise I want nothing to do with it on the day. So that's the look there for Apple. Back to SNTI. Again, we're at the majority of the position, a couple of outs left on this monster. Now I'm trying to hold on to this one to see if I can hold on with the dance that it's doing at VWAP. So what do I mean by that? Now, obviously this is a very volatile name. It's moving 30, 40 pennies at a time. It's got amazing range, depending on what you really think is amazing. $2 is what we closed out on Friday, and $17 is what we touched as the high this morning. So you guys get the idea there. So the range is kind of crazy on it. Whether or not it holds VWAP, that's going to be a different story. I just don't want to be the weak hand. I don't want to be that paper hand, as Joseph likes to do, like this, right? I want to hold on to it as best as I could. So I've moved up my stop from that 9.5 that I gave it originally. I've now gave it to 9 4/5. So it's going to have to hold that 980-ish. Otherwise, we're going to get the hell out of there on SNTI. I want to talk about ZETA though, because I didn't have an opportunity to wax poetic about that one, to use an Adara term, because we have to actually send it up to Adara. 2469 HOD on ZETA. It's up almost 16%. It's not even looking. It's not even glancing at VWAP. It doesn't even have anything to do with it. That's how strong this one is. It just took out the high of the day, 2472. It keeps going every time I'm looking at it right now. VWAP is hanging out at 239.40, but I'm hesitant to use anything related to VWAP with this name because it's just been so dang respectful with the 10 exponential moving average. But we will talk, I promise, more about ZETA when we get back from Adara at the green screen. Oh, I thought you said you... Oh, my bad, Ram. What did you say? You did say something, Ram.
I didn't hear anything, man.
Yeah, she said it in my ear.
Oh.
Lies, Ram.
I don't know if I believe her now, actually, to be honest.
I know. I think she's just messing with me. She does. I told you. She doesn't like when I call her sinister, but this is the kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of thing,
She
Joseph.
wants you to start hearing things.
Maybe I heard stuff, Ram. I don't mean to blame you. I know I didn't, but it's all good. Let's see what we're doing here in the poll, Joseph. Let's get some love for this poll over here. Okay, we almost got 1,000 votes. We're barely halfway into the half an hour into the sesh. SMCI, Joseph, taking the cake so far. Obviously, how could it not It's, I don't know, you don't want to talk about that, but we'll get to it. It's up 26%, my man. So definitely going to have some eyes there. The dead one, Apple, also getting some eyes there, 27% as it weasels into all-time highs. I thought Intel would get more love. Patty G's out. And we got a couple of co-CEOs on an interim basis in 18%, only beating out your fave by a few points there, IBIT.
Yep, I thought Bitcoin would have a little bit more of some votes there, but that's okay. I guess we're kind of just in somewhat of a choppy phase, so everybody's not too interested in it. So I know D. Loaf asked what I think about some of the mining companies. I think going with the mining companies, and I was thinking this over the weekend, I wonder who's going to be more profitable in the long run. Michael Saylor, someone who's just outright buying Bitcoin, or Amara, who's actually mining it, and a Riot, who's also mining it as well too, right? So I thought to myself that as well. And we all know that every 4 years, the reward for mining a block is cut in half. So right now, I think we're at about three and some change or something along those lines, or a little bit less. So what happens, the value increases, but then it takes a lot more energy to mine Bitcoin, and you're receiving a lot less, even though it will compensate. But again, I was just thinking to myself, who is doing it the right way? The miners or someone like Michael Saylor? I don't know if he's just buying it out on the outright market, but again, he can just accumulate it, and he doesn't have all these energy costs. So that's something that you need to ask yourself. Do you want to buy a miner, or do you just want to own the underlying asset? And I think in this case, owning the underlying asset is probably the better way to go. That is just my opinion. If you want to go with the miners, then by all means, just understand some of their fundamentals and how those energy, the cost of energy affects margins as well too. So keep that in mind. Do your due diligence. And then once you've built yourself a big enough case, then I think you should either make the decision to go with the miner or to go with the actual underlying asset. But for me, I would personally choose to go with the underlying asset. And Supermicro has broken high a day. It's up to 41.67 now, trading really well. But we decided to get back into some NVDA. I said my stop was around 75s. We got out, and then we just got a better price. So I figured this was just a little bit of a pullback before we started to move a little bit higher here. I didn't put too much size, so I'm going to need a little bit larger of a move unless I add at the VWAP hold here, which I think would be more ideal. I do think that NVDA can continue to move northeast. We're only up about 0.75% on the session, so nothing absolutely crazy. But I think we do continue this trend. I think for maybe, I don't know about the whole day, but I do think we go and test high days. And I'm going to hold on until we do so, Sharif.
Okay, so sounds good, Joseph. Yeah. I got stopped out of SNTI for the last remaining amount. It did breach my hold. Now, it's still above VWAP. So if this wants to change the situation, then we can definitely weasel back into this one. Somebody was asking what weasel meant in the chat. It's just my informal way of saying get in and get out of position. So we'll keep tabs on that one separately. Apple is defending, guys, the volume weighted average price, but upon a further or a closer inspection of said dead one, we are putting in lower highs, okay? So even though it's holding VWAP for now, be on the lookout for the lower high situation. That means sellers are becoming more aggressive with where they're selling it. They keep selling it at lower and lower price points. We shall talk about that and see what Apple does when we get back from Adara at the big desk. She's got earnings.
Yeah, we're going to weasel over to this earnings segment here, if I may borrow Sharif's phrase there. We have Zscaler on watch reporting tonight. And if you look at this daily chart, there's a couple levels of interest here. So we have a little bit of a double bottom on this daily chart around that 156 area. This gap to the downside around to that 156 level from 200 actually came with our last earnings report there, which for them is fiscal Q4 2024. So they're going to be reporting Q1 2025 earnings, tonight. So we have this push to the downside early September. Then we reject here, going back to mid-October, that previous gap level of 200. So that could be a bit of an area now bouncing off of that 200 to keep an eye on heading into this report. Zscaler will be reporting after the bell. We're looking here for analyst estimates of 63 cents per share here for earnings per share. I'm not seeing any revenue estimates here yet, so we're going to have to wait and see on that. Yeah, so revenue, $605.68 million expected revenue, 63 cents expected for earnings per share. Then tomorrow morning, we're going to be getting some smaller names here. Scotiabank reporting, but also Core and Maine reporting at 7:30 a.m. expected there tomorrow morning. Analysts are looking for 65 cents per share for earnings and revenue of $2 billion. Make sure, whatever earnings you're watching, to vote for that poll in the chat. You have 4 options until 12:30, at which point you will have 4 more options. So make sure to take a look at that poll. Cast your vote, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Because she brought up Zscaler. We gave our opinion on Zscaler, I believe, on Friday to somebody who asked us. A great company, but keep an eye out. They are quite volatile. Well, all the cybersecurity names have super high beta, so be ready for that. Ramram, I want to show this headline over here. I don't have any more information than what you just see on your screen there. But Investor Business Daily, IBD, reporting that Aritzia Networks and PanDub, Palo Alto, which I'm involved in, are looking to join the ranks of NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Supermicro by splitting. I didn't know that PanW was looking at splitting. Palo Alto Networks, only about $390, give or take, the price. So I didn't really think that they were a split candidate. Shows how much I know, but we'll obviously keep tabs on that. I don't have a date for split. I don't have anything. When we get more information on that, I will tell you. Separately, though, I did have in my calendar here that PanW is giving, it's presenting at some cybersecurity conference tomorrow. I don't know if CrowdStrike and Zscaler, some of the other competitors, are going to be there as well, or was just an invitation only for PanDub. But if you are focusing on these cybersecurity names, it behooves you to know about that. So conference tomorrow, PanDub, couple of headlines, looking to split with Aritzia Networks, reports Investor Business Daily, and there is also a cybersecurity conference tomorrow. So yeah, keep your eye out on that. Joseph, are we at all-time highs on the NQ over here?
Dude,
let's have a look over here. We're really close, aren't we?
Really close. Really close.
Here it is. So this is what Joseph and I are looking at. Yeah, we're not there quite yet.
Really
so
close.
To go all-time highs on this contract wasn't trading in any great volume at the time, right? You can always see when the contract started trading by keeping an eye on the volume, but technically the December contract did have a high on that July 11th date, Joseph, of 21,237. By comparison, we're at 21,231 today. So we are right up there, baby. I think we actually made a higher day over here. 11/11. Sorry, my mistake. 11/11 after the election, 21,340. So we're still about 100 points away from that level. So just keep your eye out on that. The NQ up big on the day. Up here, what are we at today right now, Joseph? We're at about 1.1%. The Dow and the Russell down, but the ES flat. The NQ is the one that's going today. So it looks like the hyperscalers making this market a bit hyper.
Yeah, there you go. The hyper.
That.
Yeah, we heard the hyper. I mean, speaking of hyper, we need NVDA to start hypering up a little bit here. That doesn't even make sense. But I mean, hey, I think if this thing continues to move higher, then it's only a matter of time until the NAS makes all-time highs. It is lagging the SPY just a little bit. So again, once I mentioned this time and time again, we need these big boys to participate. We do talk about the market broadening out, but nonetheless, we still need these super mega caps to continue to move higher. And I think if NVDA does go and attempt for the high of day, then you'll see the Qs at all-time highs. But I just wanted to mention this, guys. Go check out the video online. It was a good one. I watched. Did you watch this one, Sharif? The week ahead. Did you see that one? Best ideas for the week ahead?
I didn't get to watch it. Just yeah. Thanks for putting me on the spot there, bro. I really appreciate it.
You could have just said no. It's like fine. No, I didn't see it yet.
No, it was a busy weekend, man.
Yeah. No, it's a good one, guys.
Brendo said it did really well, though.
Yeah, no, it's doing really well. So go check out that video. Pro traders share best ideas for the week ahead, and so I think you'll like those picks going on. I think who did? I had NVDA and Sean had like PLTR or something along those lines. But yeah, guys, we like the NVDA and we like some of these semis. I don't know what AMD is really up to. I'm not really paying attention to Advanced Money Destroyer right now because it's just a pain. But again, guys, I'm liking the way IBIT's setting up on the 5-minute. So I'm going to get a little bit of a beak wetter here on IBIT. I have a definitive out on this thing. So if we break that pivot low, then I'm going to get out of the position as well too, because I already am in the money on NVDA. We took a stop loss on that, and then we just got back in, took a little bit off there, only about 10%, and then we're going to look to continue to move higher. But let's see if this hammer on the 5-minute on IBIT holds, because that is what I'm building this intraday thesis off of. So again, just a basic, we had a nice strong primary trend in the pre-market and leading in after the open. We've pulled back, and now we hovered kind of a little bit around VWAP, and then I noticed on multiple charts that we have this 5-minute hammer. So I have a definitive out at 54.71, and we're going to look to continue and then go possibly test high a day there, brother.
Joseph, trade the pool. Trade the pool stock trading competition has officially begun.
Whoa.
Over 2,500 traders are competing to prove they have what it takes to rule the pool. Let's check out the leaderboard and see who's leading the chart on day one. Well, we got first place here with Alan Dump. If he stays in this place, he will win an valuation account of $160,000 in buying power to trade with. Second place, we got Anthony Herbert out of the United States. How much is he up? $40,250 with a 33% bump, with his best trade being $41,500. That's a good look. He can win an evaluation account of up to $80,000 in buying power. And third place here, we got Sinex the Cool. He's from Egypt. Yes. $38,590. He's up at the moment, up 100%. And it looks like he had one trade, Joseph, because his P&L is $38,590, and that's his best trade. So he's up big. He can definitely do very well here. He can win an evaluation account of up to $20,000 in buying power. It's only the beginning, though, guys. So stay tuned. By the end of the week, you'll know who will win the big prize. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. I find that very exciting to be in this kind of competition. I also find this very exciting, Joseph. Yes, SNTI, we got right back in. I told you if this one held VWAP, I would get right back in. That's exactly what I did. Where am I long? 32.
SNTI.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like SMCI.
I know. You're still buzzing off that from earlier, eh?
I might lose a little bit of sleep on that one.
Here we go. We're going to take out another one here, Joseph, as it takes out 11 and bang! Let's see if this one wants to take out the 10 and the 20 exponential. Good look so far right now. We took out everything.
Oh, no. Did you do that on
I'll
purpose?
just do it on my own now. Instead of have you trolling me.
Did you do it on purpose? Or
No, I took out, I had
today.
a couple of more outs there, but now it's coming down. So it doesn't look like such a bad trade after all.
Yeah, so
Okay,
there
I
you
can go with that. I can go
We'll
with
take
that.
it. We'll take
No,
it.
but seriously, so we'll look to do a little bit better over here. SN Dang TI up. But there's a new entrant into the world of small cap gapper traders, or I used to call them small cap crappers, because they're around for a good time, not a long time, Joseph. So we can disrespect them over here. It's like making fun of your family, right? It's like I can say it, you can't say it. So QNRX, let's have a look at this one. That's the one that I'm talking about right now. Moving up nicely over here, but it's down halted, Ram, even though it was moving up quite aggressively off that 60 penny, Ram. That 60 penny hold up. We weaseled our way all the way up to $1.38, though we are now halted to the downside below VWAP, mind you, at 95 pennies. So I don't want to be involved in this one until it does a couple of things. One, it's got to take out that dollar. Number two, it's got to get above that volume weighted average price. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with this one. It is moving quite aggressively here with a $4.8 million market cap. It's done big boy shares on the day, though. Let's call a spade a spade. 24.1 million shares traded so far, and we just got going. Like, look when the majority of the shares started coming in at 10 after 11. So it's not like we were doing shareage in the pre-market or at the bell. No, this one just started coming in. So we disrespected it a little bit right now by saying, we're not going to trade until it gets above $1 in VWAP. But I like the ones that show up midday, the ones that don't have the best move behind them in the pre-market or in the opening range. So definitely going to keep an eye out on QNRX. It's just about which one I take off. CRNC looking like it's really dipping over here. So we're going to switch that one. QNRX. we switch that one for CRNC. Joseph, what do you have over there?
Yeah, we're just looking into these positions, but I'm in the chat talking to Elon there because I know he's an AMD bull and he's excited about this thing breaking up. So I had to go and take a look. It's now trading around 142 bucks. I mean, I was looking at some other technicals, some oscillators on it as well too. And it seemed to be that it found fair value. That's why it was chopping around those lows for a while without really doing anything. So now it seems to be that we're holding those levels and we're looking to slightly recover. Am I going to play a gap fill on this thing? Potentially. I just mentioned my GE trade from before. That didn't work out. And that's totally fine because I still have high conviction within those setups. And I mentioned that the Amazon one did. So that's okay. We missed out on that one, but there's always going to be plenty of opportunities because these good stocks are always gapping up and gapping down. So we'll be prepared to take advantage of this one here on AMD. But Elon, congratulations to you. I know you've probably been trading this one for sure today. So yeah, it's absolutely moving significantly stronger than NVDA at this point. So we're continuing. We broke this high a day here where we had definitive resistance around 141.25s. And then we just stuck to the primary trend, a nice healthy pullback here. You have the indecision at VWAP, and then it decides to take that second leg higher. So yeah, really good luck on this semiconductor stock. Keep my eyes off it for a little while, but again, if any good positive news comes around, I think this thing can start rolling eventually too, especially with the overall market tempting and the Qs tempting to potentially push onto all-time highs. So guys, we're still holding on to IBIT and some NVDA. Let's see if this intraday thesis plans out from this doji. I do like this pullback. We're kind of consolidating around these 90s areas that a little longer than I would like, Sharif, but all that indicates to me is that we can make a potential bigger move. And I know that once we break that 100K level, then again, we're heading into blue skies and price discovery. So I do think that we can see the teens relatively quick once those are broken. So we'll keep an eye out on those as well too. But as of right now, we're just going to hold on to these two positions. We have our definitive out, guys, where IBIT is slowly creeping in. We also have a really big support level around 54.71. So if that breaks, I will assume to see some more downside on that one. And we got NVDA pulling back in towards VWAP as well too. We have a really good entry on NVDA, so this will give us the ability to hold onto this a little bit longer, which I like. So if we do breach VWAP and then decide to move a little bit higher, we have some room for that one, my guy.
Yes, sir. Okay, I just wet my beak on some more profits there at Apple at 240, guys. It's been obviously putting in a bit of a range. 240 is a bit of a local top right now. Second time it's rejected at that level. But I told an individual by the name of Bobby Antone, whatever it is. Hope I didn't butcher your name. He's asking me about KULR, Color Technology. So here's the details on the following name. Company profile. We don't even have what they do. Come on, you can do better than that. KULR. Let's see if I can find out over here what they do. I cannot. That is fine. So we'll talk about their data points. So the float, 157 million shares, a short float on this, about 5%. KULR. Let's look at the daily. Okay, so it's obviously a tough looking daily, but the recent price action keeps you, it keeps you, I don't know, motivated if you're in it. I don't know. The point is, it's a bad looking chart when you look at it from a wider time frame, but the recent price action really taking out major levels over here. Let's flip to the weekly, see where we are. Okay, it doesn't want to show me the weekly for whatever reason. That's fine. So we'll look at the daily. Okay, so the daily over here, we really started getting going after the election. So this is obviously an election pump. It had the best day it had in a long time, November 6th, and it's been doing quite well since that time. So let's look at the intraday price action right now. How would we work into this? Okay, so we're well below the pre-market highs. If you ever watched me trade these small cap gappers, I just won't take them as a breakout trade below the pre-market high. Currently, the pre-market high on KULR sits at $1.97 or $1.96, I believe. 196 exactly. We're trading at 147. And since the bell rang at 9:30, we haven't broken that pre-market high. So first and foremost, we got to get above that 196 level for me to get interested intraday. Secondly, it's also below the volume weighted average price, which is at about $1.59, $1.60. So that ain't going to work. Thirdly, it's putting a downward channel. You can connect the highs and the lows for a bit of a downward channel. That's not what I want. and that I'm not going to trade it for that. I'm not trading it for a range. So downward channel right now. Now, do any of these levels jive with any previous areas of support? And the answer to that is yes. Look at this area over here that we danced with in the afternoon on Friday. It takes us about to $1.40. Lo and behold, the low of the day today, 139. So we are kind of flipping from that area of resistance, now holding it as support. But look how close we are to that. So the low of the day is 139, and we're trading at $1.46. And in addition to that, it's using that 50 penny level, that $1.50, as a local area of resistance. Initially, it used it as support, Joe. It was bouncing off it a few times. $1.50 was support, and then it flipped to resistance once we gave up the ghost over here at 11.10 and 11.15. So I ain't going to trade this until it does the two things that I talked about. Pre-market high break over 196, 160 break above the volume weighted average price. I want nothing to do with it unless it does that. But from a different perspective, if you're looking for a trade, an intraday trade, a swing trade or an investment, this is a big boy breakout level over here. It is obviously election connected because the best day it had for a while was November 6th. The day after the election. So again, I'm sorry I can't even find out what this company does. I'll have to look somewhere else, but my platform doesn't have any details on what they do, so I do apologize. But the high of the day today, still sub $2, Joseph.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, Sharif. Yeah, guys, someone in the chat had mentioned, 2NY, my guy 2NY asked talk about some super micro, and you have to essentially, right? So guys, I know you mentioned 100. We're a little bit ways from that now, my friend. But one thing that I'm going to point out, and I'm not even going to say anything as I mark them, because you already know what I'm going to say about this. So this is why you don't hold on to positions for too long, especially when they're not working, because then you miss out on opportunities like the one I just presented to you guys, and Amazon as well too, which is totally fine. There's going to be plenty more, but those are just a prime example. So that's why I decided, like, hey, this is chewing up too much capital for too long. I don't want to hold on to this for too long because there is other opportunities that will arise and are arising. So just keep that in mind, guys. 2NY, I think the next key level here is 5111s. I mean, we got some positive catalysts under this thing's name now, so I mean, that's really good that they didn't commit any fraud or anything, any negligence or anything along those lines. So just keep that in mind. I think that for the foreseeable future, that this thing can continue to move higher. I know Jim Cramer, I don't know, how do you feel about Jim Cramer? I know Jim Cramer, he likes it.
I think he means well. I don't know. I think,
obviously.
The street doesn't like him. People don't like him.
No.
Yeah, he's kind of like mainstream media.
Yeah.
Mainstream media is not getting any love right now.
Would you ever get into his travel trust or whatever?
I'd go for inverse Kramer ETF. Isn't it up big on the year?
Is there an inverse Kramer ETF?
Yes,
wow,
bro. And Elon called it out too.
Did he?
And there's a Nancy ETF. Guys, Dara was joking about this in the chat before.
The Nancy.
Yeah, so there's a lot of subversive ETFs. And there's a Ted Cruz one, guys, for anybody you know. It's not just Dems that get, trolled. It's KRUZ for Ted Cruz, the Texas senator, obviously. So,
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's jokes.
That is absolutely hilarious. I don't know who would be buying those. I mean, Kramer named his cat NB or something along those lines.
Joseph, can I just mention this really quick?
Yeah, for sure.
So I just sent this to Neil, guys. We were talking about the Palo Alto Pan W stock split upcoming. So it's Aritzia. Aritzia is going to split 4-for-1 on December 4th. So in a couple of days. Pan Dub will split 2-for-1 December 16th, Neil. Shares in Aritzia, okay, but that doesn't really matter. So December 4th, Arista stock. I keep thinking it's the storm.
Yeah, bro, you shot there
Sorry, bro. No, man, it's at Yorkville, right? Arista stock, 4-for-1 split, Ram, December 4th, yeah. And then Palo Alto Network, 2-for-1 on December 16th. We'll talk more about that when we do get back, though, from Adara and then Neil's lesson of the day.
Now you got double the amount of shares of Pandov.
Can't complain about that, baby. Take it over.
We're going to take a look here at the market. We have the Qs sharply outperforming the SPY. Q is basically at high of the day here for the NASDAQ, up 1.2%. Well, the SPY also at high of day, but up only 0.2% by comparison. So quite the difference here in terms of the strength of these names today. These are the 15-minute charts for both. Lots happening here in this market, lots of catalysts to talk about. Of course, there are some new chip restrictions here in the U.S. They're apparently their third crackdown here with regards to the China chip restrictions, so that's certainly going to be on watch. Then, of course, the big stories of the day were Intel and SMCI. Both companies have been embattled recently, and both companies had some nice pre-market headlines before 9 a.m. this morning. We had Intel announcing that CEO Pat Gelsinger has retired, although Bloomberg reports suggest he was actually forced out here effective December 1st. Then SMCI saying that their internal report found no wrongdoing, despite comments there from Ernst & Young, their former auditor, suggesting otherwise. So lots of stories to talk about. Lots of Mag 7 strength, too. We have Tesla up about 3% right now. Definitely finding some resistance with slightly lower highs, but holding nice support around that 352 level. Tesla getting a positive analyst note from Stifel, raising its price target from 287 to 411. And then also here we had Roth MKM going from an $85 price target to a $380 price target. So great look for Tesla. Meta here also looking great, up almost 3.5%. No catalyst that I could find on this one, but META could be knocking on that door of that $600 level. Lots to look at. Make sure that you go in that chat and vote for your ticker of choice. You have until 12:30 p.m. to do so, at which point the poll will switch, and then you'll have 4 new stocks to vote from. But in the meantime, we're going to see how things are doing with Neil over at his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you very much, Adara. Your lesson of the day here is going to be all about massive pre-market action. And like we every single day we come on at 8:30. And, you know, at that time, you've gone over your charts, you've looked at all the overnight catalysts, you've gone over your gap lists, and you might have this X, Y, Z is what I'm going to trade, and this is my plan of action. Every now and then, there are just stories that are big enough where suddenly you're going to be involved in that stock because it's going to be the volume leader of the day, or it's going to be the bigger opportunity of the day. Maybe it had earnings and you could foresee it, but in the case of Intel and SMCI, that's not the case. Like, nobody knew this morning, unless, I guess, outside of insiders, that Pat Gelsinger was going to be possibly forced out and announcing his retirement, which is already effective. Nobody knew that SMCI necessarily was going to announce, or that the auditor was going to announce that there was no wrongdoing and CFO is out and SMCI was going to skyrocket. But once it has happened, you got to have a bit of a plan of action. Now, obviously, both of those moves, when the news hit, for SMCI is at 9 o'clock, and we'll start with them, even though the news hit second, and we'll go to Intel after. The volume spike was tremendous. On a 3-minute chart, the initial move was $5. In the next 10 minutes, it went another $4 higher. So you've already moved 20%, over 20% on SMCI when you pull up the chart, and that's just in the first few minutes. So you've got to have some kind of a plan of action knowing that you want to be involved in it. I just want to point out that you've got to be willing either to have wider stops than normal because it's changed, or just an approach of taking a few swings at it. Because when we come to the chart here for a quick little second, Remain, SMCI, if you're chasing this move to the upside, it's not unreasonable that some people would have been long here and here. Once it starts pulling back, if you like the long, there are a few shots that I'm going to want to take. Now, obviously, the first place that it did dip was holding on to this 37 level. It breaks VWAP, and you can see it hold on at 36.5, 37. But this is right at the open. I'm waiting for it to open up, and the first thing it did is show a buyer at 37 after the open at 9:30. Once that is gone, I always tell people, when in doubt, zoom out. And when you zoom out, it's not that all gaps fill. I don't want anyone to think that. But if you look at where, right at the open, the first place that it dipped that we tried the long and lost was right in here off this prior high, going back in to the 27th and last Wednesday. Then if you look at where it bounced the second time, it was off of Friday's open price, or 8 o'clock high, where it was resistance the day before. So you had two resistance spots, both at prior highs, where it was filling the gap back in. It tried to hold the first, did not, and then it held the second. Now, if you are Johnny on the spot, let's just say, where you're looking at this level saying, if it's going to fill in this entirety of the gap, you're still getting it on a monster breakout. Once it's done this move back into 35, you can look to see where I got in. But if you're eyeballing that level, there's an opportunity to get this underneath the 36 level. There's your wick, and you can see the volume in here. Like, there's your opening bar. Biggest volume bar is on that bounce into that prior high 35. You can have this one back to 36. And the reason I make the lesson of the day is if I'd had this chart zoomed out at the moment that I'm looking for that bounce, I'm not waiting for this confirmation candle. The second it does this wick and holds higher, I'm getting it on this candle here. And that's where when in doubt, zoom out comes in. Because you're talking about getting it 50 pennies better on a $36 stock. So suddenly, on a name that can move from here all the way to 40, let's just say, you're talking about a 10% move, $3. If you can get it 50 cents better with a tighter stop, you can risk 50 cents or $1 to get a $4 move. Which one are you going to be able to have more shares on? And which one are you going to be more confident about? And that just comes from zooming out, understanding the volume, the exuberant volume came in the pre-market. You needed to reestablish a level because the pre-market's not going to give you the technical levels 10 times out of 10. It then gave you a clear break at the $40 level, which is fantastic. But it's all about zooming out. And then I'll give you the other one here on Intel, which is a bit of a different story. Because as you'll see, when I zoomed out on the 3-minute chart, news comes out on Intel, you were able to get it at 2460, or why 2460, why 2480, why 2460, which we're still in. Again, this, and there's a reason why I went over to SMCI first to show you the one that we didn't do all that well on, but Intel was a totally different story. Because I did zoom out initially on Intel. And what I found was you've got your 25.6 up top. Obviously, that's resistance you want to scalp out in front of. And we talked about that live on the show. But then looking at the range that day where it put in the resistance, and what you get is a clear support around 24. This wick in here is about 24.75, holding. That's your target area. And it broke away from 24.5. So if I were going to draw this up to you, you've got this close, you've got this low, and then you've got right about in here. So this is the target area where I'm looking for the dip buy. Either it's holding above the target area, but if it doesn't hold, then I want longs that are holding the bottom end in here or longs above in here, which is what we did well on Intel. So obviously I did better on Intel than I did SMCI because Intel, I immediately zoomed out, found an area where I thought liquidity should come back in on the way back, and were able to get good prices. And this is the idea when you're looking at something go parabolic. Intel went from 24 to 25.50. Now, if you got it on the way up when the news hit, great. If you got a new source in the area, you get some of this on the breakout. But as it pulls back in, you need somewhere where you're not buying all the way up at 25.20, holding it 70 pennies against you and just hoping that it gets back up to the top. You always want to make sure that you have a reason to get in an area where you know you're wrong, but sometimes even in an area where your thesis is still right again. So this is an example of zoom out quickly once it's made that first move to the top, see where it makes sense to be buying the dip. Like if it can't hold on to this 24.5, I don't want any part of that. And then you can reap the rewards of the secondary move. And sometimes in Intel, it basically does the same move that it did earlier. Sometimes the secondary move ends up being even better. On SMCI, had I zoomed out a little bit quicker on SMCI or been a little bit more vigilant with it, I think I would have had a better long down in here off the 35, 36 hold. Obviously, taking a 40 break is just some fresh highs that got made. But it comes down to not just your preparation during the day. It's also your ability, as crazy moves are happening, take a breath, still zoom out, go through your entire process, top down, look at your daily chart, look at your 15-minute chart, find the proper levels if that's your game plan, and don't just get caught up in the crazy volume that you're seeing in the pre-market or at the open, because oftentimes that'll get you rinsed out or might give you still a winning trade, but a suboptimal trade. And zooming out gives you the better entry, the more clean hold, sometimes that bigger opportunity. So no matter how crazy things are getting with these pre-market news drops, you still want to put in the work and find the levels like you always would. The market gives you so much time throughout the day that you don't necessarily have to rush things. There's one example with Intel where we found it and got a better long, and one with SMCI where we still caught the long, but it would have been even better had we zoomed out and taken our time. So there's your lesson of the day. You can always trade something out of the blue on news. Just make sure you stick to your process.
Thank you very much, Neil. Appreciate that. Obviously informative and eloquent, and then just all around awesome.
Yeah,
as always. More to add than that, man.
Words of wisdom.
Yeah, clearly. Well, he is the, I'm not allowed to say it, so. He's the line dropper for a reason. Joseph, some stuff was happening during the break there. How close are we to all-time highs on the Qs?
I think we're there now, brother.
Are we actually?
I think we are there now.
All right, let's have a look.
Let's take a look there. 515.98, so we'll call it 516 on the Qs. So it looks like we are on all-time highs.
All-time highs prior to this, Joseph, 515.58, like you just said. 516.04. Big Spile, where are you at?
Big Spile, yeah, Big Spile.
Well, I have no problem him shorting everything in sight. I got no problem about that. I'm just wondering why he's always looking short when the market seems to always make higher highs, higher lows. Shout out to the Spiled one, not in today.
Sharif, sorry to interrupt you there, but just to add on to your lesson today,
yes, sir.
What were we learning about trend lines in our lesson? Let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, primary trend.
Boom.
There we go. So if we could pull up my chart. Do you want to be a perma bear? Looking at this chart, I don't know. You tell me. Wait for those big catalysts to step in. Otherwise, I think we are going to be slightly bullish for the foreseeable future, and this is not something I would want to be shorting. That is for sure.
No, certainly not. Yeah, a big move up right now on the SPY. All right, I did get out of the last little bit that I had there on Apple. We were long mid-50s. Ram took it out at 15s, 240 15s. So done with that trade. Look, it defended VWAP quite well, but it looked like more like it was ranging rather than trending. And this is kind of what I mean by Apple ranging. Like, great full 4-candle hold up on the 5-minute at the volume weighted average price, not breaching that level. So I should definitely cancel my stop order that I had on this. Is it canceled automatically? Yes, it is. So good luck there. Now look, if it comes back down to 239.50 again, which, you know, it's only about 30 pennies away from that, we're going to have to reassess the situation. Look, maybe to trade it as a range with VWAP being the bottom. I don't want to recycle that opportunity too many times because usually when you do that, the bottom gives way. Sometimes. We'll see exactly what the situation is on Apple, but good look nonetheless. I was telling Joseph off camera while Neil was doing his lesson of the day, Meta's up a light $20 on the day. Closed out just a little bit above 574, that $503.25 area. Now we're knocking on the door of $600 yet again. Not a level that we haven't been at on Meta. This is all recycled stuff over here, but good to see that it's kind of moving back into that key area of resistance. 600 obviously is the level. We've been above 600, well, we haven't been able to stay above 600. So we'll have to see if that changes in the coming weeks. A respectable 3 1/3 today for the almost $600 name. Moving up quite aggressively and just a little bit off the highs, guys. Still hanging out near those highs, though. Tesla as well did a nice little V-shaped retracement, kind of, holding that same level of in the pre-market that we were looking at. So this level over here at 351, 351.5 kind of acted as both a resistance level and a support level in the pre-market. Again, you don't want to put too much stock into these pre-market levels because they're on low volume, but hey, man, you can't help but notice that. This 351.5 was a resistance level from 4 a.m. all the way until about 7:15 when the volume started coming in. And then we took 351.5. And then funny enough, we started using 351.5 as support, ranging kind of between 353 and 351.5. Lo and behold, when we sell off there after touching 358 3/4, we come right into that 351 area with a bottoming tail candle, and then we haven't looked back since. So we've taken VWAP, we've taken 355. The only thing is still technically lower highs. Area crest. And if this area rejects or the price rejects at this area over here, that'll be another area crest. All three will be a lower high. So keep your eye out on Tesla. Obviously got good news with that full self-driving version 13, I believe, lucky number 13. I just want to double check that I'm actually accurate on that. It is full FSD version 13. It dropped on Saturday. If you have a Tesla, I don't know if you've got the prompt to update or not. If you do, let me know. You obviously have to be a sub of FSD in order to get that notification. So Tesla up on the day, obviously, as we'll, see how that whole relationship with Donald Trump unfolds. NVIDIA separately, Joseph, over here curling as well off the area lows there that it put in the earlier trading day, did hold that 138.25 where we closed out on Friday. So holding Friday's support level, we're trying to work our way back possibly into 140. We're at 139.60-ish above the volume weighted average price. So good look for NVIDIA. But when you look at the chart on the NQ, it feels, I'm going to say it, distinctly different than some of these other names today. Like, quite frankly, the one that looks the most like the NQ is Meta. There's a lot of overlap between the Meta chart and the NQ December contract chart. So, I don't want to say Meta's moving the market. That's not what I mean to say, but there is a great deal of overlap right now. You've got the NQ at the highs, 21,254, and there's no Mag 7 name that's at the highs. None. Meta is close. Google is close as well. That's it. So kind of interesting. I'm not sure what's moving. It's clearly not the Mag 7. Something else is moving the NQ today. Because I don't know. I just don't think that.
Zscaler.
Yeah, right. Zscaler. All right, let's put some respect on that one's name. That one reports, guys, after the bell. So don't forget that. These cybersecurity names are super high beta. So if you're going to trade them, if you're going to invest in them, if you're going to swing them, be prepared. Get your internal composition ready for volatility because you will get volatility on those names. I hate waking up every day and seeing Pandub like $20 lower. Why is it $20 lower? What happened?
The gap down.
Nothing.
Like crazy.
Right? It just gaps down like crazy. That's the way it is, Joseph.
Yeah.
I want to mention one quick thing over here.
Yeah, for
Shout out to Thomas, the quantum computing.
Ooh.
Because let's call a spade a spade. One area that could really disrupt these cybersecurity names. I was going to say a quantum leap in quantum computing, but that's not what I want to do right there. No, but a major breakthrough in quantum computing could render all these cybersecurity companies useless because they're saying encryption at the quantum level is going to be like unbreakable, unbreachable. So all these guys could find themselves without a moat. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? We're just speculating.
Yeah, only time will tell. And there's
SMCI is going.
Yeah, SMCI is going. It's moving really well today, guys. 43.15. Oh, man.
Unreal.
That's a tough pill to swallow, for sure. There's definitely a lot of salt in the wound on that one there. But, guys, I mentioned IBIT, and I said where I was going to get out on this one. And if we did break that level, I figured that there was going to be some more downside, and that seems to be the case. So we're out of IBIT. They're at 54.71s. And sure enough, it's breaking down here. We kind of just been chopping in this range for the past week or so. So just keep that in mind. Let's see. I would rather this thing just sell off, grab whatever liquidity it needs to, and then continue to move higher. But we're just sitting in this NVDA as well, too. So we're going to dig a little bit deeper and see what's really driving the market higher, because the tech sector, consumer, discretionary, and communications. So I guess it's just the combination of those kind of tech-heavy stocks that are driving the Qs a little bit higher. But I just wanted to mention a little bit on Tesla too, because Sharif, I know you were talking about him and Donald and him working alongside Donald essentially now. And I was just thinking this over the weekend as well too. How could you not be extremely bullish on this company? Right? Like, he's going to get done what he wants to get done. He's going to get done what he needs to get done. So that's only going to be beneficial for Tesla. So I'm glad that I have a little bit of cash on the side, because I was looking to allocate that to a semi stock like NVDA or SMH or something along those lines. But Sharif, I'm thinking I might just pick up more Tesla, because I think for the foreseeable future, this thing can absolutely skyrocket. Like, we're not even relatively close to the all-time highs on this thing. So we'll pull it up on the chart. So I think that's the play that I'm going to go with. Is it more gutsy? Yeah, of course it is. But again, why? Everything can't be I would like it to be super easy, but I mean, We have some extremely key levels here around 362, which I really like. But then we're just kind of creeping around. Let's see how far we are off of these all-time highs here, Sharif.
Sir.
Let's see, we're 14% off the all-time highs. For the next 4 years, Elon's going to get done what he needs to get done in order for him to get all these cabs on the road and driving everywhere possible that he can possibly put them. So I think that's extremely bullish for this stock. So I think I'm going to deviate from my plan, and I think I'm going to add a little more Tesla here, my guy.
That's all you, baby. I can't deal with any more volatility on Tesla, so I've got exactly how much I need.
But with that comes the gains, though.
I know,
right?
brother. I know, but the mental composition too, or the mental.
Just set and
look,
forget.
I
totally.
I love Elon Musk, man. I love Tesla. It's just it's dealing with it day in, day out.
Improving margins.
They are, bro.
So,
They are. I got no disrespect for that company. I do have one quick beef that I want to air out, Joseph, and if you don't mind indulging me for a second over here. So you guys know I scheduled the Cybertruck.
Oh no,
I scheduled the Cybertruck test drive. Randy and I were supposed to go on the 6th, Katina, man, which is a Friday. Lo and behold, Joseph, I get this unsolicited text message from your friends over at Tesla, and here is what it says. Okay? It's not, Katina, man, because I didn't ask for them to message me. I wanted nothing to do with this cancellation. Hold on, here it is. Where are you guys at, bro? Oh, here it is. Good morning. We wanted to let you know that we are unable to fulfill your Cybertruck demo drives as the vehicle will not be available for demo drives on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays at this time. As such, the original appointment has been canceled. We do apologize for the inconvenience. So I texted back. I'm like, so no effort on your part to assist with your rescheduling, just a, hey, it's canceled message, and that's it. I don't get a response back, despite the fact that you've gotten responses back when I had the Model Y. So I got left on red, Joseph.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Is that how it is, Elon? Hey, all of a sudden, you know, things are going your way now? You're forgetting about everybody? Okay, Elon? No, we're kidding, of course. So we're gonna look to reschedule the Cybertruck test drive and have that whole thing done. We're gonna have to do it on a day that doesn't fall into the weekend or close to the weekend over there, because apparently that's not good for them. So, excuse me. It's funny though. Dude, when the Model Y, they weren't selling any Model Y. They're still not selling too many like they were. And so when I scheduled the Model Y, I kept getting love letters from the salesman. Oh, we're so excited to see you.
Yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, now I get my Cybertruck canceled. So that's kind of how that situation worked.
So did you reschedule or no?
No, I had to check with Randy to find out what time he was good. So we're gonna do that together.
You were probably looking real forward to driving the Cyber. Right?
Dude, man. I mean, come on. Like, what else do I got to do around here to get into the Cybertruck? There's a running gag on the desk that I can't get in because they wouldn't let anybody in originally when they had them in the booth, right? So that's a look there. I'm involved in MDAI over here, small cap gapper up 25%. Reason I'm in, it dipped into VWAP, holding up. Already wet my beak there on some profits at 45s. Looking for this one to curl back up. I've already set up some orders there, as well as exactly where I'm going to get out. What I did love about this was two things: a VWAP hold on the closing print and the dip into a key area of technical support, that 2.25. We whiffled and waffled at that 2.25 level on MDAI for a hot minute before the volume really came in. We took it out, no problemo. However, when we did retrace, we did hold up that 2.25, so that had me interested. We'll see if we can wet our beak on some more profits. I'm sitting at 48s for the next little out there. We'll see what comes of that. Saad Mahmood, SMCI has made my month now. LOL, should just shut off the monitor until New Year's. Shout out to you, my man. Saad is printing up multiple storms on that side of the monitor. Couldn't be happier for you, Saad. I know everybody's trading SMCI. It's about to take out $44. High of the day is exactly $44 on the dot, Joseph. It's up 34.34%. It's trading like a dang small cap gapper right now. with how much volume
Bro,
do we?
the volume is up at
162.
162 million. Yeah. I was looking at that.
That's big boy volume, Joseph. Put some respect on that name. Ram reads as follows. I've rescheduled my Rivian 4 times. Now I just feel bad for their team. Well, Ram, you're the one doing the canceling. At least you're not getting canceled on. Fair?
Ghost.
Fair, Ram? They keep trying to reschedule on you, or you're rescheduling on them? You canceled. And then they're trying to reschedule with you. Yeah, I mean, that's what usually good salespeople do. And then you ghost them.
Is that your method? Is that what you do, Ram? Is that you ghost? Are you a ghost?
I told you, she's a sinister being.
Oh my God.
Shout out to M. Mason, guys, right there. $5 super chat. My man's dropping the money in the cash. Thanks, guys. You have completely changed my way of trading. I lost a ton of money when I started holding GME and AMC, Finally profitable. Thanks. No, we couldn't be happier for you, my man. Clearly, that's what we're here for. We're here for you guys. Obviously, we'd be trading on our own. We're here for ourselves. So shout out to M. Mason, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend, for that. Dear Oil, my wife keeps rescheduling my divorce.
Jeez.
Maybe, I don't know. I have no comment about that. I'm going to remain without comment on that one. You put the idea. What's going on over there, Katina? The Katina man's coming in. He's got stuff to say. So here he comes. Get ready. Fire dropper. Bring him in, Raymer.
Yeah, so does my wife. Yeah, I'm trying to delay that as much as possible. I don't even know what I would do without her. So I just want to say a shout out to everybody who has. There was a joke in the chat the other day. I forget what it was. It was something like, I traded in my Tesla. I traded in my wife's Tesla or something like that, and it was like. It's about the warranty on the Tesla rather than the wife, but I can't remember what it is now. But someone put that in the chat the other day. I'm going to join the chat right here. But anyways, yeah, good trading so far here today. Apple still above or near that 240. We definitely are liking that one. But all right, let's go back to the other
Tina, man,
side
quickly
of
before you take off. You know I trimmed some of my Apple. You're still holding the whole position there, eh? You didn't take anything out of that one.
I'm forever long everything now.
Forever
I've decided.
long.
Yeah.
My guy.
No, but he's specifically.
No, I mean, look, I took out.
Yeah.
The thing is this: it's like I took out some Ripple, long whatever. Took it out $1.50. Now it's $2.50. Took out some Stellar Lumen, same thing. Took out some Bitcoin, same thing. Took out Palantir, same thing. Did not take out SMR, but that's blasting away. Thing is, at some point you got to take some profits. I just don't think it's now. I just heard what Joe was saying there about Tesla and Trump and Elon Musk. I mean, yeah. I think this is what's going to be happening. I think you got to stay long some of these stronger names. And look at the NASDAQ up 1.14% today. We're still climbing. So I think unless you need cash, I would say stay there. So that's my idea. Stay in the market. But I've spoken too much.
Sure.
Thank you very much for that, Katina, man. We do though now have Adara at the green screen. What do you got for us, Adara?
We have here some small cap names to talk about. Just down about 0.1% right now, so almost flat here in the IWM. And last time we looked at the IWM, going back to around 1020, we did talk about this bounce at 240. So IWM still bouncing at 240, but as of right now, actually looks like it's rejecting that previous support on the 15-minute chart around that 241.65. So let's see if we're able to break above this level. It's worth noting we have had some higher highs and higher lows for that Russell 2000. Now let's talk about some small cap runners. This one started running recently. No, this is not the ERAS tour. This is ERAS. The ticker for this one is ERAS. Eraska is the name of this company. Could not find any catalyst for this. It's got a market cap of around $870 million, so not a super small market cap by any means. But the short float is about 19.7%. Then we have here NVCR Novacure. Talk about a bottoming or a rounded bottom here. This one up almost 50% here, up about 45% right now. Announcing here positive data from its pancreatic cancer treatment and getting an upgrade to outperform at a $30 price target from Evercore ISI. It's worth noting this market cap is not particularly small either. It's about $3.1 billion for NVCR. Last but not least, KULR. This is one I wanted to talk about because it's been in a lot of people's minds. Last week, it announced this U.S. Navy contract, though the terms were not super specified. Its CEO also went on Twitter teasing out some more updates. However, as of today, there's no new catalyst for KULR. About a 5% short float, though, for Cooler. So keep an eye on this name as well. And make sure you vote for your tickers of choice in the poll. It's around 12:30, so that poll should be switched out soon. If you got to vote for out of the first 4 tickers, then that's great. If you didn't, either way, you can vote again at our new poll at 12:30 p.m. featuring 4 more tickers that have been on watch. The top 5 out of those 8 tickers between the 2 polls will be covered in an afternoon rundown. Sharif will stand right here, gesticulating wildly at the green screen, while Neil and Sean go over their thoughts on those stocks, guys.
Yes, good stuff. One thing I wanted to point out in the chat by D Loaf, Sharif, remember when I asked about which car to buy or put those funds in SMCI for a swing a week or 2 ago? Well, guess which long is printing now?
I know, right? I know what you're gonna say.
All right. By all means, man. Congratulations on that one. I mean, hey, you bought an appreciating asset. So think about it. If you bought that BMW or whatever car you were buying, you would have had to pay some gas. You would have had to get car insurance, put some new plates on it, and then by the time you drove it off the lot, you maybe lost about 2.5% on the vehicle or whatever it is. But now you're printing large on SMCI. This is why we tell you buy appreciating assets opposed to just buying things that depreciate. All right, guys, so just keep that in mind. I'm out of this NVDA trade. We're not continuing to move higher there, so I did get stopped out just before my break even. We'll see if we can get back into this position, but as of right now, we're just gonna wait. This thing is, you know what, the past couple of days, the past 2 weeks even of trading, NVDA has been nothing short of frustrating, kind of in my opinion, because you expect the stock to be so strong all the time, but unfortunately it's not the case, right? Some things need to breathe. You can't be the best of the best all the time. It takes some time in order to do so. You need to be patient, let the stock chop around a little bit, gather some shares, and then hopefully the price action will start to become a little bit cleaner. So just keep that in mind, guys. Yeah, things I was just told by my mentor. He's a kind man. Yeah, so buying more on iBit. Yeah, Michael G buying more iBit. I was telling Sharif about that. Yes, I need money. Let's go. I'm glad to see you in the chat. But yeah, I think we're just gonna sit here and wait a little bit here. Let me pull up some of my charts because there's some things that I do want to keep an eye out. One thing I do like is that AAPL is holding the volume weighted average price. Are we gonna take that second leg? I'm not too sure. So let's wait and see. We did hold VWAP here before. A nice indecision print right at VWAP. So we do have this primary trend still intact here, guys. Until that breaks, I think you continue to stay bullish on this thing. I remember back in the day when before this big here, I'll pull up the chart on the daily for Tesla. So before this delivery report came out, I had significantly more Tesla shares, but I cut the position and then I allocated some Apple. But then again, we got this big move. I was like, well, whatever, I'm okay with the Apple, really good price in on the Apple position. But now I'm like kind of on the fence. I know Sharif trimmed some Apple. I'm not gonna trim any Apple. I don't know if I'm gonna take any profits or just allocate that position to just eat some more Tesla. I don't know. We got some management to do in the account, so I'm really looking forward to that. It's gonna be fun because I think everybody's sitting pretty in Suntan City right now because the market is moving higher. So I think the economy is good when the market moves higher for sure. Too.
Straight up, man. Straight up. All right, so we're going to finish off the lesson that we started earlier. So just recap super quick. We talked about 3 different types of trends today. The long-term trend, the bigger move that we look on the daily or the weekly. We talked about the intermediate term trend, that 3-week to kind of 3 to 6 month. Really, there's no hard and fast rule, but it is a shorter term trend, but it definitely lasts for longer than a week. And then the shorter term trend or the near term trend that lasts a week to a period of days. We talked about how they all fit into one another. Well, they all fit into the long term trend, that is. And so that's kind of what we talked about earlier. Now we're going to talk a little bit about how the trends interact between each other, interaction between these trends. So their interconnected nature, their interconnected nature of the trend. Each trend, as I just alluded to, is part of the larger trend. For example, the intermediate trend is part or is a a correction within the major trend. And the near-term trend is a fluctuation within the intermediate-term trend. So I kind of showed you a picture of this earlier. Let me see if I can find it super quick over here. Where is it at? Yeah, I'll find it in a hot second. There it is. So kind of we're weaseling our way up on Apple. This is pre-split, obviously, because this goes back to 08, 09. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to know Apple is higher than it was in the mid to early 2000s. So clearly it is continuing an uptrend on Apple. Everything else is an intermediate term trend. Case in point, this kind of little downward move we had here from July of 07 down into August of that month before we weaseled our way and made new highs. So an intermediate term trend kind of looks like that within the larger move, obviously. And then the minor downtrend is just something, as the name explains, it is kind of just more noise or fluctuation within the intermediate trend itself. So I hope that just kind of explains everything there. Now let's talk about the interactions between them. So importance in analysis between the interaction between trends. So understanding how these trends interacts allows traders and investors to better predict market movements and make informed trading decisions. Recognizing the primary trend in the market helps in aligning trading strategies with the broader market direction. So you always hear me say, or you always see me do actually, when we look at a chart, I'm looking at the long-term trend, I'm looking at the intermediate, and then we go on to the intraday, which you could make the argument is the near-term trend. So always start wide. Neil says that always. When in doubt, zoom out. I'm sure everybody has a variation of that saying as well. Okay? So it's just some key takeaways over here. To summarize, major trends are what represent the market's long-term direction. Intermediate trends are corrections of that longer-term trend or within the major uptrend, and then the near-term trends are minor fluctuations within the intermediate trends. In the key takeaways you should be taking from this lesson, number one, align your trading strategy with the major trend for long-term success, okay? Follow the major trend. Don't try to guess tops. Use intermediate trends to refine entry and exit points. We talked about the usefulness or the benefits of analyzing the intermediate trend. One is to swing trade, right? So you know that that's going to be a 3-week to 3-month to 6-month type of thing. So it's perfectly suited for a swing. Secondly, the other reason we use the intermediate trend to position ourselves into long-term trends. So what do I mean by that? So if Apple, continues to make higher highs and higher lows, I'm looking for a pullback within, the overall movement of Apple in order to position myself with a better cost basis for that longer-term move. So intermediate trends, 2 reasons we can use them. And then be cautious of near-term trends as they can often represent noise in the broader market context. Obviously, if you're a day trader, you will disagree vehemently with this because there are ways, obviously, to make money using that shorter term or that near-term trend, intraday being one of those as well. And just some final thoughts, guys. Always consider the time horizon that aligns with your investment goals. Not everybody's going to have the same. Understanding and analyzing trends at different levels is crucial for successful trading and investing. I hope everybody obviously prints up multiple storms on the day, and that is your lesson for today. I want to tell you, though, before we send it back to Joe, a new poll has found its way on to the scene. Thank you, Ram, for that. So we're already done, I should say, our first poll. We got a lot of participation. Can't thank you guys, obviously, enough for participating in the poll. It helps the channel. It helps us narrow down the focus. Now we've got 4 new stocks. MicroStrategies. Shout out to Michael Saylor. Amazon doing well on the day today. Who put some respect on that one's name? Up 1 1/3, Katina, man, as it holds above that 200. And then Taiwan Dang Semi. Why is Taiwan Semi up 5%? Good look for Taiwan Semi today. I had to throw one small cap gapper in there. I know it's going to get last. That's all right. I know there's not that much love for small cap gappers.
I voted for it.
Hey, I'm going to vote for it too.
Yeah, I truly did.
It's beating Taiwan Semi right now. Okay.
Let's go.
So, guys, please get your vote in the chat right now. It really does help the channel, and it does help us narrow everything down, Joseph.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, guys, hey, Apple starting to break that trend line here. Let's see if it can continue to hold. We decided to get back in on some NVDA. I'm not sure, is the positions board updated, Ram? Because I was out of NVDA for a while and then I got back in, but it still kind of showed the same one. So maybe we'll get that sorted out. I mean, yeah, guys, we're continuing to hold here these levels as the Qs makes all-time highs on the day by just a smidge, which is totally fine. The SPY is continuing to just continue to crawl higher as well, guys. So I just want to take a little quick look at XLF and see what XLF is up to, because I know it is one of the weaker sectors on the session. And yeah, sure enough, it is putting in a red day here. Nothing to worry about. I know there was some news on JPM as well. So that definitely has some influence on it for sure. But yeah, guys, this is a sector ETF. It's really nice. I think this is something that you would definitely want to play for the long term, especially if you want to get some exposure to some really good banks, the American banks. But yeah, I just wanted to see what XLF was up to. Let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. Oh yeah, there's one thing I did want to mention as well too is some options-based trading. Sean was talking to me about this on Friday, guys, if you got to tune in. And I said, yeah, well, Sean, I think I really like Apple here to remain bullish. And I already own some equity, so I just want to create some credit-based trades on it where I just have the ability to not be so directionally biased on this thing as we can continue to move higher. But again, if you're creating bull put spreads on this thing and you're just collecting premium week after week, Apple's is one of the stocks to do it on. It's less volatile. The market's starting to cool down, so we're not as reactive to some of the macro data that comes out, which is really bullish for credit as well too, but because you don't want to get caught in those volatility onslaughts. And one thing I really want to point out on the week is that we don't have any really major macro data coming out on the week as well too. I think there's only, I think it's like unemployment rate or jobless claims later in the week that are coming up. So this is a really good sign. I like it when I don't have data prints like the CPI, PPI coming out and PCE coming out. Especially when you're holding credit-based trades, because that volatility onslaught can go against you fiercely. So just keep in mind, guys, if you're selling 10 deltas on Apple and you just continue to sell these positions, I had one 2 weeks ago, worked out fantastic. I didn't make any last week, but again, we're looking in here for this week to continue this move. We're now all-time highs on Apple, so let's look to create some credit-based trades on these really strong tech stocks, where we're not outright owning any equity because we are creating new highs. So you do give yourself that leeway room for the pullbacks, right? So again, it's just for those who aren't familiar with credit-based trading, the reason why I like these is because it's not as directionally biased. You have the ability to build the thesis where saying, okay, yeah, maybe I do think the stock is going to appreciate in the near term, so a week out, but I don't know if there's going to be any significant pullbacks. So let me create a trade saying, I don't think that this underlying asset is going to go below said price. So something that you would want to look to do on Apple is like, okay, hey, maybe a week or two out, you can create a trade, a bull put spread that says, hey, 32 fives and 32 fives and then 32 27 fives, or sorry, 32 27 fives, whatever I'm trying to say there. But again, keep in mind, when you create these trades, now we know that we're not going to go below said price. So that's why I like to create those type of trades, Sharif.
All right, let's have a look over here.
32, 239. I don't know. I'm just talking numbers for some reason. I don't.
Yeah.
Looking at it, so.
Guys, SNTI is starting to curl back up here. Really good VWAP hold, making me really regret having taken everything out. Now I'm just starting to think whether I should be working my way back in. It's got a bit of a rejection there at 12, but a symphony of higher lows. Yeah, basically holds VWAP beautifully. I mean, there's one wick breach of VWAP, no closing prints below VWAP on SNTI, despite the fact that it's up 450%. Here comes 12. So it's doing the dance with 12. There is size of note, about, let's say, 200, 250 lots from what we can see at the $12 level. Not the biggest size, certainly, given what it's done today, but a predictable level that it's been rejecting, $12 on SNTI. But I see you guys yelling about Tesla. New, I believe, high. No, we came awfully close to making a new high a day on TSLA. Now it looks as if, you know, it's getting into that area of resistance. That's the implied balance high that we printed at 930. 358.78 is the high there. We work our best there with 358.57. So about 21 21 pennies south of the high, now coming right back down into, below 358, but still a higher low, no question about it. So what's the move here on Tesla? Well, we're either going to reject this area, make our way down to VWAP at 355, or another possibility is there is this area of resistance earlier at 357, let's say, and a third to 357 generally. It's this area crest over here that we put in at 1020 until we gave up the ghost there at 1035. So we could find some support there possibly. And in fact, we did find resistance on the way up there. So this could be an actual area of support. Here's what I mean. This candle from 1220 all the way even until this candle at 1240, we were rejecting that 357 to 357.50. Couldn't break through it. This candle changed things. And look how this one ended up being a topping tail as well, telling you that there certainly was selling around there. So people were using this level to get short. Because look how much we pushed it down on that particular candle. But, obviously the bulls ended up winning that argument because it ended up making a newer high. So what I do like is a possible 357 to 357 and a quarter dip on Tesla. We'll see if that ends up manifesting or not. Otherwise, 355 at the volume weighted average price. Tesla strong, up almost 3.75% right now. So good look for the Cybertruck on the day. Meta coming down a little bit there off the highs, 594.50. It's breaching the 10 on the way possibly to the 20. I like Meta over here at 590. We did reject 590 earlier as an area crest in that really liquid time of the day around 10:10, 10:15. Then look what we did when we worked right back into that 590 area. We whiffled and waffled. We had an area, I don't want to say a whole lot of consolidation, but from 1105 till we took it out 1135, we were ranging below that level. So I'm all ears and eyes and whatever else at 590 here on the or on the Zuck train. So I'm going to put an alert for a 590 dip. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's fine, but I'll be made aware of it should it come. 590 META to my liking at that level. We played Apple a zillion times as well off the volume weighted average price. Is still basically ranging RAM between 240 and a quarter to 390.50. It's been in that range for a hot minute. That hot minute started right at the top of the show, 11 o'clock. We haven't been above or below those levels since 11. That's almost 2 hours now, Joseph, of ranging here on AAPL, but I expected it to do this. I didn't think we were going to get decisively at 240 break and take. That's just not how Apple works, but that's fine. But now we got to pay some bills. Those bills are important to pay. Show the screen. Yes, boss. Absolutely, boss. You name it, you get it. Here it is. All right, guys, trade the pool. Trade the pool stock trading competition has officially begun, with over 2,500 traders competing to prove they have what it takes to rule the pool. Let's check out the leaderboard and see who's leading the chart on day one. It is an interesting individual here by the name of Alan Dump. And he's from the Philippines, and he's up big, Katina, man. 51,275 is what his P&L is, and his best trade, a respectable, very respectable, 22,850. If he stays in this place, he will win a valuation account of up to $160,000 in buying power to trade with. In second, we have Anthony Herbert of the United States up with a nice move here. Their P&L 40,250 with their best trade being a big boy trade at $41,500, and he can win an evaluation account of up to $80,000 in buying power, being in second. And then third here, Cynics the Cool out of Egypt, up here. It looks like there was one trade here, Joseph, because his P&L is 38,590 and his best trade is also 38,590 with a win percentage of 100. Looks like that's all he needs right there.
You know Ryan Gordon?
Ryan Gordon,
Yeah.
yes. Ryan Gordon. Remind me. Hold on. We're not done reading the ad, Ram.
Oh, we're still
You
going
can win an
on. Yeah,
evaluation account of up to $20,000 in buying power. It's only the beginning, so stay tuned. By the end of the week, you will know who will win the big prize. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. Ryan Gordon, it sounds like a baseball player. Am I off on that?
No, he's a world jiu-jitsu champion. That was a tough one, man.
That was tough. My bad. I'm thinking of Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, you're thinking of Aaron
my
with the
bad.
basketball player. But no.
Adara, the slam dunk competition.
Yeah.
Adara is at the big desk.
Keep an eye on Coinbase here, also maybe Apple, but this is more of a Coinbase-related catalyst here, COIN. Company announcing here that it's launching Apple Pay integration for fiat-to-currency purchases. It's going to be offered through on-ramp, so basically this will provide faster conversions, lightweight KYC, and apparently seamless onboarding for apparently the 60 million user base for Apple Pay. So 60 million users here could benefit apparently from this Coinbase Apple Pay integration, guys. Keep an eye on COIN, which is not reacting too much to this story. We got a little bit of a volume spike I guess looks like 10 minutes before this was announced on the 3-minute chart, but nothing since, guys.
We're having a good time over here, Joseph.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. When I was talking about the bull put spread on I was looking at Tesla as well too. But again, so 232.5s to 227.5s is something that I would look to create a spread on base that trade, guys. So that, as I mentioned before, the purpose of credit-based trading is to kind of eliminate the directional bias, where you can build a thesis that says, I don't think price is going to go below X. So that's why I like credit spreads. And then someone else said something in the chat. But yeah, guys, I'm in here back in the NVDA again to see if we can hold these levels. If we break, that's fine. I'm also short Apple, surprisingly, because I had a level pointed out, a primary trend as part of the lesson. And then once that breached, then I said, hey, this can give me an opportunity to get into this. So let me fix this this dark pool print here, and then maybe we can take a better look.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll send it off to Sharif while I fix
Absolutely.
this off here quick, and then we can see a little bit better of what we got going on.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a couple of things. Firstly, the trade that I'm currently involved in, MDAI, was, again, only reason we're in this, it held VWAP. Very straightforward, okay? So we've wet our beak a couple of times. Now I'm layering some more outs there, possibly in the mid 50s and low 60s on MDAI. We'll see what we get with this one. But there is a new small cap gapper that has weaseled its way onto the scene. It goes by the ticker MVST, Microvast Holdings. They're an advanced battery technology company that develop battery components and systems for electric commercial vehicles and utility scale energy storage systems. That's a lot to say. All I know is they're above $1 right now. So I like the look, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart, but we've waxed poetic about this, to use an Adara term, multiple times. It is a different trade, north and south of $1. I'm going to have to wait and see how this one wants to resolve. Does it want to hang out above $1 and then start using that dollar-ish level as support, or is it going to be a quick Christmas tree retracement where we breach $1 and then drop down, make lower lows and lower highs? Something's going on over there. We're gonna let the production team absolutely cook, but everything's fine. Everything's fine. 109 over there. It's dipping down right now until $1. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. It's a very respectable chart in how it's traded, but again, it's at that dollar critical area for this one. We'll have to see how it resolves. 109 HOD right now on MVS Dang T. Keeping my eye on this one. SNTI is continuing to do its thing. What is going on? My computer is freaking out. It's telling me I have no more memory. And that, it's probably not good. Neil was like, that's probably not good. Yeah, we're good to go again. Yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah,
so that's the look right now. MVST, we're going to have to load that up on a trading screen so we can get a better idea of what the spread and the trading situation is like. This trades on the NQ. So it's a penny spread right now. Any obvious areas of resistance that I can see here on the level 2? Not much. There's some resistance here at $1.05. I'm more inclined to want to take this off $1. I'm going to try with a dip trade over here at the $1. We're not going to give it that much room. I'm not going to give it that much room. We're going to give it to 96 or 95 pennies. We're not talking about a whole lot. I'm going to hang out here at the $1.02 so that I can possibly get filled here if we do dip down and cross that 102 area. Now, if we don't, that's fine. I'm going to give this one the old community college try and see exactly how this one ends up working out. MDAI. We take out those levels, baby. 55s gets taken out. Appreciate you, Joseph. Now we're looking at 62s over here. See if we can weasel up there. This one holding view up, looking good. Ultimate high, though, guys, on this one, 66. So $2.66. HOD on MDAI. We'll see if this one wants to hold up below the high of day. Obviously, for my purposes, I hope it does not. Now, we are in MVST. So let's go ahead and put out the out. And it's going to be right at 95s. So we're going to give this one a few pennies over here. If it's not the trade that I want, now I've given this to below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I'm going to look to defend a dollar, knowing that there can be volatility while it zigs and zags with that dollar. But I just want to give it enough room so that if it wicks down and comes back up, I don't get shaken out. I'm giving it to below the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I think that's plenty. Given the current price action right now. So we'll see what we get here with MVST. And I want to remind you guys, there is a new poll, and there ain't enough votes. I mean, we had almost 1,500 on that first poll. We only have 439? Nah, we're going to need to do better than that. You got some big hitters up on this poll. You got MicroStrategies, Ram. You got Amazon. Taiwan Semi-Dan Conductor with their 2 nanometer processes is the envy of the world. And then SNTI, obviously a small cap gapper that I like to trade on the day. So get into the chat right now and have your say every day, guys.
Yeah, good stuff, as always, Shreve. So I wanted to look a little bit more into kind of just this Apple thesis, creating credit-based trades on these stocks that are making all-time highs. Instead of buying the outright equity, there's ways you can do that. So December, everything changes from the weekend. So just taking a second look at this, guys, the 230 put is going to put you right at that 10 delta that expires on the 13th of December. So that thesis just states, hey, we don't think that Apple is going to go below 230 by the 13th of December. So if you look at the stock, I think that's a reasonable trade. I think you can build a thesis around that. I really like this trade. Again, we'll look a little bit more into it. It's a really strong day, so there might be some room where you can collect a little bit more premium. But Joe, what are your thoughts on CHAU 560.25, 15? Call the volume extremely high. Yeah, so let's take a look at this one here for you. And I know you're looking to construct an options-based trade on this. So let's take a look at this. China. Yeah. I'm not even going to dig any more into this, to be honest with you, because exactly. That's it. We don't need to be investing in this stuff or putting our money into something that's so speculative. This is also a leveraged derivative as well, too, our leveraged ETF, the 2X. So I don't know if you want to be playing options on this one. I'm not too familiar with Chow, but again, I was having this conversation with one of my hockey buddies, and I heard Sean saying this exact same thing. It's like, why are we going to put some money into China, especially when working with the government is so difficult? There's definitely other better places you can put your money. So the incredible Mr. Lib, you're going to get the thumbs down on that one from me. Yeah, but hey, that's me. Hey, why am I? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. So I'm not going to suggest you to do that. But guys, we're in this Apple short here that's really working. We're testing VWAP right now. We're going to talk some more about it right after we get back from Madeira.
Just a one catalyst who I really quickly want to mention. I'm just seeing this come through the wire and how ASML apparently they're forecasting their impact of their export restrictions to fall within their outlook. So ASML providing an update here, expecting that their export restriction impact will still likely fall within their overall guidance. So I guess not an update to their guidance, just be aware of any potential moves on that with ASML. It's just a fancy way of them saying it seems like they're going to maintain their guidance despite export restriction. So let's keep an eye on XRP in the crypto space, making a bit of a pullback from its high of day, which is around here, the 2.87 level. As of right now, we're around 263 for Ripple, which, look at this volume candle. This is the largest volume candle we've had since November 22nd on the daily chart here. And November 22nd is the day after Gary Gensler announced he'd be stepping down as SEC chair. So that's certainly a pretty good look here for Ripple, pushing to the upside. No new catalyst on this that I could find, but it is now the third crypto name here. So below BTC and ETH, now we have XRP. This one has benefited a lot this month as well. If we look at a monthly chart here for Ripple, this is a great look. This is the month of November, breaking out of that support level around that 50 cent, pushing to the upside. Definitely its highest volume candle on a monthly basis by far. And of course, this was influenced not just by the election, but also by the resignation of SEC chair Gary Gensler and the fact that it's Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse reportedly met with future president there, Donald Trump. So that's going to be a great look. Let's see if XRP can continue this awesome run heading into the next month. Also, a quick catalyst here. We mentioned this earlier, but Coinbase announcing here that they are partnering with Apple Pay for integrations for purchases. So now it has access to Apple Pay's 60 million users. So keep an eye on COIN with this AAPL collaboration, guys, and make sure to vote for the new poll. You have 4 tickers to choose from there. They're going to be TSM, MSTR, SNTI, and Amazon. So make sure you get those votes in before that rundown at 2 p.m. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Adara. Guys, I wanted to mention something. I was just telling Neil this off camera. ASML, a company that I just got into, I'm trying to build up my position in, is up nicely on the day, 3%. Apparently, they're expecting the effects of the tariffs to fall within what they forecasted. It's up to almost $21 on the day. Again, it's a $700 name, so $21 accounts to 3%. But ASML, and look, the reason I was really interested at this level, this is what I perceive to be an area of accumulation. Okay, we've talked about this in the past, Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution patterns. That's from the technical sense. From the fundamental sense, this still is a monopoly. You know, whether or not that could get disrupted in the future, some, grumblings about the Chinese looking at making their own ultraviolet lithography machine. I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not saying they can't do it, but I'll believe it when I see it. Anyway, so this one, I'm invested in it. I'm looking at building a bigger position in it. I have very minuscule size. Obviously not happy with the latest price pump up, but there is this level that we could look to reject possibly on the 14th. I think we had a big boy day there. We got into about 712. We're not far off that level. Essentially a 710 HOD, 709.90, but Adara does have something for us at the big desk.
Some more context there for ASML. Thank you, Sharif, for bringing that up. I mentioned it briefly at the start of the crypto update, but now we actually also have their numbers. So they did maintain that guidance. Again, they said they do not expect there to be, quote, a direct material impact on their business in 2024 due to those export restrictions. And they're still forecasting their 2025 net sales between 30 billion euros to 35 billion euros. The lower point of that does still miss the estimate, though, of 32.56 billion euros. So ASML did get a volume spike there on that announcement that they do not see export restrictions impacting their sales. Good look here for this name, guys.
Totally. Yeah, totally agree. Guys, I just want to point something out. Someone in the chat mentioned about assignment and they got assigned on some spreads. Well, the point of the spread is so that you don't get assigned. Your broker should exercise that protective put or call automatically. But I just want to point out, don't get into credit spreads unless you know the risk, right? Because they can be extremely, you can take outsized losses if you're not putting in your stops because you are writing options, right? So if you're trying to short a call, then essentially you're short. So if something squeezes, you can lose extreme amounts of money on a leveraged derivative like options, and the same with puts, right? So, but puts are, I wouldn't say a little bit more safer, but again, there's more plans around that because you have cash secured puts as well too. But just make sure that when you are creating credit-based trades and you're using delta as your probability of profit, make sure that you have those stops implemented. We did lessons on them before. I tend to use 100% of the credit received is going to be my stop loss. So if I receive $20 per contract combination, then that stop loss is going to be $40, right? So I have to give back the 20 that was given to me in a net credit and then additional debited of $20. So guys, I really, really want to point out that when you are creating credit-based trades, you need to have stops. I'm telling you, you absolutely need to have stops. Otherwise, the systems won't work. But again, I don't know what's going on with my positions board here, guys, but I just got out of Apple here. I was short. It came back against me. I'm like, why am I shorting a strong stock? But again, it does seem that it wants to break some potential support levels and possibly go through the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I don't know if we're going to get a second entry on it, but if it does break with any form of momentum, then we'll look to participate on this one. But again, yeah, I got kind of spooked out on this, but that's okay because there will always be another position, guys. So yeah, let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. If you guys want to know any options-based trades. Sorry, someone mentioned something on options oh yeah, sorry, we went over that already, the Chinese 2X. But yeah, again, I would stay away from that one. There's so many other products that you can trade, so many better underlying assets. If you're looking to trade, you can create credit-based trades, as I mentioned before, especially on stocks that are trending really strong. You just want to stick with the momentum instead of just buying equity at the all-time highs. So yeah, let me know what's up with OMEX. Yeah, sure, let's take a look at OMEX. What is this? Odyssey Marine Exploration. Yeah, let's take a look here. And as of right now, it's not looking too good on OMEX. Sharif, this is definitely down your alleyway. It's looking like almost down. Wow. That is absolutely hectic the past couple of days. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this company. Are you familiar with Odyssey Marine?
OMEX?
Yeah,
Let's have a look, man. That's a hell of a move
there. Yeah, exactly. So
absolutely.
Sharif will get the news up on that one. But again, that's not something that you'd want to be in from here because that is a hefty move down. And for recovery, if it ever does recover, it may take an awfully long time.
Here it is, Joseph.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this company. They're a small company, guys, about $10 million market cap. Odyssey Marine Exploration, they discover and they validate, as well as they develop sea floor mineral resources. Company has diversified mineral portfolio, which includes projects controlled by the company and others in which it has a minority ownership, blah, blah, blah. So they deal with the ocean. Great. They're looking for minerals in the ocean. Fantastic. I love to hear it. It's an ugly chart, okay? It's a very ugly daily chart. Now, it's got a bit of a bump today. Is there a reason? I am seeing nothing on my blotter to account for OMEX being up a light 21.5%, other than possibly just some speculation. We did have, though, a move up on the 29th of note. So I'm looking back on my blotter to see if there was anything entered on the 29th. And again, I'm seeing nothing. So I'm very suspicious of this, and I'm not interested in trading it because it lacks a catalyst, and I really don't know what's going on. Now, that's the daily. Intraday. We're light on volume as well, Joseph. I mean, it's a 50 penny name, and we've only done a million two. That ain't gonna cut it for me.
That ain't cutting it.
That ain't gonna cut it. So it's a great breakout there on the daily. Don't know why it's moving. Don't really care, but it's not to my liking. It doesn't fit within my parameters for an intraday trade. I'm gonna have to leave it at that. MVST, here we go. We're back involved here, and we're printing a couple of prints, and bang, we take out the top there for a VWAP dip. Appreciate you, Joseph. Let's set up some more. Let's hang out at 103, because what's life without whimsy? Who knows? Maybe we'll make it up there. So MVST doing the dance with no pants with $1 right now. We got in, where'd we get in? We got in at 93s for a VWAP hold. This is the second attempt at it. So I was red on it to start. Now we're looking to go back green if we can. Let's look at the other one. MDAI, what is this one doing? Well, it's still whiffling and waffling near that area we got the last print. That's $2.55. We've been waiting for a hot minute in the low 60s, and looks like we're going to continue to wait with this bad boy as it doesn't take out local highs. So I'm dealing with a couple of small cap gappers, MVST and MDAI, both doing decent right now. Okay, MVST is working into that 103. It's gonna have to cross. So it's got a penny spread right now. Good recovery for MVST. It did bamboozle me, sadly, at that dollar trade, so we ended up getting stopped out, but we got right back in once it did hold the volume weighted average price. So now what I'm looking for is a high of day break and take. That high day is at 109. So what does that mean for you guys? Well, basically, I'm not looking at taking too much out between here and 109. Because if we do, then we risk obviously not having anything if this does test the high of the day. So my last beak wetter until this takes out that 109, if it takes out 109, will be 103s, but we're going to have to cross to get that print. We're going to get back, though, and talk more about these small cap gappers once we get back from the human algo at the big desk.
Thank you for that, Sharif. We're getting more commentary still on the exit of Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger. This was phrased as a retirement, but there have been some reports here from Bloomberg that he was actually forced out by the board. Now we have comments from Angelo Zeno, who is a CFRA analyst. This is an analyst saying that Pat Gelsinger's leave from the company should not be viewed as surprising. Apparently, Angelo Zeno views that Pat Gelsinger did a lot in a positive way to help with the company's manufacturing execution, but the company was still too slow with regards to AI infrastructure and needing that switch. So with that in mind, this CFRA analyst expects the next CEO of Intel is likely going to be a semiconductor industry veteran. And Intel should be apparently focusing here on being more nimble, getting back to free cash flow, and minimizing share losses. So this 3.5% gain today, not a bad start, but keep an eye on that. We have some analysts speculating that the new Intel CEO could or should be in that semiconductor space. In the meantime, they do have two people from Intel, the company itself. One of them is the CFO. The other one is the head of client computing relations. So two people from two people from Intel, currently serving as co-CEOs, but we'll see who we actually get as this actual appointment, guys.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting CEO search there.
So.
I can't wait to see who takes the helm there, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't wait to find out.
I actually agree with you on that one. I'm looking forward to that one, Sharif. But yeah, guys, I got out of this Apple trade, unfortunately, prematurely, which is totally okay. There's going to be another opportunity, I believe. Let's see if we can get in. I think we do bounce potentially. So let's see if we can continue this primary trend. Just speaking of the lessons, which I do think we can, absolutely. So 239.41 was a base, solid support. We have now cracked it. So let's see if we can continue to hold, put in some indecision candles, and then maybe we can continue that northeast movement. But as of right now, guys, I had a thesis built just from holding these trend lines, and then once it breached, that's when I got into the position. So let's see if we can come back and retest it, come back down, and then maybe continue to move higher. But as of right now, it seems like the overall market is pulling back. Some of these heavier tech stocks are pulling back. SMCI is still kind of hovering around the days highs, around $42 with a high day of around 44.18-ish. So yeah, we're still hovering up around there. Let's take a look at some of the discretionary stocks like Amazon. Let's see how, Amazon's having a little bit tougher of a session, which is totally fine. Again, just any opportunity you can get to buy some of these dips, I would definitely look to get involved in those. So let's take a look at this thing from a daily perspective, guys. So what happened here is I mentioned last week is that we did breach the gap, and then now we completely filled it. We gapped up about halfway through it around 209, kind of where we're sitting at opening price right now, and then a high of 213. So that gap is almost filled. We did kind of make a gap in between that, but I think that will be filled probably by the end of the day if it does decide that it wants to continue to sell. But again, Amazon, just an absolute banger of a stock. Those are the things that you want to get involved with, not those 2x bull ETFs, the China bull ETFs. Like I understand that they're cheap, but there's so many other things that you can look to play. So again, we're just breaking down here on Apple. Let's take a quick look at the Qs from an intraday perspective. We're still hovering above VWAP, which is totally fine. Let's see if we get a pullback anywhere between now and 2 p.m., and we'll see if we can take it higher. But as of right now, I think we pull back. The market might slow down a little bit in the afternoon hours. I mean, Friday was an absolute electric day. It was a lot more involved than what I guess some of us anticipated, because usually those days are a little bit quiet, but then sure enough, you get hit with an absolute banger of a trending day. So that's what you want to see, and that's what you want to look forward to. And I know there's a couple people in the chat that are saying Bitcoin like 56K.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So that thing is going to need to fall 50%. And I think that's just a little bit too difficult. I don't think it'll be as rapid as maybe previous declines, because of the abilities that you have in the ETFs, now you can hedge them, right? So just speaking hypothetically, I don't think it is too much money. There's way too much big money in this thing. Yeah, there's no way. There's too much big money up and around the 60s and 70s, and then even moving up through here. So as the institutions and retailer are getting involved again, I think a lot of this, what they were saying is that this, Sharif, that 20% move higher was a lot of institutions. But now that there's more retail looking to get involved, this can absolutely squeeze Bitcoin. I know some analysts had like 350K by the beginning of 26 or mid 26, which is totally reasonable. So again, guys, if you have so many analysts just pointing out the fact, hey, 6 figures, $250,000, 300K, the chances of this thing going back down to 56K is really, I'm not going to say it's not going to happen or it can't happen. Anything can happen. But again, you're going to need people to just lose all belief in this underlying asset in order for it to kind of reach those levels, because there's too much large money now with the institutions and retail stepping back in order for that thing to get back.
And quite frankly, what kind of I'm not willing to make the presupposition that institutions are done buying. I am not going to make that at all.
There's no way.
No way. They're just getting started, Joseph.
Just getting started.
Man. Look, guys, there was a ton of money on the sidelines until the beginning of this year, and it mostly was in treasuries. And we knew we were going to see the unwinding of the yield, the treasury trade, to get you that 5 points on your money, basically.
Still trillions of cash on the sidelines.
There's still, bro.
There's still trillions
look,
of cash
and the yields are not that much lower. Let's call a spade a spade. The yields are still elevated because Donald Trump is projected to be a little inflationary because the economy is going to grow under him. So when the economy grows, there's inflation by default, right? A healthy inflation, mind you. Now, so that's had an effect on the yield. So you could say, okay, Sharif, well, that same trade is still in play. I can throw my money in a shorter dated treasury and still make that, 4% coupon. Fine. But that's not where you want to be when equities are giving you like multiple folds if you're making a lot more money in equities. In addition to that, you're going to make more likely money in Bitcoin. So I don't think that money stays on the sideline like in the way it does now. We know that one of the biggest cats out there, Warren Buffett, holding a record amount of cash. What's he holding, guys? 300 million, something like that? Anybody knows?
Yeah, billion.
Yeah, it's some ridiculous amount of money that he's holding on the side, right? I don't think that probably stays as the case for very long. I think he weasels into something now. He may not weasel into crypto because we already know how he felt about that, or we know how Charlie Munger felt about that. So we'll see exactly what we get there, but I'm still very bullish on Bitcoin, and I don't think that the institutions are done buying
325 billion in cash.
Wow, I said million?
Yeah.
Wow,
The guy has
lunch.
billion.
300. Yeah. So
I think that was more of a strategic move. I think.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, with the election.
We talked about that with. Kamala Harris was floated of having the idea. It depends really how the down ballot elections went with the Senate and the House, but there was talk about her possibly taxing unrealized capital gains. That had a lot of people worried. So some went into cash, some went into gold, hence the breakout in gold. You can make the case some people went in crypto as well with it breaking out. So I'm not saying that trade's going to unwind, but there was that fear. So a lot of people were holding their positions in cash as a result of that or some other asset. So we'll keep tabs on that. All right, guys, back to trading over here. This level on Meta is of interest to me, and I did have an alert here on Meta to account for this area crest that we had rejected earlier. This was the 590 area that I was earmarking here on Meta. It didn't quite make it down there, nor is it quite done making lower highs. In fact, that lower high situation is still in play on Meta. But we got a couple of green candle formation if this current candle closes green and just open. So who knows? I'm keeping my eye on Meta. I like it possibly here for this area crest to hold as support. META, interesting area for me at these levels. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers that we've got on. All right, so MVST is now doing topping tails through $1. We're long 93s. It's printed 99s, but that is not what I want to see. I don't want to see topping tails through $1. That means the shorts are winning currently right now, keeping this bad boy south of $1. And then even if we just look on, if we don't look on a one candle basis like I'm doing here, and we look at the overall trend, well, it's successively lower high, lower high, lower high. You guys get it. So I'm kind of concerned about what I'm seeing right now with the MVST. Thinking maybe I should just wet my beak on some more profits here. We'll see exactly. I'm going to try to pack my patience a little bit. I do like what I'm seeing from MDAI. Now, I like the fact that I'm getting these higher lows with that 255, 250 acting as resistance. What I don't like is the volume drop off. That concerns me. Because if a big seller comes in, well, he's going to eat up all these levels right here. And then I could find myself quickly at 235, 230. So this is concerning here. This volume drop off on MDAI. Chart pattern wise, looks great. Looks fantastic. Looking possibly to take out that 255 or 260 level that we've been kind of dancing with all day. So a couple of trades on right now, MDAI, MVST, but I'm really interested to see what Meta does in and around this level. So we're 2 minutes deep into this candle right now, and it does look like it might hold that 590 level. The lowest print it got there, and I didn't get my alert ringing on this one, was 590.40. My level was 590.38, so that's why we didn't get the alert ram. But this one now curling generally off that 590 level, the area that we kind of had an eye on earlier. So that's my look right now on these mega caps as well as the small caps. Let's have a look at some others. Anything of interest over here? I like a possible 171 holdup on goggles. It was very respectful of the volume weighted average price. The last time it dipped into it at 1120, 1125, it was a 2-candle holdup. Very respectful of that level. Now it's kind of doing a bit of a double top with 172 being that HOD, so it's unable to ascend above 172. It could come back in and test 171. Where VWAP is. So I'm interested also there on Google for a quick dip trade off the volume weighted average price. Not many in the way of large cap trades today, but I'll take them where I can get them. All right, let's see over here. MDAI and MVST starting to make some highs over here, so not a bad look. Let's see how our poll is doing. Okay, all right, 700 votes, Ram. That's not too bad.
How's your small cap doing there?
Which one? Oh, let's see. It's in last place as well. Taiwan Semi's in last place. They're kind of fighting there, Joseph. 13% for Taiwan Semi, 14% for SNTI. Ooh. I mean, it's up 464%. Like, let's put some respect on this one's name. But Amazon and MicroStrategies kind of knew that these bad boys would be up on the board leading today. Amazon did have a headline, guys. I'll just remind you quickly what the situation was there in Amazon. If I can just pull it up. Yes. Record sales for Black Friday to the tune of 10.8 billion. That was a 10.2% increase year over year, Joseph. And today, Cyber Monday, not to be outdone by Black Friday, we're predicting a 13.2 billion type day. And whether or not we hit that high today, Cyber Monday, the biggest shopping day of the year. And obviously, Amazon stands to benefit from that. Give you one quick other piece of information here. The buy now, pay later services, aka Affirm, Klarna, and some others, 7.6 billion in revenue they generated, Joseph, in the month of November, just alone. People loving this BNPL, buy now, pay later. Can I say something to you, though?
Well, obviously.
Man, Affirm has got some credit card rates. They're charging you 20% APR. They were charging you 0%. When I financed this iPhone, I got 0% on this. I just had to pay a quick $50, I think, admin fee. That was it. Now you're paying that $60 admin fee, and you're paying 20 some odd %. So they're making money now. It's not about them buy now, pay never. They're making money on this. So.
And I heard, and I was listening to. They're saying that credit cards up in the States can get up to 30%, which is absolutely ridiculous. And Sharif, to add on to that, it was a record. Again, we talked about Thanksgiving, the American Thanksgiving. It was record sales on a lot of fronts, but it was the most spent per person of all time. You know how much? Did you see how much the Americans spent per person on Thanksgiving?
No. How much?
It's like $650 per person. Yeah, that's absolutely insane, dude. Like, what do you
That's
guys?
good.
That's insane. Yeah, it's absolutely insane amount of money. That would be Christmas and Thanksgiving combined. If you're getting anything from me, that is if. So, yeah, guys.
You tell him, my man.
Yeah, exactly. So, guys, yeah, we're here in the Apple long. I said to myself, I don't know why I was short, even though this kind of played out how I was. But then I flipped because I do think that we can kind of curl back over and somewhat recover. I'm not going to hold on to this too long. We had a couple trades today. So far, they haven't really been working out, so that's okay. There's always another day. But yeah, guys, let us know in the chat what you're looking at. Because yeah, I'm curious to what you guys are looking at for the week, what kind of trades you're putting on. As I mentioned before, there's no really outstanding macro data, nothing crazy anyways. I'll pull up what we got on the horizon just from market reports and see what we got going on there. But again, I think it's a little bit more of a quiet week, which I really like. So let's see what we have here. So again, 10 o'clock we had the ISM manufacturing, that was today, construction spending as well too. So then Tuesday we have job openings. Again, 10 a.m. job openings, that might have a little effect, but nothing crazy. And then Wednesday we have ADP employment, and then ISM at 10 a.m., and then factory orders. Thursday, initial jobless claims, and then Friday is the U.S. unemployment report. So if anything, you're looking pretty clear for macro data on the week other than Friday with the U.S. unemployment rate. Because I do think that the Fed is living up to their dual mandate, Shreve, maximum employment and inflation slowly coming down. So I think, again, that's just another reason why just to remain bullish on equities. That doesn't mean just jump in right now, right? That doesn't mean just because they say we're bullish, doesn't mean just dive into the deep end. Assess some positions, be prepared, get your allocations planned out, decide what you want to buy, wait for those prices to come in. If you have a lot of cash, you're cash heavy, you can do cash secured puts and really wait for those prices to come in while you collect some premium. But again, there's just a lot of things lining up to be bullish in the equities front. So yeah, guys, we're gonna hold on to this Apple trade here. Bitcoin up a bit above 95 again, about 95 halves, slowly recovering. I do think that this thing is gonna chop around a little bit. Shreve, I'm expecting a little bit of a pullback because I remember on Friday we were talking, I was like, this is a pivotal moment, I think if I'm saying that right, that if we need to break this with momentum, and if we didn't, then we could potentially pull back. And sure enough, that has been the case. I'm not saying that we're gonna pull back extremely deep, but again, when I seen this really large engulfing candle, I was expecting for within a couple of days that we were to break that 100K. That hasn't been the case. So the longer we chop around, the more I feel that we will pull back a little bit deeper, maybe 90s, south of 90s. But again, just a liquidity grab, and then we can continue that movement to the top side. Because I know a lot of people are looking to get
let's bring that, if we can. Let's talk about some of the spoilers. So we heard, I don't want to call it a wild level of 56, 57,000. Who knows? We're not, we don't see the future. But to me, that seems like a too deep of a retracement. Now, where are your levels? So I've got 90-ish, 89. So you and I talked about this on Friday quickly. I have this kind of bias that it ranges in a 10,000 point range for a hot minute. Who knows how long? But if that 90 level was to give way, Joseph, I'm looking at 70 to 75-ish. I don't know how you feel generally about that kind of level.
I think that would be pretty deep pullback. I mean, because that would be a really deep correction, in my opinion. That would be going to test this breakout high, right?
Yeah.
So again, that's about like a 30% move right there. I don't know if we're going to get that deep, and if we do, there's definitely going to be some more potential downside. If we get relatively to these 82 levels-ish, Sharif, I still wouldn't be worried. But again, anytime you get into those mid-70s, then it's like, what's going on here? There might be something alarming. But again, I do think that you mentioned this 10K range. I do think we chop around kind of in that 10K range. But again, we got Tom Lee, we got Saylor, we got all these people that are so extremely bullish that it's hard. I don't see us like retracing 30%.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't see it. I'm not saying that it can't happen, right? But again, 30% is really deep correction. You know what I mean? So yeah.
We're gonna send it to Adara at the big desk. She's got something for us.
We're going to take a look here at the U.S. dollar as we always do around 1:30 p.m. during this midday. It's also worth noting you only have about half an hour left to get in that poll and vote for your ticker of choice. You have 4 options here. The top 5 tickers between this poll and the poll that began at 11 a.m. with the midday will be covered during the afternoon rundown by Neil and Sean, and you'll have Sharif giving you some coverage and insight on these stocks as well at the green screen. So make sure you don't miss that segment and make sure you get your voice heard by voting. Really quickly as well, before we get to the DXY, it's worth noting we just had ASML come out here about half an hour ago saying that they do not see that their guidance is going to be impacted here by those foreign export controls. Now we have the Netherlands. So, of course, ASML is a Dutch company. So now we actually have the Dutch government itself saying that they're going to be studying these new U.S. restrictions on export of chip equipment to China because they share the U.S.'s concerns with regards to, quote, uncontrolled exports of advanced semiconductor equipment. So now Dutch government chiming in, agreeing here with the U.S., who, if you recall, did actually announce their 3rd crackdown on Chinese chip shipments and restrictions as of today, guys. Let's take a look here at the US dollar. This is the weekly chart because we took quite the pullback on the weekly chart as of last week. This is a pretty bearish engulfing candle here. But what's interesting here is we're starting this week here in December, actually, as of right now, with a high that was this previous area of resistance around that 106.50 area. We saw that throughout basically the entirety of October 2023. Then we reject this area again with a bit of a lower high in April 2024. So this level could be interesting. Let's see if we're able to close above that on a weekly basis for the DXY. Then in the monthly, we're green in the month so far. We were also green in last month as well. But what a topping tail candle for the DXY for November 2024. Of course, we did have a bit of a pullback for the DXY at the end of that month. So this will certainly be of note. Let's see if we can continue this bullish streak for the US dollar or if we push lower. I also really quickly want to touch on comments from Fed's Bostic. These were not on the calendar, though we do have comments from Fed's Waller expected here at 3:15 and Fed's Williams at 4:30. But Fed's Bostic, one of the key things noted here by Fed's Bostic was that he said he does not want people to be focused on the view that there must be a cut at every meeting. So saying that even if they don't cut, for example, in December, that doesn't mean there's not going to be cuts coming up. So that is pretty key ahead of that meeting on December 18th, exactly 3 months after the Fed cut rates by 50 basis points. So that's really interesting. Fed's Bostic saying that inflation does remain on track to reach 2%, but there shouldn't be any concerns if they don't cut at every single meeting. So that's the key thing here from Bostic. Let's see what Waller has to say during Power Hour at 3:15, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Adara. Fed Bostic dropping hot lines. It looks like he was talking around that noon hour. I thank you for that, Adara. Since we've got some time on our hands here, I can just read out some of the headlines that he's got. Bostic. Base case remains for inflation to continue falling. You don't say, brother. So this is a full article here by Reuters. You can weasel on over if you want to read the full thing. The other headline here, Atlanta's Fed Bostic says base case, this is Adair, what she was reading out, is that inflation remains on track to reach that 2%, not going into December meeting with a sense that the outcome is preordained. Coming data will be important, keeping options open. Still an open question how fast and by how much rates need to be cut to keep inflation declining while avoiding undue damage to the job market. Obviously, with that dual mandate, full employment and stable prices. Goes on to say risks to inflation and the employment mandates are roughly in balance. Good luck. Justifies a move towards that neutral monetary policy. If you don't know what the neutral rate is, just quick Google search there. It'll explain that whole concept. So Bosty dropping hotlines there midday, and thanks Adara for letting us know, because I personally didn't know he was speaking today. So good luck there. All right, guys, we're doing pretty well here on MDAI. I did wet my beak there at 63s. We're along 38s. Again, the only reason I was weaseling into this was a VWAP hold, and here we go again. We're dancing with 60 now. We know that the high of day is 66. We just printed 63s. So the buyers are stepping in, but so are the sellers. And there is somebody shorting up a storm every time we pop into 60. It's a bit clearer on the 5-minute when you see it. Like, look at all these topping tail candles that happen to manifest just north of 60. So we'll see if that one can continue going here. I've got my next beak wetter breaking the high of day. I'm going to sit at 69s and I'm not moving it. So we'll see if this one wants to break and take 60. Right now, there is a seller of note at or north of 60 pennies. MVST continues to put lower highs. I've now moved up my stop on the small cap gapper to my break-even point. In fact, I'm front running it by a penny. So not one aspect of this trade hopefully goes against me over here as we look to mitigate risk on MVST. Shout out to Scott H., small cap gapper trader extraordinaire. There's no doubt about that. Bringing my attention to the fact that SNTI has been working its way, back into that $13, $12 range after holding up at the volume weighted average price at around $9.50. We had multiple good trades on this one. It isn't the rocket ship that it was earlier on with that uninterrupted greenery, Joseph, to make that 500% break. Like, we're still, even though we're like $4 more off the high, we're still up 469%. So this one's really moving here, but keep an eye on the volume, right? Joseph talks a lot about the volume, and more accurate he could not be. When the volume does drop off, you need to be wary of taking these things long because you don't need volume to come down, but you do need a big boy volume to go, well, not big boy, you do need more volume though to go up. So SNTI certainly on watch over here. FOSL though, guys, I had this one up all day. On the small side charts for the small cap gappers, I didn't trade it initially because it didn't do what the look is for these small cap gappers. In other words, it wasn't trading above VWAP. So the majority of the day, in fact, until about maybe 12 o'clock, it was south of VWAP. Since that time, it's shown you its propensity to respect what looks to be the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. If you took a dip trade off the 20 exponential, you have been rewarded. Not so much if you took it off VWAP or even the 10. So the 20 featuring on FOSL, not sure why, and I frankly don't care. All I want to see is that it does make sense, and it's in fact doing that 20 hold up. So FOSL, I could certainly be persuaded to weasel into this at around the $0.25, possibly here. It's a little bit above third of a dollar right now, dancing with that 40 penny area. FOSL. ZETA or ZETA, as my American friends would like to say, this is kind of doing a bit of a rounded top. Now, I'm not going to short this north of the volume weighted average price, but it's kind of putting in that top, and then you get consecutively lower highs and lower lows, but not by that much. So it doesn't have that V-shaped effect, but it has more of that arching effect. So it's continuing to make its way into lows. Be on the lookout for a hold up here at about 23 and 23 2/3. That's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. If it does want to hold up there, I'll absolutely take it long. ZETA with a decent day, but certainly off the high. So keeping my eye out on those. And I think we've talked about enough small cap gappers on the day. Let's weasel on over to what the large caps are doing. Okay, we talked about Google volume weighted average price. So here it is. You have a hammer candle right now, a bit of a bottoming tail candle that did touch that 171 quick as you like. It didn't even work its way all the way down to 171. 171.02 is the low of this candle over here. Lo and behold, we're at that $0.25, and we're looking at making the first 5-minute candle make a new high since, I don't know, this one over here at 12 o'clock. So we'll see if the winds of change may want to come on Google. But I should tell you, the last time it took a bit of a 2-candle pattern during the more liquid time of the day, so don't be so quick to expect this to rocket ship back into the highs. But as I say that, it is actually moving up here through that $0.25, Joseph. So GOOGL trying to catch a bit at the volume weighted average price.
Yep, for sure. Guys, so yeah, I've been slowly recovering. I went back into Apple. Sorry about the positions board, guys. But yeah, I'm back in Apple here. This is going to be my third and final attempt on this. So let's see if we can recover, and we started to slowly turn back around to the top side. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, so guys, let me know what you're looking at. We talked about some Apple spreads earlier, some Bitcoin. And one thing that I also wanted to touch on with Bitcoin is that what I was reading in this book, which is really interesting, is that a lot of people say that Bitcoin is like kind of a hedge against inflation because there's a limited supply, right? But it also can be deflationary because people hoard it, right? So no one's spending, absolutely. Right? So again, so just keep that in mind. I think this thing, so it was really interesting. This book is really interesting and it really dives into the blockchain and the technology of it. So I'm looking forward to reading that. It's actually not a boring read. It's one of those that are actually interesting and good. So it's called Bubble or Revolution. It was written years ago. I bought it a couple years ago and I never read it. And I would always bring it on vacation with me, but I never got into it. But then I was like, considering we're kind of in the phase that we're in, let's read this book. So yeah, we got a nice chunk of it done, guys. So yeah, bullish on Bitcoin, sure, why not? But yeah, guys, Apple, we're back in this thing here. Let's see if we can continue to move. We're just chopping around VWAP. So if we break this low at 239.25s, then I'm going to get out of the position, and I'm not going to try to trade this stock anymore because, again, I didn't have the best session because we tried this on IBIT. That didn't work out. As I mentioned, if it broke this pivot, it could see some potential downside. And sure enough, it did. We didn't take that short. We didn't flip the bias necessarily. So again, that's 0 for 1 on IBIT, which is totally fine. And then we kind of just messed around a bit in some NVDA. We got some working, but then we got stopped out twice, and then we got a break-even stop out there, guys. So those are the looks on this session for me. Tech was really strong. SMCI was really, really strong out the opening drive. So hopefully a lot of people got the ability to take advantage of that. But yeah, let's DJT, someone's mentioning in the chat. Let's take a quick look at DJT. I know that it was pumping the other day, but let's see what it's doing.
Yeah, it was up because Cash Patel guy.
Exactly.
Heard about that?
No, what happened?
Cash Patel, he's a board member of Trump or Truth Social, whatever it's called, Trump Media.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And he's being touted as the next FBI director. They're gonna put him as head of FUBI.
Really?
Yeah, that's
a big jump there.
Yeah, and he like and he's got some comments about the FBI. Yeah, very, very critical of how they were being run. Basically, wants to overhaul the entire thing. So kind of controversial from that sense. I don't care which way. That's not going to be something that affects us. But he's got very controversial views about what he wants the FBI to be. So his what's it called? Getting what do you when you go through the Senate confirmation hearings? The nomination process, thank you, Neil, it's not like a guaranteed thing, but it's like the whole Matt Gaetz thing again, but I don't think it's polarizing. In any event, that's why DJT is moving up, because he's a board member.
All right. So
well, apparently that's what is being said.
Is that you don't watch any TV, do you?
Not very much.
No.
What do you got?
No, I wasn't going to say because I know I could tell you just know so much that there's no time to watch any TV.
Brother,
so,
I'm not a TV guy.
Yeah,
I got to tell you.
Guy, would you just rather read?
I'm not a TV guy.
You're a reader.
Yeah. Fair. I do appreciate you, Joseph. I do watch TikTok. But Ram, you know how it is. TikTok, I doom scroll. So I've got to reserve my TikTok sessions for the weekend only, and even then, bro.
You should put the screen limit time on it. Or
I really need to, because dude, I can go down a dang rabbit hole with TikTok,
it's
man.
Bad.
It does not stop.
Have you gotten in trouble with the YouTube shorts?
Neil?
YouTube shorts.
What do you watch on TikTok?
Yeah.
Neil, can we do one more test?
No, because I don't want to.
I want one more test, Neil.
I'm a married man. And
Wow. You don't know what the story is, Joseph.
I think you told me.
You know about this? Okay.
Your workout videos are.
Yeah, man. The one, and it was an ad. It was an ad.
Hey, man.
It was an ad, and I got rinsed on that.
So
I'll never live that down.
You like your chances right now of not having
100%. Joseph, that never shows up, bro. Right. On my phone, I'm all about, that, like, look, I'm going to tell you the truth. A lot of the stuff about the war, the European war, not the Middle Eastern war, I get from TikTok. And I see these soldiers like fighting or hiding for their life, bro, from these drones, like trying to camouflage themselves. And like I see all this stuff that you don't typically see on Meta, on Facebook, on Instagram.
I was thinking that the other day too when you mentioned it. I'm like, now that drone buzz, like must be the most terrifying sound now. Never mind airplanes going over your head. It's that drone buzz. that could just be absolutely
They are
terrifying.
scared for their life,
I bet,
bro, and
man.
it's just
you
hard
can't see it. So it's gonna be drone wars essentially. But guys, here on DJT, I really like where it's sitting at on a daily perspective. Let's see if it can go. If it goes back into this range. If it doesn't, then look for that potential breakout there, guys. So I really like where this is sitting as of right now. If it decides that it wants to go back into this range and break those levels, then you can see some more potential downside, I think, there. But as of right now, I really like it on top of this range. Let's see what the remainder of the session brings and what tomorrow brings as well, too, because it's looking like DJT wants to break out there, my guy.
Joseph, we're doing real well here. Bang! On MDAI, we just take out 75s there. And I appreciate you. Volume-weighted average price hold up here on MDAI. We just took out the top. We were dealing with 60s. Well, it looks like that was, something in the distant past. We were dealing with, I believe, 66s as the high of the day. Now it's 75s. So I'm layering my orders. I've got one more beak wetter sadly left here on MDAI. I've put it at 82s. I should probably have it at a bit loftier of a target because if we start squeezing here, we could definitely take out some different levels. Let me have a look and see what the short float is on MDAI so I can kind of temper my expectations. Look, it's got a decent short float, 9.06%, so a little bit less than 10 with a float of 9.75 million shares. So definitely on the smaller side float, not the biggest short float I've ever seen. So I'm going to just leave it there. My next profit taker at 82s. Let's see what we do with that one. But it's been very, very predictable and moving higher highs and higher lows. Mara, LOD. Yes, let's have a look at MARA. Let's see what this one does. On the day. It takes a minute to load, so just allow it a second over here. Yeah, Mara definitely breaking down after taking that $30 level, not on a closing basis, certainly on Friday, and it was one hell of a V-shaped retracement, and we tend to see this a lot on Mara, all right, where it has a big move, and then it kind of gives back the entire thing.
Everything and more.
Yeah, literally. And we do have a support level right here, though, Joseph. Look at this. So going back to the 26th, there does seem to be support at 24.75 to 24.5. So this is an interesting area here, Omar. You're not going to catch me trying to catch a falling knife like this, but let's go to the 10. Let's see if there's any more support at that level. 24 and 24 and 2/3, 24.5. We'll see if this one wants to hold up there. It's an interesting level. We touched that level multiple times on the 26th. We didn't get to it on the 27th, but we got into about $25. We're well below that now. Yeah, a bit of a tougher look on. Go ahead.
So let me ask you this, Sharif, and I mentioned this earlier. So what would your strategy be? Would you go for the mining kind of aspect, or would you go for the sailor thesis and just buy on the outright market?
I want to buy either the coin directly or IBIT or the ETF.
So you wouldn't go the miner route, is what you're saying?
I did go into Mara and I had a poor trade on it. It was
but
more.
I'm saying if you were going to start a business, either Mara or MicroStrategy, not knowing where they are right now, what would you?
Oh, so start a business, not invest.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh wow. Well, I think that Mara I'd be more able to start a Mara business because then you can basically buy some rigs, generate some money, whereas MicroStrategies, you got to buy all these Bitcoins. And I don't think I have the money for that.
No, okay, yeah. So that's
right, so I mean, that's just kind of a dumb answer, I'm sorry.
No.
But yeah, if I could choose, it would be more of a mining.
You'd be more,
But then again, I really have to think about that because the mining is not what it used to be after the halving event, but what you're mining is worth more.
Exactly,
so even though
right?
you can't mine as much, it's still worth more in value.
But it's the energy cost to mining.
I'm okay with that though.
Yeah?
I'm okay with that because there are certain areas you can find cheap energy, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are mining in Texas. They're mining in these low energy jurisdictions, if I can call them that. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the look there. Okay, guys, so we're still in MDAI. I'm still waiting for a possible 82 print. Let's see what this one does. MVST, I'm still holding it because it's working its way back above $1 and seems to be putting in a compression pattern. I'm talking about MVST now, where it has lower highs but higher lows. So a bit of a compression pattern. Let's see if this one wants to resolve in the direction of the trend. And you only need to look at the percentage up on the day. The trend is up 31.68%. So I'm looking for this one to move up a bit more, but we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Adara, though, is at the big desk. Get it, Adara.
I'm here to thank our friends at eSignal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. You can foresee profitable opportunities with a platform that meets all of your needs. You'll also have access to infinite data for instant trading, so you can know where the market's moving before others. With lightning fast data, as well as charts that change the game. Customize and analyze the markets faster, your way. There's also access to better backtesting and scanning so that you can help predict the future by understanding the past. And you'll have access to reliable, real-time data that's up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Just scan that QR code or click the link in the description.
Yes, thank you very much for that, Adara. You and I were talking this morning about SMR, small modular reactors, not the stock SMR or the ETF. I think it's not even an ETF, it's a stock. Why were we talking about it? Because GE Valnova, is that how it said? Valnova or whatever, Valnova. They're looking at basically spreading all the small modular reactors all over the states that they can. And I was telling Joseph off camera that our province here in Ontario is looking at really using, or in fact, they're already building them, the small modular reactors in the north to power all the mining activities that are taking place in the Sudbury region, et cetera, all that area where it's rich in rare earth elements that obviously we're going to ship to the United States because that's where the majority of our exports goes. So they obviously have to power everything up there, and that's what they're using to power all that new infrastructure, SMRs. So I'm all about that SMR life, and the reason we're talking about that because we were talking about crypto and mining and how it's energy intensive. So that could change the game once these things are online. Now, I should caveat that whole statement, Joseph, by saying technically it's still a science experiment because we don't have SMRs deployed en masse. So it's not like we can say, the Pickering nuclear power plant has been there since the 70s. We already know it works. It's a big boy power plant, but we don't know what the details or the day in, day out of SMRs are going to be. Still an undecided thing. So going to keep an interesting look on that. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to you, my man. I see you're engaging in the chat. Do definitely appreciate that, Tony. Thank you. And you're always dropping interesting comments as well in there. Love the information that you're dropping. Guys, MVST, apparently it's working its way back up of $1. So I've got my order here at 103. Let's go ahead and sit at 105, 106s as well. We're going to layer some orders here. If MVST wants to kind of curl off the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 and take out some of those tops, well, I'll be good with that. We have a 106 resistance with 109 being the ultimate area of resistance on the day because it's a high day. So we'll keep tabs on that. MDAI, though, dropping back right again into the 10 exponential at 261. I've got one more out on this one. I put it out at 82s because I like the number 82. We'll see if this one wants to keep weaseling up. Otherwise, I will take it out break even on this one. So no other trades other than MVST and MDAI, the two trades that we've kind of been involved in all day, Joseph. So interesting look today. What do you got over there?
Yeah, I'm not going to put anything else on for the remainder of the session, Sharif, because we were attempting some Apple trades, but again, it didn't really work out. Once we broke this level, I said, hey, this is time for me to get out. We had the initial short, and we cut it at the break even, and then took some small paper cuts there as we continue to move southeast here on the session. We're now south of VWAP as well too on Apple. The Qs are just trading above VWAP as well too, around 515.10s. And then we have SMCI that is putting in a really interesting 5-minute print here that I really like. So we'll take a look at SMCI. You have this indecision print right above VWAP. I don't know if this is going to hold, but if it does decide that it wants to break it to the downside, then I think we can breach VWAP. But again, this thing's up 27.5% on the session, so it's really, really strong. So again, don't fight the strength. Just kind of go with the flow and see if you can buy any dips at that point in time. So we are now acting targets in the straight. Yeah, sorry about that day trader cut. It's unfortunate to hear, but guys, yeah, we'll keep an eye on some of these things. SMCI, let me know what you guys are looking at, really. Why is Mara down even though they mined 907 coins last month? I think it's the margins. I think, Jasper, I think it has a lot to do with the margins. I know that you asked that a lot. Do you have anything to chime in on that? Do you know why Mara is just relatively weak? I think it's the margins.
I personally believe that it's not connected to the, like sometimes it's running with Bitcoin, but for the majority of the time, I think it runs independently of that. Like sometimes you see Bitcoin up big and Mara, be marginally.
It'll break out and then give it back. And then
Someone had a really good question here. What happens to Mara or, these mining stocks after all the Bitcoin has been mined? Like, what do? They're going to have to obviously freestyle into something different, right? Like,
I think the objective is to just obtain as much Bitcoin as you possibly can.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's essentially done in 2140. But again, I mentioned earlier in the session that already over 90% of all Bitcoin that is going to be mined is mined. Right? Yeah, right. So the majority of it happened in the earlier halving cycles, right? So in the first year, you got 50 coins, and then you got 25,
Joseph,
and then it went to 13.
Gotta interrupt.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, for sure.
DJT's breaking out, guys. It's really going. It's going to take the high of the day. It just popped up like 75 cents. Okay, get it, Adara.
So I'm not sure if this is exactly what it is, but there have been, as of right now, there are some more, as Sharif puts it, belligerencies coming through here in the Middle East. We did have allegedly a ceasefire here between with Israel and Lebanon. Now, apparently, then the Israel military announced that they're going to be actually attacking targets in Lebanon because they felt like that ceasefire had been violated. So now where DJT comes into the picture with this pretty significant volume spike and candles to the upside is Donald Trump has said here, basically, if the Gaza hostages are not released by the time he is inaugurated on January 20th, 2025, there will be, quote, all hell to pay in the Middle East. So that comment coming here from President-elect Donald Trump, DJT here at day's highs, up about 4.4%. So as I get more information on that, I'll let you guys know. Interestingly enough, this is actually the only stock that I'm seeing moving in relation to these catalysts anyway. I'll keep an eye on that, guys. Back to you.
We were just talking about this, Sharif, because people mentioned it, and sure enough, as I pointed out from a daily perspective, it looked like it was going to go, and then all it needs is just a little spark. And then sure enough, it breaks out, right? So it was just a matter of time, and it's now absolutely ripping. So
so let's load it up over here, because if DJT is going to move, then it's incumbent upon us, number one, to look at it to see for possible trades, and number two, to cover it. Yeah. So 33 right now, HOD, 3303, excuse me, HOD, about 200, if what I can see, about 300 lots sitting at $30. Now, we already know that got breached, so that's new size that just came in there. It's still kind of doing the dance right now with 33, with that lot. It's still hanging out there, and it's not getting eaten up. Oh, here we go. That just dropped down to about 130 on one gateway. Oh, wow. But just you saw new sell orders coming in on the level 2. Now we have about 1,000 lots at 33. Let's continue to watch to see what the situation is there. So somebody looking to short Donald John Trump at that $33 area and look, those two sell orders, about 400 lots each, they were identical. So they were, I think, both 428 or 421. What does that mean? That means it's likely the same seller posting on different gateways. So be on the lookout for that. And then be on the lookout for that same person if we break above 33 to post in the same way. What do I mean? So he posted on two different gateways, the same size. That doesn't mean that's the end of the story. What if we go up to 34 and he's still trying to short? Keep your eye out for somebody trying to post on multiple gateways with order sizes that are either identical or the similar size. So let's keep an eye out right now. We just dipped into the high 80s here, Ram, as we kind of zig and zag with that $33 level. Again, if you're just joining us right now, it looks like Middle Eastern belligerencies helping propel right now Donald John Trump a little bit higher. This did have its own separate catalyst in the morning vis-a-vis the Kash Patel possible appointment as the director of the FBI. Still has to be approved by Congress, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, that is going to be subsequent to the January 20th, inauguration. So that's a look there. Back to my trades, MDAI, nothing doing. We're still at 57s. I didn't get that 82 print. And then MVST, there's a seller of note here at $1.02. I'm going to let this one cook even when I move up to the green screen. I think maybe we can take out some levels, Joseph. We got like 30 seconds. Leave them with some thoughts.
Yeah, guys. Thoughts bullish on equities. Qs touched all-time highs today. DJT is now pumping extreme volume coming in on this catalyst. And SMCI is strong, guys. So just follow the strength and don't try to fight the trend overly too much.
Absolutely. All right, guys. It is now 2 o'clock. So Joseph and I, we're done for the day, but we will be back on. Same bad time, same bad channel. It is now time to send you over to the big kahunas.
I just forgot. I didn't put on any makeup.
Oh no!
So
that's it.
Yeah,
Cancel the show.
Might have to go do that.
We're done.
I mean, just don't get looking like this without any makeup. You know what I mean, Mark? You know, I mean, this is the thing. It's like, come on. Oh man, yeah. So the market's starting to go to the downside. Welcome everybody.
Welcome
to
back.
the afternoon show. Yeah, sorry you have to leave Joe and Sharif and come over to us, but we'll try our very best to keep the highest quality up for everybody. I'm only in.
Oh,
you can't see I'm in anything. I'm only in Intel right now. Actually, I'm in Intel and DraftKings. I do have a relative. I'm just going to try to take a fill here. What am I doing on Intel? Okay, so we can just punch out a little bit. Okay, there it is. Now let me show you. There it is. Yeah, so we're short on Intel right here. We tried to fight Intel. If you come over to the chart, we tried to fight it. Intel now, you can, it's like, what is it? You can put something on a pig and dress it up, whatever.
You can put a wig on a pig. Is that what it is?
Is it a wig on a pig?
Is it a wig? Lipstick on a pig. Lipstick.
I knew it wasn't wig. That's because I knew there was no rhyme. Yeah, you could put a lipstick on pig, but it's still a pig. And there goes Intel right now, right back down to the downside. So I guess old Patty G there, doesn't have much to say right now as he just collects all his cash, sits on the sidelines and watch this thing melt down. I hope he got out of some of his options. But there it goes, nice move to the downside. So once we finally started to break lower, I was trying to support in and around here, which is the 200 period moving average. We talked about that. Actually, I like this trade because why? It lined up. Like I thought this trade was lining up pretty nicely here for this. And it was this high right there, 24.28. It also was really trying to help out by sort of protecting that level right there throughout the day. And then eventually like right into there. And then we lost it. So I'm going to have to get some orders out, which is what I'm trying to do right now. And just to try to protect what we're doing here and go short there on Intel. So that's the one trade that I have on Intel. Might be the reason I'm going over. It's a little different than what we were thinking about earlier when we just had the Intel long. So, a little bit of a mind change here and going short on INTC.
Yeah, well, when it gives it up that much, I mean, sometimes you got to be able to flip it. I should say it the right way. Put the thing down, flip it, and reverse
it. Yeah,
that's what you got to do sometimes. I don't know.
This thing.
I don't know what that next lyric is. By the way, I haven't finished my.
Yep.
Yeah, no, but it's
You don't know that?
It's something backwards, and I feel like I've heard it multiple times. I've been told what it is. It's something in reverse.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what it actually is backwards. But I'm going to get to IBIT because that's the only thing. Look, Apple off 239 and VWAP I'm in. I think that'll make some. That'll make some normal sense. But like, why am I in IBIT? It did one of those hammer low of the day candles, which on Bitcoin specifically I like. So it does a low of the day break. Key biggest volume candle since the open, and then look for the mean reversion to the upside. I thought I'd get all the way to VWAP. It's breaking trend here. So I have my trail underneath 54.35. And if it can hold on to that, I'll hold it back into VWAP. But there was a pretty sizable curl on anything crypto related when Bitcoin retested 95. It then got back above 95. So that's the look there. And if you're looking at sort of like any of the other adjacent crypto names, like there's MSTR has been trend down back into some of those lows. I know a lot of people were talking about Mara. Why are they bleeding so much today? This is my fail of the day is on Mara because Mara now down 11.5%. So it's obviously more than 10% down. At some point, I probably take a shot at this on an SSR bounce. At some point, but right now it's an absolute falling knife. And if Apple's going to bounce off VWAP, I just got some here in front of 239.40 on Apple. I'm going to get rid of some of these wicks here on Apple. There's some weird candle wicks that I have going on from the afternoon on
Right,
Friday when the market was doing absolutely nothing. But yeah, it doesn't matter. You can see, if I zoom in, you can see a little bit better. Apple just bouncing off 239, trying to get back up to 239.5. It's been having a great day, but I'm sure we'll talk about a few names. Oh, okay, we're not ready to go just yet. We'll just, we'll wait. We're not ready just yet. There was something else that I was going to go to. Yeah, DJT, which I know you guys were just watching, pulling back off that 33. So Sharif had mentioned there was a big seller at 33. Bit of a bounce here at 32.50. I don't want to say a double bottom, just on a 3-minute. You're seeing it hold 32.5. If you zoom it out, 32.5 is around this prior high from Friday, 32.40. So I think that'd be a nice place to get a bit of base of action here for DJT. Now we are ready to see what movers you guys want to talk about up with Sharif.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The boys are ready to go, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So join us during that midday How to Trade show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Let's have a look here at the triple Qs. All the moving averages right now in kind of mixed territory. You've got the Dow down 0.28, the Russ and the ES marginally flat at the moment, but the NQ having itself a good day, 1%, a little bit off the highs though, as the Mag 7 mostly in green territory to start the day. Let's have a look at the first ticker though, as decided by you guys, Super Microcomputer, and this was certainly a super move, almost 28% right now, 27 and change, after they announced that they completed a review by the independent special committee and stated that their conclusions were not supported by the findings. Ernst & Young's conclusions were not supported by the findings, so that had the market very bullish, up at about almost $42, guys.
Yeah, boy, oh boy.
Yeah, oh boy. So it's up 28% now.
That was a big one.
But SMCI it actually tagged $44. And when you put that move into context, this is not going to be split adjusted, so I'll zoom in so you can see it this way. There you go. So if you remember when all you know what broke loose on at the end of October, it broke through a support at 44 and then fell to like 32, eventually getting down into the teens. Well, it filled in almost the entirety of the gap to support into 44, not really taking out the rest. This is not necessarily a 100%, hey, these guys are going to be okay. Like you still have to understand that this is a name that went parabolically up and did a move that was basically Carvana squeeze level on the year. So to think it was ever going to fill the entirety of the gap didn't necessarily make any sense. Like go all the way back, break out 50s all in one shot. There's a lot of profit takers along the line here, especially those that just recently doubled up. It hasn't pulled back to VWAP. Had an early long off the open, which was no good. That was the one we had the most on. Then we grabbed another long into VWAP. I took a break of 40. That's a 41. And I did have a short mean revert trade at 43, which I got out of completely when it trailed out here at 42.40. But I'm looking for VWAP to hold here. This is a pretty strong stock, which has managed to hold even that reversion pretty well. For it to trend up from 36 to almost $44, and then when it did do a pullback, kind of only go back like $1.50, it still looks like it's strong here out in the afternoon. So whether it's a 40 at VWAP or maybe just hanging on to this 41, if it can do some higher lows, turn this one back around, I do want to favor the long now in SMCI after that little mean revert at the 44 level there.
All right, so yeah, I mean, look, a lot of levels being discussed there. Obviously, as we continue to look at this, we got to make the decision on what we're trying to do with this name. So for me, I think it's relatively simple. You've just faded that. This is your E-signal charts again. I love them. I think they're the best ones in the game. There it goes, $44. So that's that whole gap. Boom. That's all filled up. So I don't believe in the theory that like all gaps get filled, but this one did. And if the next one's going to get filled, then I think we're going to be looking, honestly, guys, at like 60. Like I think $60 is in play for SMCI. I think it's in play this week, to be honest with you. Let's just get some more. Like tomorrow you could get upgrades. Tomorrow you could get some good talk. Like if you start finding out that people are piling back into the name, hedge funds, or I don't know. I don't know. But that could spark that. And that next little gap is right into here. I mean, there's not really a gap into here in the $50. I mean, psychologically, we want to see 50. I think we can get that tomorrow. I think it gaps overnight. Again, on upgrades, on better talk now. Maybe the coast is clear. Maybe they're not getting delisted. Maybe they're going to stay in the S&P 500. So there's going to be something here for SMCI. All the sort of blood in the streets. Congratulations. We zoomed this back out many times, man, and talked about some of these levels down into there. If you were brave enough to hold this $23, $24 level, man, oh man, did you get rewarded. That 52-week low is 17 and a quarter there. So now you're up to $42, and that was just made on November the 14th. So you're talking about 10 trading days or so, and you've almost tripled. So, I mean, great move there for SMCI. Congratulations to all. And to all, good night who's short, because right now, Santa's ringing that register for everybody long. So there it goes, man. $40. I like the stock. I think you can buy the dips into VWAP. So there you go. SMCI looks to be a great call by all of you. And then Amazon, the next one. We talked about that with retail. Let's go find the story out with Sharif.
Disappointing.
Yeah, it's appropriate that we have today, Sean, with Black Friday having been on last Friday. Today, Cyber Monday, supposedly the biggest shopping day of the year, expected to break all records. $13.8 billion is expected to be spent today with online retailers. And if you spent money at Amazon and Walmart, well, you did well, because they dominated online sales for Black Friday, soaring 14.6% year over year for both, or combined there for the two retailers separately. There was this headline today for Amazon Web Services. They are entering or expanding their multi-year partnership with Marvell, a leading chip maker, guys. So a couple of good headlines today. Amazon up 1.12.
I'm going to preface the compliment I'm going to give Amazon customer service here, and that it's not a knock on Best Buy or FedEx, although it half is. The one purchase that I made for my Christmas shopping and Black Friday and all that stuff that was not, well, it was a series of purchases that were not Amazon, is the only thing I'm having issues with. And shout out to the awesome customer service at Best Buy and not to FedEx over why something, I have a TV table, which is it's in Missouri right now, which doesn't even literally make any sense, except for the fact that every now and then a shipper messes up CA, which is Canada, and something ends up in California. It's not the first time it's happened to me. But Amazon seems to never have those problems. And when they do, they resolve it really quickly, and they're amazing for that. I'm a little surprised that it gave so much of the move back here today on Amazon. I did think you'd get a better continuation of this little local breakout that it had, and maybe we'd see a test of the 52-week high. So this is your...
Guys, Intel is tanking.
Yeah, the market is coming back.
Yeah, no, but I think it's Intel specifically. I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. Amazon's going up. Intel right here. Just check out the chart right now. We'll go back to talk about Amazon in a second. No, yeah, right there. But there goes Intel. Like, we are now 70 cents in the money, and screaming here to the downside goes INTC. So like I said, man, wig on a pig, but there it goes, Intel to the downside. There, that wig on a pig thing is pretty funny. But anyways, yeah.
Well, you could put a wig on a pig. It's obviously lipstick.
Yeah. I saw someone in the chat said that.
No, I'm the one. No. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. But
oh, man.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you put on it. The whole point is you could dress it up.
Yeah,
but it doesn't.
The point. Yeah.
But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And there's nothing wrong with pigs, man. I mean,
what do you mean nothing wrong with pigs? You love bacon.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. So
like, what are we even talking about here? Like,
murderer. Okay, so yeah, no. As we go, yeah.
That's ugly. To be down, to be down 2 points after everyone wanting this to happen. But I think the problem is you don't know what leadership is going to be. Like, you don't know what's next. And I said this morning. It's not the same thing as bringing in a superstar like Nickel, and then all of a sudden your stock goes 10%. I think had they brought in somebody that people had confidence in or that moved the needle, I don't know who that's going to be, but an intern from inside isn't necessarily a change. So I think ultimately this might still get another leg when they make a full-time decision here. But that bleed is now nasty. I had a mean revert because it was bleeding so hard, and I'm going to throw another one in here because I'm just want to look for one at this point. Like, I was tracking this move down, looking for it to close above trend. Now I'm just going to slap a more parabolic trend, and then the second it does any kind of mean revert, maybe look for some kind of return. There is no story here. It's about to lose a 50 period on the daily. Yikes. Which is not a good sign. If it loses 23, it gets even nastier. But no, with Amazon, all I was saying is it's just a disappointment to me that it didn't hold VWAP, that it didn't hold this breakout. I do like the fact the market's pulling back as we speak, and if the NASDAQ holds VWAP, at least you're hanging on to this 210 area for Amazon. So I like it in a general sense. I think maybe you give it a day or two after Cyber Monday, and then maybe we can resume the move back up to that 52-week high. Little surprised we didn't test it today, that's all.
Money.
So the big thing, and we always get credit, thank you to Brian Shannon, Michael Noss, everybody that comes on the show and gives credit to me when I do this. And it's not about getting the credit, it's about seeing the trade. And I just think that you have to, like we had written down on here, Intel long, right? We talked about all of that. I know Neil just mentioned it, about what we're doing, but it's about being able to flip over into that short, right? And so having just once it breaks and you can see that sort of volume. I mean, I wasn't really looking at volume. Obviously now it's picking up as we get lower and lower and lower, but it's like the minute that these levels are broken, it's like, live to see another day. I've averaged into these trades before and blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, next thing you know is you're down, whatever, that you're 25% or you're 30% on the day or whatever your net loss is going to be against what you're expecting. But it's have the ability, be a trader first and foremost. Sit in trades, make these trades. And that's what it was right there. So, I mean, I had no idea if Intel was going down or not, but it broke those levels and that was right into here. We talked about this, 24.20, 24.30. So we were trying to defend that. We were giving it a little bit more space. But then eventually when it broke 20 right here, or maybe it was 20.25, that's where we started to go short. Maybe I can even zoom in. See, so these are all longs. We tried to go long there. Then the purple, the red is where we sold it. The purple is where we started to go short again. So there it goes right there. Just, hey, look, man, we would be nothing if we weren't teaching you guys everything. And this is another example of in the wild how to make money. So back over to you, big dog.
MSTR, according to Benzinga, there's some unusual options activity over here with 38% of the trades being bullish, 34% being bearish. They did detect what they said were 199 unusual call contracts on MSTR with 143 unusual puts to the downside separately. Fundstrat's Tom Lee given his take on where Bitcoin might be, didn't give a specific level, but just used the phrase well above 100,000 guys. MicroStrategies, though, down 2% on the day.
Yeah, and just like Mara, you're seeing a little bit of a sea change in this strategy of, hey, we're going to leverage and buy Bitcoin. And obviously, MicroStrategy did have the short seller report and the disconnect from what's going on with Bitcoin and the price action in Bitcoin. And since then, it has been a very, very weak stock. Like you had some strength going back into last week. Actually, it was on Wednesday that it had a little bit of strength, catching a bit of a bid and then back on the 22nd. But for the most part, since that top of 500, like that failure, it's been a short to pop situation. As we look at it here, though, 370 is holding the line pretty decently on MSTR. I don't want to call it a flat bottom break because it's been underneath, but that initial day you bounced at 370. You tried to hold 370 on the 26th. You did hold it on the 27th. It's bounced already here, just slightly in front of that once again. So it feels like this is the line in the sand here for MSTR. Like if we lose that bid, we could have a retest of the 350 level for them. So another day where, I mean, it's not, look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that IBIT and Bitcoin had a monster day, but if you look at the move, like IBIT caught a pretty decent bid, although it might actually break trend, and then we're going to get out underneath this 20 level. It might break trend and come back into the downside. Well, MSTR already did a pretty outsized move and is already hanging at those lows. So once again, it's just relatively weak compared to BTC.
Is this a link?
Once we see that change, I think there's going to be a pretty solid relief rally in the stock. It just hasn't given those indications yet. It doesn't mean it's never going to happen, but it's another day where it's outpacing most of the movement downside that we're seeing in the crypto space as well. What is it? Oh, Bears versus Bulls just posted this. If you shipped that TV table, UPS is maybe the holdup. No, I'm with FedEx. FedEx is giving me the issues Bears versus Bulls. And I think somebody it happens every now and then. I think somebody just messed up and sent it to the wrong place. It happens. I'm not hating that much.
Yeah, no, you can't hate on that.
Nah,
One second, Ramin, I will,
is what it is, man.
I will get it up in 1 second because we're going to talk immediately about Trade the Pool. So why don't we do that right now? Trade the Pool allows stock traders like you, and here's the link right here. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital with no PDT rule. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program for a one-time fee of just $300. You'll receive 80 grand in buying power. I'm reading the one. Hold on a second here. I got to get the right thing here because this is not the right. Yeah, it is actually Monday at 2:18. Yeah, there it is. Trade the Pool's official stock trading competition has officially begun. So that's what I'm supposed to talk about right now. Has over 2,500 traders, are now competing to prove what it takes to rule the pool. Let's check out the leaderboard and see who's leading on day one. Yo, what up, Tony J.H. right here from the Philippines, my guy? Right here, 60,000? Yo, you need a job, Tony J.H., man? I got a place for you, my guy. Here's Anthony Herbert, of course, Justin's brother. What is Justin Herbert doing yesterday? Getting me 9 fantasy points when I need him. First place right there. If he stays in this place, he'll win an evaluation of $160,000 in buying power. All right, maybe, yeah, that's still good. Second place right there, Mahoud Renata Sahad Ahmed from Egypt.
Bang.
Potentially not Renata. Third place right there. Shout out to Renata Fast of the Toronto Scepters as well. Third place right here. Cynics the Cool. Hey, man, if you are cool, then get it. Listen to this one. If you are cool, then trade with Trade the Pool. There we go. That's an extra $500 right there. Thank you for that one. Look, 20K in buying power. It's only the beginning. Stay tuned. We'll be updating this as we go. But thank you to Trade the Pool, and thank you to this great opportunity for everybody to be involved right here.
Check out what they were trading, though. Like,
can you see what they're trading? I don't know how.
No, it's best trade symbol.
Best trade symbol. SNTI. SNTI. Okay, I see what's going on right here. Okay. So, all right. Congratulations. Hopefully you keep your profits. Let me leave it at that. All right. So there it goes, man. Trade the Pool. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to have a lot of fun with that as we go. So join Trade the Pool, and we'll keep showing all the results here until it's over with, which is this week, Friday, the 6th.
Yes.
Of December. Don't let Brendan trade in that competition. He might win that whole thing. You know, you got to keep him busy.
All in those small caps.
Yeah. All right, Sharif. Apple time.
I gotta shout out the small cap gappers trader though on Trade the Pool. Get it, guys. SNTI big mover today. All right, guys. Apple. This is not from today. Wedbush reiterating their outperform rating on Apple, specifically Danny Ives maintaining that $300 price target. We saw all-time highs on Friday. We saw more all-time highs today with Apple again, well off the highs though, breaking down below 240. Adara did bring us this headline midday that fiat to crypto in seconds now with Apple Pay. Coinbase launching Apple Pay for all fiat to crypto purchases via the Coinbase on-ramp. So good luck there. You're going to be able to use Apple Pay, guys, to use your Bitcoin to buy things at point of sale. Is that what you guys want to do with BTC?
Yep.
No, I want to hold it.
All right. The thing is like, right here, you just lost $5,000. I want to hold BTC too, but I also want to spend with it.
I think eventually, for me,
I actually don't own much BTC. I actually own almost no BTC. I own IBIT and then I own the other ETF. All of my actual coins are Cardano, Stellar Lumens, Ripple, Solana.
I made a similar change in which the vast majority of my Bitcoin is now in the ETF, but not all of it. I did hang on to a decent chunk. But yeah, I think when I forget the year that it came to Canada, BTCC. But like whenever the second that was available, I started making that move over. But yeah, it is what it is. I think eventually you might get to that point, but for now, I think most people are more than happy to hold. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not making any more of it, or there's a limited amount. They are making.
Yeah, they're making a lot.
Yeah,
more.
but a little bit. They're making, because at the end of the day, there's only ever going to be 21 mil, and a lot of it's already gone.
Okay, so Apple, what do you think about this? Bitcoin, do you think it'll get to 150 or 50 first?
150 or
150
50
or 50? What's
150. And most of that's because I think it would be a not good move to lose that 50. It was like 54 to like 62 area. It might be like 62, 63. I think if you lose that support area, first you've lost the breakout, which we just had off that channel, which that's already not good. And then you had the support level off the breakout if you lose 54,000, I think. So I think losing the 50 level.
It's more just like you think it's going to go 50% from here or 50% up or down?
Up at this point.
I'm going to go with down.
I think if it gets down into that 50 level, I'd be the buyer.
Yeah.
So,
if it gets down to 50 level, you'll be a buyer.
The 55.
Yeah.
Well, I only ever buy the.
Is that your first buying level?
No, I only ever buy the monster levels and hold. I'm not very active when it comes to BTC.
Yeah. No.
We're talking about Apple. Okay, so just quickly on Apple, it's up a point here today. All-time highs broke out about 230. I mean, it was 237.5. That was the all-time high. I didn't catch any of the breaks this morning. I didn't catch the Tesla break. I didn't catch the Apple break. I just only bought VWAP and then took the breakout at 240, and I'm now playing it off of a 239 support that it's put in. So, Apple, another all-time high. Apple continues to do well and to win. It's a little bit of sideways action here off of VWAP, but let's remember it's the afternoon. It's Black Friday. Sorry, it's Cyber Monday. The Nasdaq's pulling back and just trying to catch its legs after a big move up. So I think you're seeing a little bit of consolidation, which is normal in the afternoon. So as long as it holds on to 39, I'm in this one. See if it can play back into the 240 level. And then keep in mind, you never really know. We've seen some pretty decent imbalances. It's the first trading day of December of the new month in here. So I'm expecting maybe you might see one or two of these big cap names on the imbalance locator. We've seen Apple move around several times off buy imbalances, especially lately. So as long as it holds 39, we'll go keep reloading it in here. Like Amazon, it's well above that 52-week high. So if it were to lose support, it could still drop a bunch and may be above that breakout. It's going to close, again, like I said, it's going to close at an all-time high today.
Look, P&L, great trading on Apple. Look, P&L number one for the show across all platforms is going to be Palantir. Number two is going to be Apple. And it's because we wanted the longs. We had the longs all early. Long. So all four of these names, all five of these names were long. And the problem is that 238 breakout long rate there, which we had mentioned there on Apple, we crossed up and missed that trade. And then I was just like, okay, well, if we missed it, so did everybody else. We're buying this name. So I actually wound up buying 238.50s, right? I just punched long. I didn't even really consider the price, to be honest with you. Just went right immediately long into that name. Gave the best trade right there on that dip buy opportunity back in. But at the end of the day, we also take a 240 long break as well. And that works out. We just refreshed it right into there. That didn't work that great. And we wind up getting out for flat once it breaks through 239.50. Now it's not doing much. I think Apple's probably a short from here, underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200 period. It's looking short to me. I mean, the market is definitely making moves down. I think Apple's a short here today. But again, with it being up the same as the market, I think you'd rather just short the market instead. So right now, Apple, great stock, great hold, all-time highs today. Congratulations, everybody. That's long, which should be everybody. And by the way, you guys asked 2 weeks ago, what stock should you buy? And I just said Apple 2 weeks ago, or was it? I don't know when we released it, but that was one there. So just straight upside right now on Apple, taking out the high. And I said it was going to be a slow and steady grind, but if you don't want your money to go poof, I would say Apple is a great stock. So yeah, I have not sold anything on Apple in a very, very long time. So we'll wait to see what the next move is there for AAPL. But, I know they're going to be selling. The numbers that are going to come out of these guys for the next quarter is going to be...
Tout beaucoup?
It's tout beaucoup, yeah. Grande beaucoup. It's going to be very, very huge. Apple is going to sell more iPhone 16s than anybody in the chat even has any idea about. So that's my prediction. All right, what's up, Sharif?
Patty G's out, Sean. That's what happened there with Intel. Pat Gelsinger is gone at the helm of Intel. They're going to go to a co-CEO setup. Both are executives from within the company as the company searches for their next leader, expected to be sometime early to mid 2025. Initially, we did get that bump up, though. We got this news in the pre-market, and it was well received. Since that time, though, it has been a steady state of lower lows and lower highs now, guys. We're down about 1 3/4 on Intel.
I mean, I could take this. So again, Intel, we had it listed down again on here for the long. I mean, that was not even on here until we heard the news, and all of a sudden it came through, and I just added it to the top left corner. Because why? Well, we went long immediately once we heard that Gelsinger news, because again, I talk about advanced money destroyer and AMD. It's actually Intel. I mean, Intel's like the ugly brother of AMD at this point. Like, honestly, Intel is down huge this year, and no real relief, in my opinion, in sight on this name. I thought today would have been a nice little rally for Intel. You know, you just look at, if you had your money parked in this name, it's been really bad. I mean, just year to date here in January, I don't know, we can go here, January 3rd, right here. $50, right? Cut in half. So all the way to the downside. You had a great opportunity to buy something down here. And I think maybe 20 is where we wind up landing. I'm just a little disappointed because I don't own any of the stock. I just thought that, hey, you know, stock going up here on that news, generally speaking, we talked about it with Brian Nickel and things like that, is like, and I've seen it with Gap, I've seen it all over the place. There's so many different CEOs that step in to companies that are down like this. We saw Peloton. I mean, Peloton gets their new CEO and rips up, I don't know what it was, 40 or 50%, something like that. Now you're into $10 for Peloton. This was a $3 name. You know, so at the end of the day, like, look at this, new CEO for Peloton. This is what winds up happening. You know, straight from $4, $3 to 10. Tripled. I don't think Intel's going to triple. Obviously, there's nothing there for Intel. But at the end of the day, very, very disappointed. I think if you're a shareholder for Intel, you have to be. This might be, I mean, look, there's going to be many disappointing days, obviously, in your career holding Intel. But this has to be one of the more disappointing ones, because I really thought there was a really good chance today for us to get going on this name, especially when it pops all the way to like this 25 area. And we're like, okay, all you need to get is to this 26.50, and then you're blasting, and then you're maybe back into the 30 area. So, yeah, disappointing. I think I'll sit there and try to buy some around 20 if that's the case. But at the end of the day, man, yeah, Intel pretty destroyed, and I was not expecting it. So I didn't even think the short was going to go down, which is why when I mean, I thought it was going to go down, but like that little bit of a move there, pretty dramatic to the downside. So again, sorry about everybody's Intel, but at the end of the day, I think it's the right move, and now we'll see. Probably tomorrow this name is up. So I would say tomorrow it's up.
To say it's the right move, that probably depends on who they bring in. You know, at the end of the day, I think when we got that headline, I know for one, I think you get the exuberance of, okay, well, everyone wanted a leadership change. But then all those companies, the companies that you mentioned, you know, the big thing is you actually had the CEO in place. Like, you knew who the replacement was going to be, not some interim from inside of the company, which doesn't necessarily make a change. You want a leadership change, you want to change your direction. With the stock, it's doing this. So I think, as Sharif said, if you're waiting until next year, like they said, early 2025, I think that's going to be a time when maybe it'll make a better move. It hasn't broken, so since 50, it hasn't broken the trend down. As a matter of fact, it's only really tested this trend down since 50. So I think as long as it holds on to this, you're probably waiting, like maybe it breaks it locally before that. My guess would be this trend break, which to me would signal like a trading opportunity to maybe swing this. I think that happens after they make an announcement, but who knows? What if it gets delayed even further? Like, what if they are an intern for half a year and then you come back and, you know, next quarter we're still looking at the same story where it's just the intern. It just broke trend back in, but I'm not chasing along in Intel. Like, it confirmed the break of this trend here at 2370 and immediately shot up to 90s. So I'm going to look for maybe a play back in at 2370 on the mean reversion trade here for Intel. Why am I getting that error? I can get rid of that. I wanted to get to DJT here for a quick little second here. DJT pulling almost all the way back into VWAP. So got up to 33. It just dipped and held 32 even. Let's see if it can hold on to this 32. 32 was the opening, well, kind of the opening bell top here on DJT, up a couple of points. One of the strong stocks out there in the market, at least recently, but a pullback of $1, holding on to 32. I want to see it make some higher lows, and then we can look a little bit better with DJT. IBIT, if we fail again up in here at 54.6 on IBIT, I mean, Bitcoin is trying to break to 96,000. If we fail up here in front of VWAP, I'm going to get out of this trade. I already had my trail underneath this support line here. So if we don't break the range, just going to get out. It was just a bottoming tail candle. That was the reason I got into IBIT. So if resistance holds in front of VWAP, then that's where I'm going to get out of this mean reversion trade. SMCI also, this is worth watching. Some higher lows finally being put in. So SMCI never gets to VWAP. That's how strong it is. Bounces off 41. Now a higher low. It's more like 41.75. Now I want to see it pull back in, give us another base with which to trade long into the high of the day. So I took my shot on a mean reversion. It did work on SMCI, but not for much. I'm going back into looking at the longs here on this 30% mover. It's just, you got to find something which is moving. The market's mostly going sideways in here today, and I feel like what's going to break, DJT has a chance, even though it pulled back, but SMCI has been on an absolute tear. I like to play some higher lows, but once it pulls back and gives any kind of dip like that, dip, hold level, get in, and then work to the long side. That's what I'm looking for next here. It'll likely be SMCI.
All right, we're going to be in a trade right now. It's going to be Google. Again, up 1.45%. I mean, let's go Google. I mean, we like this stock, that's for sure. Those of you that have been following some of the, the talk that I've had about some of these big cap tech names, I mean, Google's a big part of the portfolio. And, I'm not going long here just because I own the stock. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. Right now, Google trying to hold, and it looks like we just did hold this 171 near VWAP. So I'm going to put a starter position on right now into this area. And again, starter position for me might be a max position for others. So, you got to trade it for yourself. This right now, I'm thinking if we dip down, now that I'm looking at this, I mean, I see on the 5-minute chart, obviously VWAP's going to be the same everywhere, but it looks like it also wants to try to hold this level in and around 171. That dip down, you may have to wait for 170.70 would be the very bottom right there. I just wonder if the market's going to blast a little bit higher right now. Is this going to be a level that we're interested in for Google? So let's just see, trying to break above the 200 period. It's generally been a trend changing opportunity. There it is right there on the 200 period. We broke it here. And I mean, we kind of went back down to the downside. So we could resist it again right now at 171.40. I mean, that could be a play. I'm going to start it small right now. And if we get all the way down to 170, wherever VWAP winds up being at that time, I mean, I'm going to average it in, probably take some more here at 171.20. And again, like part of winning at trading and things like that is you obviously got to have the right price, which is the most important. But even more important, it's not the most important, but the right price, you got to have the right price. But you got to have the right amount of shares. Because even if this stock rips from here, and I only have right now probably 25% of the position that I'm going to have, even if it rips up here, that's great, but then you only have 25%. So you got to find levels where you're a little more confident and that you're going to try to step up and actually put some real shares on. So for me, that would be in and around 171. So we'll see if Google does drip back into that spot. I mean, I think there's a good chance for us to be able to get that there. So we'll see if it does come through. We'll start the position now in case it does move up. First out, maybe what am I long at here? 39. So yeah, if we can get something at this top of 55, something like that, that would be okay. But ultimately, we want to average it in if it comes to 171.20. So just the beginning of a trade right now for me on Google. And Intel resisted that 50 period moving average. So I'm going to put another piece right here at 74s. Hopefully we'll be able to catch, there we go, we got it. Hopefully we'll be able to catch that. So we do that right now. 40 cents in the money on Intel, 5 cents in the money on Google. And I mean, those are the trades that I have on right now. I mean, I could look at Occidental is trying to move around a little, maybe some AMD. AMD's up 3%.
It's kind of a nasty move, and some of the energy names, some of the banks didn't actually have the best day today. Just a quick change. So we're going to possibly get a trail out here on IBIT. It goes into resistance, but if it can hold this little trend, I might as well give it into VWAP. So just going to slap a trail on it underneath 54.40. So since it based out at the 54.20, if it wants to hold here, that's all. I'm just moving the trailing stop on IBIT. I still have the eyeballs mostly on SMCI as that's starting to do its first little pullback since that break off of 22. What I'm looking for here, as I said before, there's your dip, hold level again, and then look for some kind of a long. You don't necessarily know exactly what price that's going to be, but in and around, above the 42, I want it making higher lows is what I'm looking for. So the second it pulls back and shows me that pattern off some higher lows, we're going to like it. As far as Apple goes in here, it's just getting back to above VWAP after holding 239. So it's been resisting, I'll zoom it out, it's been resisting most of the afternoon, 239.5, which was this morning, like 11:30 bottom. So like support early on is turning into resistance here. We'll give it one more chance to hold on to VWAP. Otherwise, you got to wait for 239, and that's going to be pretty much it. So dip buy coming in SMCI, although it has to set up. It's not there just yet. And if there's anything you guys are looking at, I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about any small cap stocks. Usually we'll get like one or two symbols out there, but something's moving that we're not seeing. Like I'm throwing up like DJT and SMCI because I feel like those are the movers right now. But if there's something else moving, you guys let us know. Certainly, you got to be, if you want to communicate with us in the chat, remember, it's a subscribers only chat. So hit that like, hit that subscribe so you can join in the conversation. And a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls, excuse me, who makes sure that we don't miss anything or tries to make sure we don't miss anything. And as I say that, Tony is interested in bros. Tony in the chat saying, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, swing short on. Shout out to Brian Shannon on his bros long. So you're saying you're shorting bros to set a downside. Bros up. Actually, bros, it did make a fresh high today. Yeah, it looks like it barely, it did. Looks like they made a fresh high testing 55 there on Dutch Brothers. Great looking IPO breakout. And I mean, the long's fantastic on this. And this is one of those like let the IPO settle down, and then when they take out that prior high, they just tend to fly. You know, Bros is a great example of that exact same pattern. I'm probably not looking at any kind of a trade here on Bros. The volume pretty low. Only done 1 million shares and not really doing a heck of a lot of action on it. But good look on your short.
Yeah, we're 30 cents, 32 cents now in the money as well. So here we go. We're in the wild over here. Instagram right now. Ooh, 80 likes. Thank you. There's our building here. Oh, here's the question that we had the other day. Oh, how do you become a full-time trader? Thank you, Tyrese. We actually answered this question live on Instagram. So make sure you go check out Instagram right here. And I want to thank Trader TV Live. Obviously, here's my daughter's hockey team. And you could see bang, 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 sponsorship all over the damn place right there. So Trader TV Live giving back to the community right up in here. So thank you to everybody for that one. I'm going to actually repost that, but there it is here. Trader TV Live. I'll put that in there. Go like this thing here. This is my daughter right there as we go. But again, Trader TV Live doing the most that we can. So I want to thank everybody for sponsoring the show, and we're going to give back to sponsor the community as well. So there it is right there. And yeah, a bunch of fun stuff hitting. We have Instagram there. I'm posting all the time on Instagram. Here we are right before we got sick at the, not sick, but a little cough, there at the Santa Claus Parade, and here's Home Depot. Again, as we came through, here's some throwbacks. We have Throwback Thursdays all the time. I'm posting on here. Here's Randy as well. Here's a little bit of a shot. There's Obi sitting down. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. Anyways, bunch of different things here. Also, sticky note available in carousel form right now on my Instagram. So go definitely check that out if you are interested in hopefully winning trade ideas. Go follow at Trader TV Sean, and we'll have some fun together over there. So, all right. Not much else going on over here right now. I just want to give that little plug and thank Trader TV Live again for giving back and sponsoring there. All right. So Intel. Oh, we did get a little bit of a fill there. We did get a fill at 75. It is starting to creep back up right now. We have under 20% left of this position. It's Google right now. That's, it's not really making that much money, but hey, man, a winning trade's a winning trade. They're hard enough to come around here for sure. There's Google right now. Nice move. Winning trade. We'll take it just a little bit now. I'm not getting anything out, but right now it's up that 10 cents. It's right into that level right there. So maybe we should put an offer out on Google right now, but up to 54. We'll sit at 54 and see if we can get that. So there goes Intel right now. So far, so good as we sit here and just put on that little piece right there. So again, pay some bills there. We just take that little bit of a long, and we actually got out there of 20%. It's small, it's nothing. I'm wanting a lot more. But again, we're trying to get some more shares. I don't know if that's going to happen right there. But when's the NASCAR sponsor coming? Yeah. So very, very soon we will be sponsoring a NASCAR as well. No,
Brennan will hate on us if that ever happened.
Brennan
is very much like F1 is real, and he I mean, let's be honest. He craps on NASCAR if you even bring it up. He's like,
does he?
He does, seriously. And like,
Man.
and the first time it happened, I was like, I thought you liked racing. He's like, that's not racing. And I was like, okay. And and like, and again, I'm not gonna claim to be a gigantic racing fan.
I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
That said, there is something to be said about if you're looking at who's the most skilled driver. If everyone's driving essentially the same vehicle, then it comes down to your skill behind the wheel. And my only beef with F1 is it doesn't matter how good of a driver you are if everyone's just in a superior machine. Look, the skill that they have at those speeds is unbelievable. I do enjoy watching it from time to time, but it just feels like I don't like watching stuff where I know who's going to win all the time. Every now and then it's okay.
I don't know if that's still happening like that. I don't think Red Bull is dominating the
It's not as bad as it used to be, but like it goes through these really long spurts of that. And that's just, again, like to each their own. I like there to be a little bit of intrigue in sport. I mean, I think that's why people love football. Certainly that's why hockey's so popular.
Yeah.
You know, obviously you want anything to be able to happen. The unpredictability, I think, is what makes it cool to me. But that's, again, like I said, to each their own. I'm not saying F1 isn't more difficult. It certainly is at those speeds. I was asked by Pathek in the chat whether I thought SMCI was at a bottom, and my simple answer is on the swing, because we gave this as a trade idea 2 weeks ago. And you know, shout out to all the great work by our team and to Andre putting our trade ideas out every single week, and the entire team is giving them. So this was a couple of weeks ago, but one of the things I had mentioned was in looking for a couple weeks that we put it out for last week, the bottom I like the 14.5 to 15 hold. So today, it's made the pullback. It did make the breakout, so it continued. So obviously the long was good, but it's diddling in the middle. So it's not at a support level that I'm a huge fan of. I think something that plays tighter to the 15 level is kind of what I like a little bit more on SoFi. It's certainly on a good run, but when you pull up this daily chart, you see how extended it is. Like, this is a double up since holding that 750, like the 50 period and the 200 when it got that golden cross. It's giving you a double. So I think the pullbacks, you have to look. Last time it was a 1450 pullback, it pulled back to 13. Like it was a 10% pullback. I think that's what you're looking for at a 16.5. I mean, let's see it play back into a 15. So I'm not in love with any specific levels that are remotely close today on SoFi. Like you won't see me dip buying it today as a day trade because I think it's gone a little parabolic, and you have to really like the level at that point if you're gonna dip down into it. But I do like the trade. I do like it. Obviously, this week. My pick was AM Dizzle, which is doing okay. Oh no, I just typoed SMCI, so I have to wait for this to reload. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I hit enter way too fast, and that's my own fault, obviously. It's now putting in some higher lows. They're all 42.5 is what I wanted to show you guys on the black chart, which I always have up.
Yeah, good job there. Yeah, I think AMD, I mean, I like all these chip names, man. I've been talking about for a while. I think we all definitely like SMH and Zscaler and things like that as we get questions about Zscaler and SMH all of the time. All right, so Google has faded back out just a little bit now. XOM, Coinbase, what's going on with XOM right now? XOM up to 118. Okay, XOM at a nice level that you could possibly short at some point right here. XOM all the way up. I mean, if you're going to look here, we've just taken this at 117.80. So here comes XOM right now into this top area. You know, short potential here for sure, I think, anyways, in XOM as we continue to watch out where we're going on this name. I mean, it looks like upside, flat on the day. Let's check out what USO is doing. You don't necessarily, I mean, look, XOM is its own little beast, obviously, but you never want to go too far against what the broad market in oil is doing exactly. But USO is still down, trying to make a move back up. So I'm wondering about this XOM in and around this level here. Could be in for a decent fade. I mean, I would like. Oh,
almost got green.
The futures to go. Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, I'd like for the futures to go up here, but if they don't, XOM might be a spot to get some money in. So we'll have a look there. It's already fading right now off that 117.80 mark. I mean, again, like when I
there was that Middle East headline, right? So
what was it? Oh, the
it was
Hezbollah not respecting the ceasefire.
Yeah. So I think obviously that's probably going to give it a nice bump. We had meant to look. So first of all, 42.50 has now held. It just bounced, but now you're starting to accelerate. I just got a 65 print. Like it gave me the setup I wanted, but if it loses support immediately, I got to jump out and wait for the 41.5. Like there's no chance. Again, on stock like this, I don't like 42.50 to 41.50. I like 42.65 into 41.50 in the afternoon. When you're trading this far away from the big level, which is 40 or the 41.5, then it goes scalp mode. But we were asked about oil, and I remembered I was in the middle of saying something about, I was going to say something about Occidental, and then we got a little bit sidetracked. And what I wanted to point out with Oxy is simply that, the Buffett levels, those are all dead, right? Like that mid 55 level. But if you look at what's been going on in Oxy, it's a $50 kind of like 49.5 to $50 hold. And what I like about this is see the 50-period moving average. Now you're just condensing down on Oxy. You're holding 50. So that whole setup of making a consolidative bottom with a trend down, breaking trend and holding the 50-period moving average, Oxy's setting up to do it. This is the exact same setup that I liked over in Snowflake that Occidental's trying to do. So I got my eyeballs on this. I've swung in Oxy a couple times, but it's only ever been off those Warren Buffett levels. This time I think it's setting up a little bit differently. If I zoom out, you can sort of see those previous mid 50 levels of support. Now all of a sudden resistance. But I'm going to like this for a swing. Once it closes above that 50 period, I shouldn't say if it closes above that 50-period moving average, I want to look for a long swing in Occidental and then just see if we can scalp it there. It's been that kind of stock which has been pretty good for those types of technical plays. Anyways, just thought I'd mention that about Oxy. It's red because energy is red today. Mostly. I haven't looked at every single energy stock, but I'm going to assume most of them. If they just tried to go green on that last bounce that we got with that headline, but for the most part, they've been having a rough day.
Yeah, no, energy. We talked a little bit about that here as we go on some of those names. Intel's trying to battle back a little bit here. We just got into that level that we weren't sure if we liked it or not, this 2350 area, but it just bounced off 24. So I was trying to be a little bit conscious about that level. We did not average back in. There's a big bid right here. You could see on the bid there 100,000 shares right now trying to figure out what it wants to do. So yeah, right into there could be something for sure on the bid of Intel. I'm not too worried about 109 million shares today. Not really sending me too worried about what's going on now with Intel, but still there is something. Oh, now it's gone. Okay, so there was there at 2380. So there you go. So just to show you that, yeah, in this case, as we said before, that size is not going to matter at all as we blast through it. 240 million shares, 231 million shares today in SMCI. That's definitely something interesting for many traders that are having a look today on different names.
That's a big time Marvel.
Yeah, like that relative volume is absolutely huge.
Which makes
Starbucks. What is Starbucks doing? Microsoft. So many of these levels. Wow, Starbucks now back above 100. Okay, we recently sold this. We had bought this name in the 70s, sold it at I think it was 97, 98 when we got a fail there, and I thought that we had sort of failed here on Starbucks and fell back in. So I was right into here. Once we failed breaking 100 there, we were able to get something. I think it must have been 90. I don't know, 90. It was in here somewhere. 90. Let's call it 96. I don't care what it was at this point, but that looked like a good trade. Now you're finally starting to break northbound here on Starbucks. So yeah, man, like this stock a lot here, trying to break through. Again, new CEO, we talked about that, trying to change the game a little bit. I think they're like one or two moves away. If they ever announced, and I don't think they're going to do this because it's not Starbucks thing, but if they kind of came down a little bit there in some of their pricing, which I don't necessarily think they need to. It's just a matter of maybe that could help if they started. You already get free coffee. Like if you buy one coffee and sit in there, you can keep getting it over and over again. Yeah. So there's refills there. But I think just maybe a cheaper cup of coffee, if they just had like a very, very basic one there that they could sort of promote, I think that would help Starbucks.
I'll tell you this much.
Yeah.
Everyone complains about the lines in the experience.
At what?
At Starbucks, especially at airports. But everyone's still in it. That's all I'm saying. Like whenever we were just recently traveling, so I'm going to tell you right now, like you might see people grumbling about it, but I don't see anybody leaving the line. That's really
no. It's the best product. People pay up. It's why Apple costs more. It's like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
People pay up for the best, and it's just like we are a consumption
and good leadership.
But they're changing out those. So the ones at the airports are the problems. That's the problem. Like I've pretty much never waited Like Starbucks, I just order on the app, go there and pick it up. Like the problem is the experiences at these other places. Like they closed one at our Loblaws because it was just like a little kiosk, which is a grocery store, airports and all that. I just know that that's what Brian was saying. It was.
They need to change that experience because I think
because they don't even give like. First of all, you go to Starbucks, you don't like your drink, they'll just give you a coupon, another free one. Like so, there's the customer service and everything there for me, anyways, has always been pretty good. So, all right, just quickly here, Intel's back into this level, so I am going to put another piece out here. I just tried to bid 83s and it ripped up. See, that's the problem. Sometimes when you bid something, it'll move against you relatively quickly. So we'll see if we get an 83 there. I don't know. It's just that's where the 50-period moving average is. It's a 30-cent winner, whatever. We're sitting here sleeping basically on Google, not much happening, which makes me think about, Palantir. So again, the number one P&L name here, and it's not even close for the show, will be Palantir. And of course, I mean, we love this stock. And look what happened, man. It came right back into 66 again. Too bad. Like, I cannot believe that I sat here and let this happen. Palantir comes right back into that level, then Rip City from there. But this is Palantir early. We said we would wait for that dip into 66.60. It was so nice. We hit it twice. Then we got this long at 66 just before we left the show initially at 10:30. My best out, and it's the ultimate out right there, 66.77. So this trade actually goes 7-1. If you were watching the show earlier, we talked about where our stop was, and then there it is, man, right there. We wound up getting out of, I think it was 20 or 30%, almost all of it, right when we left that midday show to throw it over to the midday show. It's your number one stock of the day. It's Palantir. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, we do have TSLA on watch. Fidelity Fund apparently boosting the value of its stake in X, which of course is also owned by Tesla CEO Elon Musk there by 32%. So just be aware, Fidelity apparently increasing its X stake by 32%. With that in mind, also take a look at DXYZ, which does own a good amount there of SpaceX. So TSLA on watch here, guys.
Yeah, the other vehicle for owning SpaceX is there's a few of them out there, but Kathy, what's the Arc? There's the Arc Venture, which owns a bunch of SpaceX. If you want exposure to it, that DXYZ, I don't know. From what little I know about it, there was some question about its valuation relative to the names that it does own and their recent funding rounds. Someone basically did the math on X actually and showed that it did not have a very attractive valuation relative to the things it was holding. If you look at all the most recent funding rounds, because it's just obviously a bunch of pre-IPO and private names that it does own. So I'm not a huge fan of that DXYZ. I think you got to look almost elsewhere. A little bit of a pullback coming into Apple. Like I said, if it gets back down to 239, that's the area we're looking for a buy. SMCI kind of holding this tight range, 42.5 into like 43.80, 43.90. So you're still seeing it play out, but it just double tapped that top and does look a little bit weaker here. I mean, the market's still holding and bouncing nicely. SMCI is what's the word I want to use here? It doesn't have the same level of, let's say, not volatility is not the right, velocity in the tape. That's the word I want to look for. The velocity in the tape is not what you were seeing on this move from 42 to 43. It's distinctly different. I don't know if I would reload it a third time, at least not until I see that change. So if we lose contain, I'm going to jump out and then wait for a more attractive price where maybe people want to transact in this a little bit more. DJT, we never got into DJT as it didn't really give you a consolidation off the 32 level, but it is continuing to go higher. So I think this one is still looking fairly strong. And Jaspreet Singh, I did just check out Mara, but I'm still of the mind that Mara is a short the pop. So if it gets into 25 to VWAP, I'm looking fade on Mara. It's already given you the SSR bounce off 24, I think. So I think you got your long. But what I see on the higher time frame is a failed break on the daily. So there you go. Failed breakout on the daily from here about that 28. We put in a big wick high, and then there was a continuation short that got underneath prior support at about $25. So until it gets back above this area at 25, I want to look for I'd look for a rollover on Mars. It's not really changing the overall short thesis. Could be wrong, but if it comes into 25, I'm looking for like a curl or a mean revert back into the low.
Okay. SPY is going? Okay.
A little bit.
All right, so NASDAQ starting to go now. Yeah, SPY right here starting to go back up to the upside. I mean, I have like a little hot to go list right here. And we can just see what exactly is going on right now with it. So here is our hot list. This is brought to you by eSignal. So I'm going to pull down a chart here and just see if there's anything actually going on right now for all of you right now. So yeah, it does showcase Mara right here as going through many trades right now. Mara starting to go to the downside. Again, today down 10%, but now starting to pick back up. There's Mara, nice little actionable trade there. Nvidia's the next one, starting to push through some volume right now. And as you can see, and again, this is trade rate. So this is going to show you all the stocks that are kind of popping off right now. So it's Nvidia, Mara. Look at Nvidia. No wonder. This is a 1 minute chart. Nice retracement back for Nvidia, bouncing off 138 right now. Great trade there. Tesla. I'm not going to talk about SMCI. SMCI is 4250. You can see that right now. Nice move to the high side there for Tesla. Again, I love the stock. We talked about that earlier, trying to break higher through that 360 area. This was going to be one of the top trades that I had written down there today, but I had written down on Tesla here 350 or 249. Sorry, 349. I initially wrote down 249. That did not come into play. So right there, there's the bottom right there, 351. We'll see if we're able to get that at some point. I don't know. That's Tesla. SMCR, you can see they're all starting to move. There's TSLA is in there. Roblox, we sort of talked about that. New Holdings right here. A big trade that we had on New Holdings before as well was on that rebalance. You could see Apple 52-week highs. Oh, did it? Yeah. Well, sorry, I wasn't here to get that. But right there, New Holdings, you guys know that we sort of crushed that on that imbalance. MSTR, PCG. So here's some of the names that are moving around. And, you know, I'll keep on checking these to see if there's, like, what the heck's MGR? Sometimes the trade rates, yeah, see, it's just nothing. It's just like,
manager?
Okay, anything. Yeah, MGR.
Affiliated Managers Group.
Right there you go. So if you're a manager, you might want to check out MGR right there. But yeah, Tesla 357, 358. What about a break higher on Tesla? So that could be a trade that we have a look at. But that's just a quick little look there at the trade rate indicator from eSignal, one that I use often to try to find different trades. So yeah, right now, not much for me. We could talk about Google. Not much is happening here. Obviously, it's not even moving. We were lucky enough to get that fill, but not lucky enough to get any other ones as nothing's happened at all. We've been in this stock for what, a half hour now almost? What time was this? 2:30, yeah. And we got 10 cents and it's at the same spot. I think we got to look somewhere else. Intel, nice fall down for Intel again. We got that VWAP. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower. One trade, we actually do have a losing trade today, and it's not a big one, but it is going to be a little bit of an L here. This is going to be about 2 cups of coffee. As there it is, we had DraftKings. It lost VWAP, and then it lost $44. So once it lost $44, we are out of it again. Not much skin off our back here with that trade, but at the end of the day, it was a losing trade for me. DraftKings, but that's going to be the only losing trade. And as Neil mentioned there, you know, like, what I lost on DraftKings is just a fraction here.
That's all that really matters.
Of what we would. Well, no, all that really matters at the end of the day is P&L. But at the end of the day, Neil's right. You want to make sure that you do not have, and exactly great point. You don't want your biggest loser to be more than your biggest winner. I mean, some days it will happen when you actually take risks, but you know, you want to try to control that, and it will happen. So unfortunately, that is something. But today, thankfully, I think for both of us that's not the case at all.
You know what was a miss today, though?
Yeah.
And I'm slapping this one on myself because I probably, look, ARM, and when we get to ARM, because Arthur Grasso, and a shout out to you, Arthur, thank you for putting this one in the chat. Although you said LPA and or ARM thoughts. Okay, well, I'll answer about ARM because I have no, LPA I just don't know. So, you know, we're honest around here. If you guys ask us about a symbol, I'm like, I have no clue. I haven't looked at it at all. I actually was going to talk about Lockheed Martin because someone was asking about that, and I like that one on the chart, although I understand why some people don't like investing. Fair enough. But ARM, nice hold of the 200 period, and this is starting to look pretty good again. Now, this is one, the valuation for a lot of people is going to be a turnoff. I get that, but essentially they got themselves a monopoly. Ultimately. So that's one of the reasons why. And you have a lot of insiders that just do not sell and are not going to sell this stock, right? Remember, NVIDIA wanted to buy them outright. That raised all you know what, because absolutely no chance it could have gone through from antitrust reasons. but that would have been Powerhouse. So nobody that owns this, all the insiders and all the corporations that do, they're not really sellers. But closing essentially above the 200 period, and now you're going to consolidate for a potential 50 period breakout. This is another one that has a great shot to run next. Up 5 points today. When ARM decides it wants to go, this is a stock where if it makes a monster breakout, usually you want to make the continuation play. So the reason I was slapping the fail is just look at Friday's high, and then look at where the prior, like there's Friday's high, it blows through that, goes right into the next most obvious level, which would be right in here, 138, 138, 138, dips into 138 and continues to go higher. So if you're looking for continuation longs today in the middle of the day, technically ARM gave you a great one and you already knew it was a super strong stock. So okay, Apple's still going, it's trying to go. But IBIT is starting to run into a little bit of, well, it's VWAP. Be honest, getting into VWAP and starting to curl in here. So I did move the trail once. Now I'm just going to tighten it up again. VWAP was always going to be the target area. So when it gets there, we're going to tighten up that target. Apple has not given us a dip buy at 239, but that could be a good thing because it's holding on to VWAP. And what I was saying about NU, So NU, which was
New
it?
Holdings, it's called.
New Holding, no, but they had, I forget what day it was that your imbalance was, the imbalance that you had on it.
Yeah.
But when MSCI had their rebalancing day, oddly enough, if you look back, there were a million stocks that had huge buy imbalances or sell imbalances. One of the best traded trades, when you look back, it wasn't even close to the biggest notional imbalance, NU. Not even close. There were many bigger ones. But it was one of the cleanest trades if you took it. So looking back, from now on, if I see an imbalance on NU, even if it's not necessarily the biggest one, that's now twice. Where if it's got a huge imbalance, it shows up early and it just trended. But it wasn't nearly the biggest one, but I don't think that matters. You want things that trade the way you want. It doesn't have to be the biggest imbalance. And that's one thing, it's not enough to just show you guys the imbalances. Sometimes we have to be able to act on them. Because I was looking at a bunch of other names which weren't doing what you wanted that had bigger notional imbalances on that day. And ultimately, all you had to do was punch long on NU the second we got an early look. And it never had a red candle until right at the end.
Yeah, I heard we crushed MSCI. Unfortunately, I wasn't here, and I heard from Obi that if I was here, maybe a little bit of a different story, but I'm glad that everyone did look at that and hit it appropriately. Congratulations to everybody trading that day. All right, so MSCI rebalance again. We're going to have another one coming up, the S&P 500 one, the third Friday in December, so your boy will be here for that one, and we will make sure to look at everything that we possibly can.
Remember, it actually comes with the 20th.
Is it the 20th? Okay, yeah, because the Friday, because right now is the first second, so you just got to do the math there to get that all figured out. So yeah, shout out to everybody that will be trading rebalances, and we'll show you guys the imbalance locator on those days, just like we will right now. You have Enbridge, Ford. I mean, these are going to be all New York names. These are not big names. I mean, they're big names, but they're not going to be big amounts of share sizes. These are always here. You always see Enbridge on there. That's not going to mean anything. What these imbalances are, of course, are the end of the day imbalances, where you'll figure out what's going to close, market on close orders, and that generally affects the price of your equity or your instrument that you're looking at there at the end of the day. So be very, very careful with that. So because we don't have a very big position, I'm actually going to wait for 171.10s again. So if we come back into there, this is going to be one of those trades where we're trying to go 5 to 1, 6 to 1 on this. So we'll put on some shares back in at 171, right at that VWAP level right there, because we've held it all day. Honestly, all day. We came in there. We'll see if it wants to give it up at the end of the day. Would not be a surprise if it does give it up, but right there, 170. I mean, it's probably going to be a little bit different if I look it up on eSignal, but right now VWAP is, let me see, get the exact number there, 171.15. So yeah, we're coming into that level right now. We're going to try to dip buy into this for Google. If it drops 171, we're gone. So we can actually now put in our stop order. And again, we'll probably take about half the position that we would have if this was like an Apple trade that was in the morning or something like that. So let's go 170.94. We don't want to get absolutely taken out the minute it breaks. Oh, I already have a stop. Oh, I already have a stop breaking almost at that same level, breaking through 90s. Okay, so we'll just keep that there. Maybe we'll get it, maybe we won't. But right now, Google, we'll try to buy this dip a little bit, and we're going to wait for 10. So if that comes in, 171 and change is what we're going to be getting. 171.11s is actually what I'm going to be waiting at right now for Google. So we're going to put a bid right there, as we just did, and see if that can come in now and get filled up here. So that's going to be a little bit of a level for me with Google. We'll see if we can get it. Yeah,
and that's sort of the thing. Always about, look, whether it comes to the price or not, I mean, all you can ever do, it's like poker. You just, get your chips in when you have the opportunity. Sometimes your aces get busted. I know we've all been there. Well, I shouldn't say we've all been there. Anyone who's played has certainly been there. But you got to put the orders out in order to be able to get that fill. I did just see someone in the chat. Well, I'm going to talk about Mara first because it did now it's getting parabolic. So the entry plan I have for Mara, it could curl at VWAP, but it's just going to be like a mean reversion. And since so it held 24, you can see the new little uptrend that it's got. Since it went a little bit more parabolic is a revert that I'm looking for. So, if it's able to break underneath this tighter trend line or look for the curl at VWAP, that's the trade I'm looking for here on Mars. That means it's going to fail underneath 25, or we're going to get a curl at about $25.50. You're seeing Bitcoin make a bit of a move. Here's want to get you guys a Bitcoin chart. What's that, a 15 minute? Yeah, 15 minutes, good enough. So you're seeing Bitcoin make a bit of a move as we're now breaking and holding above 96,000 ever so barely. Nice. So ideally, in a perfect world, you get to VWAP on Mara and Bitcoin kind of curls at the 96. But I'll keep an eye on it. I do have this. I do have this up. Well, I didn't mean to. There. I do have Bitcoin up so I can see the price at all times up on my screen. But every now and then I also want to look at the chart as well, just to show you guys. If we get back underneath that 96, that's the confirmation I want. If we're screaming and all of a sudden at 97 and there's no sign of a curl or a reversion on Mara, I'm not just going to sit in front of that offer and have it break away. So again, looking for either the trend reverse or just a curl off of VWAP, whichever one happens to happen first, which is not the first time that I have said that mouthful. So we're at VWAP on IBIT. Similar thing, if we break trend, not the cleanest trend line, but my stop is underneath 54.5 at this point. So if we lose that, we're going to jump out of it. And I also saw someone asking about Rivian in the chat. Oops. Yeah, ugly. That's about all I could say for Rivian. It does not hold on to the 200 period. I said this in the morning. This is like a wait and see when if it pulls back into the 50 period moving average. I think you got your break away from 10. It went right into the first resistance spot, which was going to be $13 anyways, and then it's backing off 13. It had the catalyst of getting money from the government, which, let's be real, seemed like it was politically motivated, but it doesn't matter. A loan's a loan, and they need money because they lose money on all their vehicles. So I think the next step would be pulling back into the 50 period here at about 1070. But I'll keep an eye on that. Maybe $11 holds up as well. So Apple into VWAP. Still not much going on here with IBIT or Mara. Like I said, I do not want to jump in and rush. But it's now all it needs to do is close underneath that trend line, which I have to put back in. It does a close underneath here. Then I'll look to grab the short to the local high. That's the entry plan. Got about a couple of minutes until this bar closes.
All right, so we did get reloaded here on our friend not reloaded, I guess reloaded, yeah. We never really got out of their clips, so we will get another trade going for Google. And again, you guys know what we're talking about here. We just talked about buying that 117.11, so that's what we get now. Our average price is 21s, so it'll be again, you know what, I'm gonna actually change that 170.94. Yeah, if it breaks lower, we'll get out of that. So we just want to make sure that our scripts are set up and ready to go here for Google in case it does flash down a little bit. The market's trending nowhere. So this is the NASDAQ. So Google's coming back in. So a little bit of I don't want to say a surprise. The market never really surprises me, but with the market not doing anything, I thought that a name that's been up here today, and we often get in trouble when these kind of things happen. I'm the first one to admit this. I have these thoughts, and then the next thing you know, they're completely not opposite or anything like that, but they just don't work out. And the market just says, nah, you know what? We're going to punish this Google trade and continue to go to the downside. I'm going to put some offers in the 20s, see if we can get something out on the upside if it does happen to go there. But if it doesn't, all good. Google right now, out of the money, 4 cents. Take it out, please, if you don't like it. I'm going to hold on to this, bouncing off of 171. Let's see. We probably obviously, we're 10 cents wrong on this price because we talked about getting that 171.10s. Didn't think it would necessarily come in here, especially if the market was doing nothing. But people always tell me, Sean, why are you doing this when you should just be trading the market? And shout out to Adam and everybody else out there that sees real trading. You guys know that that's generally the best spot to put your money would be in the futures. And I think that we've done the best trading the futures. So I will have to revisit this very soon and just make sure that we are in the right spot, in the right names, at the right time. And I'm going to rerun some of the numbers because the TQs there for a minute was my
haven't
best.
traded that in a bit.
Was my best stock, yeah. So we definitely want to make sure that we
That's anecdotal, by the way.
that we keep that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I definitely want to check it out. We had some good trades on it, but I mean,
My memory is not always the best, but my gut feel would be anecdotally I've seen you win it fewer times. But then I don't know, like, you've been off a couple times, so it could.
Yeah, I mean, plus I take hits on it too. It's not.
I don't know. No, but it feels like it hasn't been
guaranteed
as much. Well, the other thing is I feel like we've seen a little bit less movement in the afternoons in the futures, in a general sense. So there has been a little bit of a seed change in the afternoons. And, okay, I'm just going to shout out to Yavuz Khan. I probably got that wrong. That's my bad. And if I get your name wrong, feel free to, like, crap
you
on
probably
me.
didn't.
Who knows?
What
But you mind checking out Mara? Sure. Actually,
that is
just got into it. And then someone was asking thoughts on NVIDIA this week. I'll go into that in a second. But, there was that trend. It barely closed underneath trend line, but it did. Like I said, short, give to local high. If it gets to VWAP, that's a separate trade because it was either going to get to VWAP, like 25.5, or it was going to curl somewhere underneath, and we would trail it to there. And then as far as NVIDIA goes, the question was for the week on NVIDIA, I suppose. Well, I think you've already put the bottom in. I wanted to show you the daily chart. It's at the 50 period. I have to zoom back in so you can see. So you've held the 50 period. So look at that rejection candle under the 50 period. Just once, by the way. This other one's just some dark pool stuff that we got. So you have a rejection under the 50 period, and then you have a hold of the 50 period on the daily. So this just, to me, looks like a hold that's support at about 135, 136, and look for longs off of that. The problem with NVIDIA is when it gets to the top, it seems like there's more sellers than it used to be on NVIDIA. So just got to be a little bit careful with it. But I do like the setup. Hold that 50, that nice little rejection wick, and then you're going to have knock on wood, green one above that 50 period moving average. So I like AMD longs a little bit better. That's why I gave it as a trade idea over the weekend. But NVIDIA, I like that hold of the 50 period. I just think AMD's got more room to move from here than NVIDIA does, unfortunately, because NVIDIA's been so good.
Yeah, NVIDIA's been amazing. Oh boy. Okay. We're going to be at the high spot where we've been at all day. I mean, look at this Google. There it goes, man. Hopefully we can get that up. But we took something out at the 50 period. That's 32s or so on this move upside right now. So let's go, NVIDIA. Make them sing, or Google, make them sing, baby. Right back there up to the upside. I'm going to take out an opportunity now to get some more out. There we go. Get some more out of Intel, as we will take that opportunity to get an 87 there or 86 as it still good trading so far here this afternoon as we put this on right for you at 2 o'clock. That's been a good short. The Google long, I mean, we said that we would wait for VWAP. I mean, let's give it up right now. It's a chicken dinner winner. But at the end of the day, oh, by the way, my wife, oh boy, yesterday, so she got 2 chickens. She roasted them both. We had one last night. I mean, roasted chicken to me is like pretty much the best. I mean, I like barbecue, but roasted at this time of day, oh man, this time of year when it's cold outside. So she roasted 2. Tonight she's making a chicken bone broth, obviously, with the other carcass there. And tonight it is chicken orzo. So she's making an orzo with the vegetables, the fresh chicken, all that kind of stuff in there. Man, oh man, Marissa, have yourself a chicken dinner winner. That should be a heck of a lot of fun tonight in the Katina household as we get home, run to the rink.
Probably drive.
Come back. Yeah. Well, I'll make her run on the side there. It's only about 20 kilometers away. And as we get there and we go, and we'll be there. But yeah, definitely. And then I got to get, they play at Ford Performance Center, the same place that the Maple Leafs practice out of.
Yeah.
So we've seen, I mean, we're lucky to do this. Like, my daughter has met pretty much they had the Montreal Canadiens were there last week whenever they were in town. So she was able to meet all of them.
Montreal.
As well, yeah. I didn't really know too many players over there, but the Maple Leafs are always there. And, of course, the PWHL, which is the women's hockey, they're there as well.
I got an uncle
Like, I walked right by Brendan Shanahan and Tree Living and all these
Shanahan,
guys.
man.
Like, these are guys like, you're talking about like the Blue Jays. I'm sure you've met Ross Atkins and all those guys. But at the same time, it's like, I shook hands with Brad Tree Living. Like, I mean, the access that you can get with some of these places has been pretty phenomenal.
But the only reason I've met the only reason I met the GM is because I'm a season ticket holder. Like, I'm not running into those guys and asking them questions.
Yeah, well, he was watching Trader TV, so he said what's up to me, and I was like, yo, my guy. I mean, come on, man, you know. I was like, no autographs or anything, but it was nice. It was nice.
I like Shanahan. That's a legend.
Oh, Charlie Taft's birthday.
Is it really? I was gonna say
Sushi on the birthday. I like that one.
Sushi.
Oh man, I hurt my shoulder.
I am definitely a big fan of the sushi. And you know what? The best part about sushi, at least in my household, is my 7-year-old daughter loves sushi to the point where we have to dial it back pretty much the amount of times she wants to order it once a week. She wants us having sushi, which to me, that's a little bit much. I love it. Okay, we'll go into Adair. I thought I was getting... Okay, that's fine. Let's go to the Adair at the desk.
Sorry to interrupt here. It is worth noting we have comments coming through right now from Feds Waller saying, amongst other things, that Feds Waller does lean towards supporting a rate cut in December. So we have a little bit more cryptic comments from Feds Bostic earlier today saying that there doesn't need to be concern if there isn't a cut every meeting. But Feds Waller actually saying that as of right now, they, quote, lean towards supporting a December cut, but also adding there's still a long way to go towards reducing policy to get back to that neutral rate, saying that the monetary policy does remain sufficiently restrictive. So the key comment here is the fact that Feds Waller is leaning towards the December cut. Apparently, though, if there's a data surprise, that could change things. But if things stay the course, looks like we could, at least from one Fed member, be looking for that cut in December, guys.
EMD. Yeah, very good look there. And remember, when the Fed's talking, or anyone from the Fed's talking, I know we don't care as much as when we're in a rate cycle where there's some questions, but it certainly does matter. Well, you know what else matters? Trade the Pool stock trading competition has begun. Over 2,500 traders are competing to prove they have what it takes to rule the pool. Let's check out the leaderboard and see who's leading the chart on day one. Well, I can tell you, we still have Tony JH. I know Sean was talking about this. Tony JH from the Philippines, 78% win rate, 60K P&L. SNTI is their number one. If he stays up there, he'll win an evaluation account of 160K in buying power to trade with. Second place, we got Mahmoud Saad Ahmed there. He will win 80K buying power if he holds on to it, also trading a little bit SNTI. In third place, we've got Cynics the Cool, up a cool 38K on PPBT. They'll win an evaluation count of 20K buying power. It's only the beginning. Stay tuned. By the end of the week, you'll know who has won the big prize. I just want to point out, everyone's like, SNTI, PBPT. But I did see this in a little bit of a juxtapose. Song E, someone actually trading AMD, some MSTR in there. There's a lot taking shots at an SNTI. I'll say if you were able to bank it, I mean, Shopify in there. I'm going to check to see what Shopify is doing today because someone in 50th place actually made bank on Shopify, which, to be honest, I didn't even consider as a trade today. So out of my own curiosity, spoiler alert, I still have some shares of Shopify. I have not bought or sold Shopify in a very long time, so it's nothing that is really gripping my mind right now, except for the fact that I remember Shopify had made a 52-week high and pulled back. Well, guess what? It made another 52-week high and pulled back. Yay, Shopify. So once again, I don't know. Shopify. It is what it is. But I did not see this at the open. Obviously, I'm going to make the assumption that it was a short trade that won. Just going to go out on a limb. It could be like 115 broke and it just dropped like $4 like an absolute rock. You could have made a reverse trade, but like, wow, that is a hefty pullback in Shopify. One which I will admit I was unaware of. Didn't see that one coming. But you saw that with the retail names, man. Amazon did not fare nearly as well as I would have anticipated. Just going to get on the bin on a 25 break here of Mara. And it was Amazon and Affirm. That was the other one. So all these names that were getting the bump on Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and all, record numbers across the board. Affirm's now down on the day, down 3%. Amazon is still up 1%, but it was one of the stronger stocks this morning, and now all of a sudden it's not really getting that juice. So you did see a bit of a sell the news event here on Cyber Monday from all the names that had caught that bounce. So I don't wonder on Shopify, just to bring it back to where it all started, if it pulls in a higher low. I mean, the last time it did this, parabolic pullback, put a higher low, retest a high. Hey, this level here, about 109, 110. Like that's what, like, to me, like if you're looking for a continuation trade, well, either it's going to give you 100 or the 50 period or 110. So if it can calm down, hold 110 for a week, this one could be another ramp to the upside. It's been performing fantastically, to be honest with you. It's a great one. At some point, like a lot of stocks, and I've been doing not enough of this, like stocks that are not in my core. Like I bought it at one point, and I might have took some profit at some point, but I'm still holding on to a bunch of it. It's like that, and this is where the cash comes in, because I've been doing some of that cleanup, but not enough. It's like, do I still want this in the long term? Do I like other things better? And when the answer is yes, it's like, well, just sell this other thing and then move into something else, right? Like I keep talking about liking Costco, but it's like, okay, why am I not only in Walmart, Costco, and Amazon? Because I still have a bunch of other stuff. So when I do sell some Shopify, I know where I want that money to go. You know, I have nothing against Shopify. I think they're great. It's just the curse of Canada is unbroken.
Yeah, Shopify. Continue to watch that. I mean, we saw Square up today as well. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire. I mean, yeah, so far so good on Google. I mean, so I only have 40% left of this trade. I mean, hopefully this can come back to the upside there. So again, you know, you guys know we got some out up top there, and then we got some out again. So yeah, for right now, we're not overly heavy in this stock. Well, still 45%. So actually still have a position here, hoping that we can get a nice upside move, hoping that will come through. Thank you, Rivian Millionaire, for that right there. So we got Mara, Apple, iBit. So we're long. We're only short here, Intel, and we are short Mara there. All right, so Intel right now, it's not moving anything. We were really, really excited when that happened, when all of a sudden volume came in as we broke 24 there to the downside. So that's going to turn out to be a half-decent look there on Intel. But I'm just trying to get some orders set up here because I want to make sure that Google, I'm just making sure I don't have any more bids. I'm not bidding anything else here. The futures continue to move higher now, and Google continues to go the other way. Like, I'm not impressed at all with this trade, but I'm impressed with my patience, to be honest with you. And I mean, it's like, sometimes you have to wait for trades to develop, and I think we did a pretty good job right now of waiting for this and getting it into those levels. But again, once we get back up to the 50 period, we got to get some out. So we were lucky enough to get something at 32, and then our last out there is like only 25s or something. So we need this to go back up. Although we are long, look, I could see I'm in the money now. I'm in the money nicely. Like if I close this trade right now, it'll be again right there as a green name. But we're trying to see if it will go just a little bit higher. A name that we've sort of left by its lonesome here, and this is my cup of coffee trade of the day, is NVIDIA. All of these trades, right? Like I go in and out, in and out, in and out. It's not even that many shares right now. I mean, I could tell you in total just a couple hundred shares right there. Still going to be a decent amount of shares, but at the end of the day, we're going to be flat on this name. So a lot of work for nothing right there on NVIDIA. When I really liked it. I liked it breaking higher there. We missed that first run. We get a little bit of FOMO. Buy that there at 937. Still fine with it. Still happy with that buy. Comes up. We make 60, 70 cents. We get some out around 140. It doesn't want to go through 140. We try again at VWAP, make a little bit there, and then it drops out. This is where we tried 139. I like the VWAP trade. Hey, look, I'm here. We talk about this. I'm here to make or lose money, and right there at NVIDIA on this trade did not work out, and it's an L there for NVIDIA for me today. That'll be the only one, and then DraftKings slightly more lost on this name, but again, like, nothing. So we'll sit here and wait. Right now, what we've been making on Google is what we've lost on DraftKings. So hopefully we can go net and actually make a little bit of money. But that's going to mean that Google needs to get back to this 50 period, and then we'll be fine. And then we'll be able to do okay on that one. SMH. Oh, we talked about, okay, so XOM was 117.80 when I was like, maybe we should go short. I'm only saying that for myself. I don't know. Oh, okay. Same exact level right here,
Triple
right
top.
now. So what? Yeah, I was talking about it. I liked the short in this name, and it was just because where it had gone. And I mean, we had liked it before right here. Now it's, quadruple tops right now for this. So watch out here as we continue to be interested in XOM at these tops. So just watch out, 117.80. Again, could be a good break for tomorrow. Maybe this is on the radar for tomorrow.
So I just, I did it again. I'll use the black chart for IBIT, but I just trailed out of IBIT. I just hit the blue ocean. So IBIT just came back underneath. It's not going to be VWAP. But on this chart, but it just came back underneath 54.30. This chart, the black chart's missing a little bit of data in there. But IBIT does do the pullback. I had my trail in on it. Let's see if I can now reload it and you'll see it. There we go. So it broke the trend, got back underneath VWAP. So I'm now out. What also just happened, and again, I don't know. Look, you have a small candle losing VWAP on IBIT, and then MSTR has this rather large $5 candle as it loses VWAP. So as usual, and this has always been true of MSTR, but lately, specifically whenever there's like a little bit of a bid drop, when the bid drops on Bitcoin, the bid pulls on MSTR, at least temporarily. So I think that's the reason for the move down. Obviously, we'll get a little bit fortunate in that happened at the time that we happen to be in Mara. It is what it is. Like, I don't think, like, Bitcoin pulls back VWAP, MSTR loses $5, Mara's probably going to come back and give us a 24.60 print. Here. So I think that's one of those things where I do have Bitcoin up. It's right at the 96,000. We haven't even broken 96,000 yet. And if you do, I think we're going to see 24.5. There was another name that I saw a few people putting into the chat that I wanted to go to. There was some, I know what it was. And, sometimes we try to give, we always try to give the answers that we believe are correct and the right thing to say, not what you do.
I always give the wrong answers on purpose.
No, it's only because when we get asked about these small cappers, I always preface it because as Abasali here, buying SNTI a good idea or not. So again, we never know what time frame you're talking about if you frame it that way. So I'll give you a couple of looks here. It's 3:30, so I don't think I would be trading it. From a pure like day trade standpoint, hey, this has been a good level day trading it today. Like if this is in the middle of the day, taking a 10 long, giving it down like a buck when it's high as 17, that's not bad. You risk a buck and the high of the day is $7 away on a runner, which has got great R-vol. It's done 126 million in vol. It's a nice little day one play. Like that I don't have an issue with. If you're talking about buy it and swing it, I know literally nothing about this company, why it's going to be up 400% and if it should even hold it. So I generally speaking, if a stock goes from $2 and it's at $10, am I usually buying it? Not unless I know a good reason why I would want to take that kind of a risk. So day trade, not bad. I think if you had a little more time for it to go. At 3:30, I don't love that. But certainly VWAP, $10 looks okay. But up 400%?
Boom.
Yeah, not my cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the money, congratulations. But I don't think I've ever chased anything like the first day of a move that was up 500%. I just find, like, where would my out be? And a lot of times I can't find a good one on a swing trade. Like, you can't give it to $10 because it's at $10. So I'd just be making up an out at this point. Usually I want those things to settle down day 2, day 3, and make some kind of a low. All right, so we just had that pullback in Bitcoin through VWAP and MSTR pulling back, and you're not really rapidly falling. This area here, 24.70, where there was some consolidation, is giving a little bit more, and it is 3:30. So I'm going to hop on the bid. Also reminding myself this stock is SSR. So it's short sell restricted, which means it's not going to cascade down as easily as it would normally. I'm just going to pop on the bid at 24.8. We're short at 25.13. So we'll see if we can get some more out here. So 25.84 I should say. Just going to take that fill. There's nothing compelling on the early look yet, except for a sell on new. And it reminded me, each of the times that NU has been a good trade on the imbalance, it's been a buy. So yes, it's a sell right now, but it's been a buy, and it's been a buy of usually over 7-8 million or like 10 million shares. So this sell of 1 million doesn't really interest me. But if it was a large buy on NU, that's when it's been a good and profitable trade at the close.
Neil, my guy, many people said it wasn't possible, but we did it again right now. So there it is, man. Another one right there. Another 4-to-1 winner for you on Google. So there it goes, man. We just talked about that. I mean, congratulations to everybody that's been over there in trading this with your boy, because there goes Google. Nice move to the upside. And look, I mean, like, I'm here to give you guys winners and hopefully talk about stocks. And I think we're doing both of those. So there goes Google. I mean, if you have one trade this afternoon, and it was this one, there it is right there, 4-1 risk to reward, right? So that's the kind of stuff right there, regardless of what kind of shares you're using. This trade, I mean, we brought it to you. We talked about it. There it goes right now. It is an absolute monster there for Google. And again, man, we reloaded it back up. We talked about what our exact trade plan was right there for Google. So it'll be another good day for us on that name. But, you never know. Tomorrow we could give it all back, but we'll still stay disciplined and still do what we're doing here every single day. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 6 names today. Pretty successful overall. So Tesla, nice end of day jam up. Okay, we'll have a quick little look over there on TSLA and see what kind of jam up is happening. Oh boy. Today when we were at 351, I said today, Randy was sitting right there. I said, we probably get to 360 today. I didn't believe it myself. But there it goes right there. Nice move there for Tesla. Congratulations to all my Tesla heads out there, because there you go, man. We talked about this. Boom. I even came on the midday show with Joe and was like, love that call there with Tesla. There goes the move right back, breaking that 360. And here we go. TSLA. Again, to say this wasn't on our mind, I mean, right it is right here. Tesla was our number 1 trade idea. Obviously, we're really happy that we have Palantir and Apple, P&L 1 and 2, but at the same time, Tesla right there looking like it wants to break through 60. And oh boy, when it does, I think we got a nice little runner here. The only problem is EOD, end of day, could be a petite problem. I'll still try to take it. Let me see what happens on the break. I'm going to put 360, so 01, and then we'll see where we get going a little bit higher here on Tesla. We'll cross up 20 cents and see if we can make that happen. But there it is right now, man. We'll put obviously Google in our pocket right here. Big time trade alert right there for GOOGL. And I trade this because of the more volume, but there are GOOL that you can trade as well.
I don't know anybody that trades Goog. It's just
No, I don't. I mean, I know some people in the chat were saying that they did, but
really? Okay, no, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same levels. It's just you're going to have to look at the chart's going to look exactly the same, but the prices are going to be different. And again, congratulations to anybody that hit that one right there on Google as it continues to go higher. So there it goes. Nice little move up there. As I'm very, very excited for this chicken dinner tonight.
Yeah, chicken dinner. I actually don't know what we're having tonight. We're gonna have to double check when we get home. Never really know, but I have a funny feeling it will probably involve chicken because 90% of the time we have it all the time. No, I'm just joking. I love that line from one of my favorite movies, Anchorman. But I think it's 80% of the time works 100%.
You're right.
90%.
Right.
It's 80% of the time works 100% of the time. I just love that line. No, but Mara in here, it gave us that 30-cent win. Remember I said it was choking up or consolidating at 24.80? So we're in at 13s, consolidation at 24.80. This prior support, I said I probably don't want to reload this. It's about 3.35 in there. We move this trail back into the break-even price. But if it only gives you a 30-cent win, it only gives you a 30-cent win, $25 stock. Apple still doing the same thing as before. Like it's just holding right around this 239.5. I just thought you'd get a little bit more relative movement out of Mara. Obviously, it's a $25 stock, so it can move 1% a little easier than Apple's going to move that 1 point. It has not trailed me out. I have not added to that position. Again, like if we've just been sitting in it like we were looking at that IBIT as well. But as we're getting close to 350, I'm going to park myself in front of 240 and see if we can't get picked up on the offer, and we're just going to move our trail underneath on Apple. So as I said before, we're going to be out of Mara. We've only shorted it twice. This morning was a hit, and we just try to get a little bit of that back. This morning, when it's at VWAP, I'm going to have more than I put on in the afternoon. And ultimately, the actual A+ idea for myself on Mara was looking for a short off the prior high at 27.5. It then tried to set up off of VWAP and then didn't give you the VWAP trade all that well. Like it held VWAP underneath not until about 11:30 when I wasn't even sitting at my desk at that particular moment. But we got a little bit more out of it, so we're getting close to break even on Mara. But remember, the early trade was a misstep because sometimes VWAP is just a line on a chart. The resistance was at 26.50, and I was looking at the VWAP trade. And if you just looked at the resistance at 26.50, that was a much better opportunity. Sometimes you win some, you lose some, but I still think this is a weak one. And oh my goodness, Sebastian, Yeah, Rivian, I still think the bottom's closer to 11, not 11.50. Let's go to Adara.
By
did
e-signal.
bounce.
Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. You can foresee profitable opportunities with a platform that you need. There's also infinite data and instant trading so that you can know where the market's moving before others, because you'll have access to lightning fast data. And not only that, but there's also charts that change the game. Customize and analyze the markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning can help you predict the future by understanding the past. And there's reliable real-time data, which gives you up-to-the-second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Are you ready to elevate your trading? Just scan that QR code or click the link in the description. And with that, we're going to take a moment here to take a look the last time today, or at least probably as of right now, at this sector board during our power hour. What we're going to do here is take a look at some of these sectors with sector-wide catalysts moving to the upside. We're going to start here with semiconductors. I have AMD, which is up almost 4% here. What this looks like, it has to do with the fact that the Biden administration here in the U.S. has now initiated its third China chip crackdown. So a lot of these U.S.-based chip companies pushing higher to the upside as a result. ASML also strong here as we had the Dutch government opine on chip regulations. LRCX, this is Lam Research. LRCX and AMAT, Applied Materials, also strongly to the upside, actually outperforming the semis. This one up here about 6%. AMAT performing pretty similarly. These ones moving actually on the same catalyst with regards to the chips sanctions here in China. So producer manufacturing side of the chips side also pretty strong. Then we have these cruise lines. CCL here getting a price target increase to $29 from $20 previously from Truist. But it's actually not the only cruise line. Both RCL there, Royal Caribbean, and NCLH also got price target increases from Truist this morning. So these cruise lines sailing to the upside on this Truist price target upgrade. Lots to look at today, guys. Actually, lots of strong sectors here.
Yeah, look, ASML, AMAT, certainly that's a great headline. I know Sharif was talking about AMAT's move, so I don't want to wax too poetically about it. It's been one of the more beat-up chip names, and so for them to say that maybe the fear that everyone had, like the China fear, is not going to be a big, large effect on them, I think that's a fantastic little bottom that it's making. Just keep in mind, anyone that ever trades ASML, its primary market is over in Amsterdam. So it does trade in the U.S. market. It does trade on the NASDAQ. But at 11:30, you're going to see something very distinct whenever you're trading that name. And that's going to be the volume pretty much dying down on it. So do always look out for that when you're trading it. If you are, I'd like them to do a bit of a split. I think that would be fantastic. Just one note here. I've moved the trail on Apple. I don't think I will get back in tomorrow. We might have wicked it out at break even there, but it's now holding a higher low anyways. So it's still holding a higher low. Bitcoin, it broke. What's weird is that Bitcoin broke 96 down, and then Mara is trying to hold a higher low. So all of a sudden, you're not getting the same acceleration. But if we get some kind of a sell imbalance in one of the crypto names, that could be a little bit of a different story.
You're getting close.
So we have like 10 minutes to go. I'm not okay. I said I have a target in front of 240 on Apple, and I've moved my trail up, but I'm still in Apple at the 239. It just hasn't really broken this local high yet. My trail went from underneath VWAP to now 239.60, and we'll give it 2 there. Michael Strom, this LPA that I think a few people are looking at, and again, to each their own, LPA here in the Amex has done 300,000 shares of volume, and there's 20 minutes left in the day. And it just came off of an uphold. It just dropped from $14 to $12. I can tell you the spread is generally about 30 to 40 cents on this, and there is not a lot of liquidity on it. So not a lot of volume. Most of it's been done in the last little bit here, this LPA. Just be a little careful trading this. I mean, there is pretty much nothing on the bid ask. It just, the volume is non-existent on this stock. It's probably why it halted into the upside. So be careful trying to trade this. I wouldn't touch it, even if it was earlier in the day. That's way too little volume. Still nothing on the early look, with the exception of Enbridge, we said NU in there as well. In about 9 minutes, we'll get a bigger update, and then we'll see what's good on these imbalances. Still probably going to look for something in the crypto space or like an Apple, Nvidia for an anticipate. I always like to have a level 2 up for a stock that I'm anticipating a move on. I'll be looking at like a Mara potentially, or certainly Apple and certainly Nvidia for potential imbalances there. And if it's a sell imbalance on Mara, kind of obvious. I just shorted in front of VWAP. if it's a buy and balance, generally speaking, I don't like it as a buy and balance right in front of like a local top. I'd rather play a fade off the level that exists.
All right, yeah, I mean, I think we all right now are waiting for those imbalances to come through. I mean, honestly, we got a pretty decent trade right here on Google as it just keeps on sort of mooning here. And I don't want to say moon. It's not mooning the way crypto potentially has been mooning. But this is mooning for me. 67s right now. And again, like, when we went long 171, I mean, you guys saw me put my stop order in. It was actually 94s, so we did give ourselves a little bit of room there for this play. But you can see what's happening right now for us as there it goes. So we're long at 11s. Our stop here was 16 cents. It's now 56 cents in the money. So John Travolta's like, who is this guy? That was a nice play right there. We'll take another piece out. Look, man, the ride is real, man. Get on board if you want to. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. I'm doing this every day for everybody, so hopefully we'll be able to have some winners tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to go upside, downside coming in tomorrow, but make sure that you're here to watch because you know I'm going to be here to do this. So there it goes. Huge move again for that. Look, man, we already propsed it up a lot of times here today. We propsed it up for our Intel trade on the short side, and what we talked about that. Our Palantir right here. This was 10 cents worth of risk to give you 7-1. And here is live trade for Google. We worked our way into this. We talked about the parameters again for this Google trade, and there it goes. I mean, this is trading. Nice move right there, back up to the upside. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. And a big thank you and a big shout out to our whole team here that really got this place humming, man. I mean, we were questionable whether or not. I mean, we were always hoping to be back today. But we were. Yeah, exactly. So congratulations to the team there for getting that all together. Randy, Rob.
They were all in yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
They all came in on Sunday to make sure that we'd be up today. So shout out to them.
Yeah, exactly. So it's their job. So shout out to those guys. Again, thank you so much for all of that and for keeping us up. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls and everybody that is involved with the show because we couldn't put on these winners if we do not have connectivity. So far, so good there today. It's going to be a big day here with only 5 minutes to go. Nothing's really showing up too much on my scanners. I know you just got out of both your positions.
Yep. I did just get the pop in Apple, so I'm now out of it. No positions on. Actually, let me just make sure I cancel. Excuse me. When we get out of position, if you have a stop order in, sometimes you have to manually cancel it depending on the type of stop order that you've used. So I like to be able to do that. But Arthur Grasso, you're welcome.
Arthur?
Yeah, we'll go over anything. If you're in the chat, we don't mind going over symbols for sure. But again, there's the out on Apple. And then there was someone that was asking. I did just miss it. I was gonna answer another question. Oh, there it is. It was you. Is the trading competition still open for entry? So, as far as I know, I mean, the trading,
the answer is no.
The answer is no, right? I don't know whether there's going to be another. I mean, obviously, with the success of this, I can't speak for whether there'll be another trade the pool trading competition, but the current competition you already had to be signed up for, and now they're running it. Will there be another one? Hey, I mean, show your interest. Certainly, like again, support us, hit like, subscribe, check out Trade the Pool. I don't know if they're going to do another competition, but if they do, we'll let you guys know all about it if we do another partner up for the competition. But we check the results. Again, it's a competition which has already started. It will end at the end of, I think it's the 6th, right? So the end of this week, it will be over. But it started 2nd to the 6th for that opportunity. So with about 4 minutes to go until we get the end of the day, the closing imbalances at the end of the day, I don't have any orders out and no more positions. But this LPA, which I pulled it up and then showed you guys what it was doing, it's Logistic Properties of Americas. That's the name of the company. And I don't know, offhand, I don't know what that flag is. Oh, Costa Rica. Okay, so it's a Costa Rican company there. I didn't know what the Costa Rican flag is when I looked at it on my trade ideas. It's now halted to the upside. So it's now done 390,000 shares of volume, which is still not a lot, and it's halted at $14. So good luck if you're in it, fantastic. I don't know too much about them or the reason why it would be making this parabolic move, but it's done a very infinitesimally small amount of volume. 390,000 for a $14 stock is very, very tiny. I mean, yeah, like it's extremely tiny. Like if it hasn't done 1 million shares by the end of the day, and it's a small capper, generally speaking, very, very dangerous to try to day trade it. But yeah, if you're in it, it could still open up. But remember, if you're halted past 350, you open at 4 o'clock. That's how the rules work. And let's go over to Adara.
I just want to touch on this logistic property of America, because I'm not seeing a catalyst on this, but I remembered the name, so I looked at this to confirm. It has a tendency of running late in the day with very low volume. I have the daily chart up here, and I can kind of show you. We have these pops. Largest volume we even get on the day, from what I can see here, is about 7 million shares. That would be going back to July. But even then, we get these pops here in May on around the same amount of shares, 300, 400,000 shares. Usually it will end up halting with no catalyst and very low volume. It does have a float of about 3.25 million shares and a 3% short float with a $443 million market cap. But I just wanted to put it out there. This stock is a repeat offender when it comes to popping up on no news with relatively low volume later in the day, guys.
Those repeat offenders.
Yeah, well, this GELS is doing something similar too. So another one here, like less than 500,000 shares, and this one's even cheaper, like a $4 stock doing 500,000 shares, just popped up. I saw a few people talking about this as it hit the top here. If this goes into a halt, I mean, this late in the day, just remember, you're not getting out until 4 o'clock. If it halts in the last 10 minutes, that's a market rule. Volatility halts are 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but if they occur within the last 10 minutes after the imbalances have dropped, then you are getting out at 4. So make sure you know what you... If you're stuck in this and you're trading in the aftermarket, know what your broker has and does not have available with regards to stop orders, what gateways you can use. Everyone's going to be a little bit different. We can trade relatively normally here at Real Trading, which is 1 or 2 gateways that you can't. But not all brokers have things like stop orders once the market closes, and also in the pre-market. So be careful. The stock is dangerous enough as it is. Let me just go back. Okay, it looks like it was a good out. Mara's back almost at VWAP. So it was probably right not to reload this one. If we had reloaded, we'd just be out of it about 15 pennies. So it wasn't worth it. Remember I said you were making higher lows on Mara when Bitcoin was holding under 96K. So we're back under 96,000. So we got the scalp short, but there's not much continuation here just yet. We'll see what happens with that LPA. With imbalances coming in, I told you the names I want to watch here. NVIDIA, Apple, and Mara are the level 2s I'm going to have up. Just anticipating what might have an imbalance here at 350. So those are the ones I'm going to be looking at. Although none on the early look, that's fine. We tend to see the big NASDAQ stocks, usually 1 or 2 of them, jump up here on that imbalance locator. With about 30 seconds to go, we'll let you guys know. And then aftermarket, we only have like Zscaler. It's very light when it comes to earnings. We do have Zscaler. I know a lot of people have been asking about Palo Alto. We'll probably talk a little bit about them on Sympathy, although the better name, and we're going to have our good friend Michael Noss jumping on. So myself, Adara, we'll have Michael Noss, we'll have Zscaler earnings for you, and then we'll be able to go over a little bit of trade review, get some questions in if you have them. I'm sure there'll be a few about the moves in crypto.
Guys, I mean, right now we're 70 cents in the money on Google, so we're just going to take a piece out here as we get ready for this imbalance to come right now. There it is. We get an 81 fill, and of course, it continues to go higher. Sell on NVIDIA. I mean, this, honestly, guys, like, it's a face slapper, this Google trade for me. Look at this sell for NVIDIA coming to the downside. I'm just going to make sure I don't have any pending bids or offers, which I do not. All right, so Intel making a move here. That's a bid imbalance, so that's starting to go upside right now. But now we're almost $1 in the money on this trade that we gave right to you on Google. So I'm just going to try to manage that. But there it goes, huge upside move for Google. Well spotted, as they say, as this one keeps on going to the upside. Now 80 cents in the money on this monster Google. We had to take this against ourselves, but not against ourselves anymore, as this climbs up to P&L number 2 now on the show, and we just put it on, and it's not even a big position, but there it goes, Google, nicely traded there to the upside as we were able to hold on. We still only have 10% left, but only now starting to get out of that last 10%. I might just get, here, I'll punch it out. There, we get a 93 out. We'll work on that, and I'm just going to punch out of everything here on Intel because it's just doing its own thing. Tesla drops pretty hard there off of 360, so I can cancel that.
SMCI is a buy and bounce. It's the only other notable one just for everybody.
All right. Yeah, so far so good there. Intel right now, I'm going to just bid this out, and there we go. Oops, sorry, I was on Tesla. There's Intel, out on Intel, man. Good day today to end with. So let's see what happens with Google with only 8 minutes to go. Google making it rain to the upside. Good trade there off VWAP.
Yeah, great trade there off VWAP. There's Apple sell, NVIDIA sell, Intel was a buy, as we're mentioned, but SMCI, the only other thing that stood out, 1.4 million to the buy side on SMCI. Again, it's about $42. I did try, and again, the algos are going to be a little bit faster than a human being trying to punch short when NVIDIA came up, but if you're not on level 2, you don't have a chance. I did fire when it broke through 138.50 on NVIDIA. I left it in on the off chance that I would get picked up, but the second I saw the imbalance, I fired the order and didn't get a fill. That said, if you're looking at the right stock, you at least have a chance to get it. The algos are, like I said, they're always going to be a little bit faster, but it did provide you with a trade. If you were able to get the fill when that sell imbalance came in, it was a clean 50-cent move if you were able to get that fill. I didn't, but wasn't for lack of trying the opportunity. That said, that's what I was going to go for. YZ here, the imbalance on SMCI, 1.3. Check that, 1.4 million to the buy side, just grew a little bit. And we already knew gold, we already knew Enbridge. Those two probably don't move the market. Sell on Pfizer, that's not that big of a deal. And then Microsoft is also a sell. It's a very mixed board on the imbalances, but 1.4 million to the sell overall on the market. The NASDAQ specifically, 870 million to sell. The Dow, 800 million to sell. The Mag 7, 720 million to the sell side. So majority sell, but that's what happens when NVIDIA and Apple are both leading the way. The Intel buy, it's a $23 stock. It simply does not move the needle on those imbalances. And Tesla, I don't see one for Tesla for someone that was just asking. I'm sure you could stroll down far enough, but if it's not 500,000 or more, or a million or more, then it's not that big of a deal. Think of it as a nothing burger.
Yeah, I think that's good call there. I mean, especially with Tesla moving the way it is, right? You want to make sure that you do have, the right sort of feel for that. There goes Google. I mean, we're now out of it. We have like 5% left. We took another out here at 172. I mean, I'm really not surprised, but like happily, I guess, surprised at where we've been going here today for Google. I mean, why did we pick this? Just because it was the name that we liked. I mean, it was starting to, I'm going to get out of everything now if we can. I'm just going to, offer 84s. Can we get it? There he goes. All right, so close of trade right there. So we'll just go Travolta's like, all right. We'll close that out right there. It actually is very, very close to Apple now. We actually did not take over Apple as P&L2. But Apple's still there. Google's right there as well. Nice trade at the end of the day for that. That Zscaler, we can have a quick little look at it. Expected right here for Zscaler, implied move, 9% for ZS right now. The previous move, over 19% last time. So we'll have to, just under 19%, sorry, last time. We'll see what Zscaler is going to do right now. Again, like the space, like everything, I'd say it's a beat, but it's already, actually, now that I see where we can go, yeah, I like the stock, man. Breaking through 215, why not? Zscaler, probably something to win with. I'm already in CrowdStrike and Pan, so we can wait to see if there's anything happening over there. Another quick look on the imbalance locator will give us an idea at least. So Intel's still that bid. We covered our Intel down there as well once we broke at that 20, or I think it was 90, I don't know what it was, 96 is there. So a nice little trade there for Intel there today. And again, I was disappointed in it because of the, the fact that it's red on that news. I'm not, can't be pleased with that. So we'll see what winds up happening here with Intel moving forward. But that's that. And I don't have too much else going on. I mean, we're out of that Google. That looks like that was a good out. Look what's happening right now as Google dropping.
All the imbalances flipped.
Yeah, exactly. So all the imbalances flipping up there. And Google counts as all of them. So right there now, Google really getting flipped up there to the upside and then to the downside. So that's why you cover. We always talk about the danger zone.
355.
Of trading these names at 350 and then again at 355. Very, very risky proposition to be in there. But yeah, it should be a good show with Adair and Neil today. And then we'll be there tomorrow with Brian, join Michael Noss tonight. And then we're here tomorrow, man, with another big show.
Yeah, we'll have Mitch in the morning tomorrow. Well, I presume we'll have Mitch in the morning tomorrow, it being a Tuesday. So we'll check it out. Through 355 hit, pretty much everything curled. If it was going down, it flipped. If it was going up, then it turned. So at the end of the day, I think NVIDIA is still 770,000 now to the buy side. So it went from a sell to a buy. SMCI stayed at 700,000. So that's the only one that stuck around. If you're looking at BTC, and this is actually something that I didn't mention when I got out of it, but I think I always should. If I'm in a mean reversion trade, Obi calls it reverting the reversion, but if your reason for getting in is a trend line break, then certainly it's a good reason to get out when it breaks the trend back up. So once it actually gave an established higher low, once it lost that trend line, I'm not saying flip short. We actually went tomorrow when that happened, and pretty much the exact same move. They both moved 30 cents off that same area, is what it is, but they both did. That's what you got to look for. What's your reason for getting in? What's your reason for getting out? just to double check, I'm going to get to the desk in a couple seconds here. When NVIDIA did that flip at 355, there was the bounce, right? So there's your trade. If you did take that short, you got to bank your profit on a scalp trade. Like, it gave you a chance to short it here, make your 50, 60 cents, and that's it. 355 hits, and that's the end of your trade. If somehow magically it sticks around, which it usually doesn't, fair enough, you can hold for more. But I'm going to mosey on up to the desk, get ready for a little Zscaler earnings.
Yeah. What time?
Although it's
4:05.
Yeah, they're right away. Well, okay, I mean, almost right away. They're close enough to right away. So we'll get them, and then we'll be able to talk about anything you guys want to. So good luck out there. I'm assuming no more trades, but
No more trades.
yeah, we'll see you guys on the flip side. I'll be up at the desk with Adara.
You can wipe
and
that. You
Osbon.
can wipe that. There we go.
Oh, we do some cleaning on
Oh,
them.
there he's cleaning it. Yeah, get right around here.
Fabian's cleaning all of these cameras.
What up, Fabian?
I love it.
All right, yeah. And I want to thank everybody. We had a big construction day here over the weekend where we were trying to fix some of these pipes as we are at the bottom. Well, we're in the main floor of a building there, so we had to, unfortunately, wrap everything up and get everything going. Nothing like a nice little water. Okay, what do you guys want to look at? I mean, I'm just going to make sure that all my orders have now been canceled into that close. Again, thank you so much for joining us one more time today, as the NASDAQ will be up that 1% here into the close. The S&P will be up 0.18. The diamonds today up nicely, but, down was earlier, the Dow Jones, and it is still down that 0.3. We could check out on USO today. Oil right now down 0.75. Gold today down as well, down 0.88. Looks like Bitcoin will end the day in and around that 96,000. Ethereum's not bad at 3,600. Of course, it's the Ripple story today as we keep on watching out to see what's going on with XRP. As XRP today, wow, I cannot believe I sold pretty much all of this at $1.50. Let me refresh to see what's going on right now with XRP. Where is it? Oh yeah, upside. There's XRP. Wow, 272. Congratulations, everybody there, because some of these things. Oh, and by the way, my guy right here, yo, Cardano, what are you saying? The Italian coin, up $1.20 right there for Cardano, up 10%, up 20% over the last 7 days. Ethereum up 4, Bitcoin up 1, Solana down 7. And that's the problem, man. Everybody piles into this because they hear about it. You got to be in a little bit earlier than that. Solana went up to 250, 260, now pulling back quite nicely. And that's the thing, like, it's not a zero-sum game, man. There's going to be traders that will lose, obviously. As we go, and we've talked about that, I've been raising cash on all of these names. Wrong decision there with XRP, but we're out, man. I'm out of about a third right now of all of those. Whoopsies, that's roll call. What we're going to do right now is do recap. Oops. I'm just on the wrong page. It's the recap show. Right here, the countdown is now on with only 2 seconds and 1. There we go. We are now over with. I don't know if we do have a sponsor for the show, but I want to thank Trade the Pool again for sponsoring some. There it goes. Hit the confetti. The market is now closed. You know, all I was pushing was this button that says recap. Recap. There it is again. So, yeah, and then this one too, where we do not have a podcast anymore, but there is the live podcast. You can go check that out. Look, great day trading here again today. I want to thank everybody for watching. I mean, look, you choose where you want to spend your time. And we want to thank all of you. Trading can be a very, very lonely game. We celebrated there with Google. We celebrated with Intel. A couple big trades there in the afternoon. But for right now, it's 4:01 almost. And we're going to get ready to go over to the recap show. It's Neil. It's Adara. And eventually it'll be Michael Noss with Zscaler as well. Get your questions ready to rock. Until tomorrow, we'll chat then. See ya.
Thank you very much there. I almost said Katina, man. That's what Sharif said, Mr. Katina. Or just Sean. I always just call him Sean. Zscaler is out in about, 4 or 5 minutes. We'll get them at 4:05. Not a heck of a lot of movement yet, but obviously it's been all about tech on a day like today. It's been all about crypto on a day like today. You had power moves in Tesla as this market decided, hey, we're going to start off December, and we're going to start it off on the right note. So first day of trading, you had some pretty large moves in a lot of the Mag 7 names. Again, just going to check to see if Zscaler is going to make some moves there for you. I shouldn't say let off with, because Tesla was one of those led off, and then ended with a bang on Tesla, although it still hasn't broken that 360. So you get 3.5% on Tesla, again testing a fresh high. You had some serious strength in a lot of the Mag 7. You saw Alphabet with Sean there, one that we did not talk about a lot today. Meta on the verge of another breakout to the $600 level. So that's been running. We saw Apple make another all-time high because it's just been churning. So a good, strong day. And then, of course, to recap, what we've been saying has been the disappointment. Well, everyone and their mother has been saying Intel needs new leadership.
Yeah.
Well, Pat Gelsinger retires and the stock is down on the day.
That's shocking.
So that's not what you're looking for. I think obviously hindsight's going to be 2020. Up on the stock today, but would have done much better aggressively trying to short the tops, realizing, hey, they have an intern co-CEO.
Yeah.
There is no change of direction. There is no Brian Nichol type savior that is coming in. They haven't found an answer in the change of leadership. They've just got Gelsinger out. So I think that's possibly the reason why I pull back in there. And oftentimes you see the volume. The longs did work, so I'm not complaining about the early longs, but there was a mean reversion off an obvious high on Intel, which I wasn't looking for because I was essentially only looking for the long trade. So in a couple minutes, we're going to get Zscaler, obviously here. They're expected a 9% move.
Yeah.
It did twice that last time.
Last time was nuts. Well, I showed that gap actually too. I do like an earnings segment every day around 11:40 on the market recap. And I showed the daily chart and we basically went from around that 200 level to like what, I'm going to pull this up again because I want to make sure I get these numbers right because this chart is wild. I make this point to show we had that massive move that Neil just alluded to there on their last earnings report. And there's some levels here. Yes, we go from around that $200 level to 156. And then we struggle at that 200 area where before like properly filling the gap, come back lower, then we push above. So yeah, I mean, this was quite the earnings report last time. That 200, given how well it served to support and that previous resistance and the previous earnings gap, that's what I'm interested to see if we interact with. But you're right, like given that 9% move, we could blow past that entirely.
Well, yeah,
I'd be shocked.
That's the concern. If we go downside, keeping in mind, if it goes down, that 9% is going to line up awfully well, pretty much identically, to the 50 and 200 period moving averages, which are sitting down here at 190 and 187 respectively. So if you do if it does go red, keep in mind where the support has been. You got support on the daily, obviously at 200, but then you've got both major moving averages sitting right around 190, which again would be that 9% expected move. I'm not saying anybody out there, it's a good idea to trade post earnings, but a lot of times people do. We look at those dip prices and say, hey, where is the support likely to be? Oftentimes, you will find it at those implied volatility levels, especially when they line up with a little something else.
Nike.
Here. So Nike, big some news on Nike
Just
here.
got a catalyst here.
What do we got?
So apparently, this is a report. This has not been confirmed, but apparently Nike's announced that it's going to be shutting down its digital sneaker division by January 2025. This is part of a strategic shift under its new CEO, Elliott Hill. This was another well-received CEO change, actually. That was announced as of October. They also, basically they acquired the unit in 2021. But basically, apparently Nike looking to shut down its sneaker division. We also have Zscaler earnings. I'm going to comb through that
Zscaler
right
is
now.
dumping, so it goes right through 205, right through 200 like a hot knife through butter. You just pulled through 195, a little bit of a bounce here happening at 194. So it doesn't quite get into that low 190 range on the daily that we're looking at, but yuck so far on ZS as it does head to the downside. Now, last quarter, they were down 18 and change. So obviously, this is not nearly as bad as what we saw before. But initial move, not good on Zscaler. It does manage to hold out well in front of that 50 and 200 period moving averages, the higher of those being at that 190 level, which we just showed you there. So again, if you were looking for the dip buy, it just gave you back into 205. But not a good look for ZS here. And on sympathy, I mean, it doesn't necessarily matter. Zscaler, the smaller name, you'll see Palo Alto dropped about $1. I'm sure CrowdStrike probably had a little bit of a sympathy move in as the entire group going to catch a little bit of a tail or headwind, I should say, when you have this happen to Zscaler. So what do we have for the numbers here?
Yeah, so the numbers here we have, and again, I want to clarify, sometimes the estimates I see are different than the estimates that are generally accepted. I always like to give this little caveat before I give numbers. With that being said, here we go. So this is according to their official report. The revenue came in at $628 million. That's, according to them, up 26% year over year. Analysts were looking for $600 and 5.7 million. So that is above those expectations anyway. Then we have their net income per share. So they actually had a net loss per share on a GAAP basis of 8 cents, but that's actually smaller on a year-over-year basis from a 23-cent loss. Then it's also worth noting on a non-GAAP basis, they reported income of 77 cents per share. That is above estimates of 63 cents per share. It's also up on a year-over-year basis. So year-over-year improvements for their GAAP losses per share and their non-GAAP income per share. They also improved on a year-over-year basis for revenue. I'm going to give you their guidance here as well. Okay, I'm seeing every summary I'm seeing if the report does not have it as compared to estimates. So I'll just give you what we have. They're expecting Q2 2025 for them anyway, revenue between 633 to 635 million. And then they're also expecting non-GAAP income per share between 68 and 69 cents. If I see any comparisons to estimates, I will let you know.
Thank you very much, there. We also have CleanSpark that just hit the wire.
Oh.
So CleanSpark, they missed on EPS. They missed on sales. And fell down about $1 or so, and it's now green. It doesn't matter, no, necessarily. Like I said, there's never such a thing as good or bad earnings. There is simply they report the numbers and the market reacts to them. So CleanSpark was heavily red initially on that top and bottom miss, and now you're seeing it break back into the green. When you look at this, there's been a lot of volatility, clearly in anything Bitcoin or mining related. It's going to be back above that 200 period moving average, at least if it can hold on to the $15 level. So nice recovery here for a CLSK. But remember, that's a top and bottom misses on CleanSpark. Zscaler still looking, that still looks very, very heavy here. I mean, there was a bid that came in off 193, took it back into 205, immediately back in. We haven't had a green candle. This is a 1-minute chart here. We haven't had a green candle yet on Zscaler. The only good news is it's a smaller move than what was anticipated, that 9%. So you're still holding on to some support there at 190 on the 50 period on the daily. You're holding on to support from that expected move. I do like that look coming into tomorrow. If it can hold that even dollar level, worth a watch there on Zscaler. Not very good, but at least CleanSpark is cleaning it up a little bit. And we always warn people, if you are trading in the aftermarket, there is less liquidity, there is a lot of volatility, and that initial move, you've got to be able to capture profit if you catch the initial move. Reversions are always part of the game. Here, sometimes you get a Zscaler that goes down and stays down. But for every one of those, you will have people that get trapped on a break lower in the aftermarket, and then suddenly you're like, but they missed top and bottom. Why are they going up? Doesn't matter. It just is, right? So logic doesn't have to hold true. CompuCare team saying they are here. Yes, you are, and you're in the right spot if you're looking for some action. I did want to go over a few things that we didn't get a chance to talk about today, because I know a lot has been made of how bad things have been in the EV space. The solar ETF 10 was up. Is up. It's not like it tanked at the end of the day here. And it's getting awfully close to its 50 period moving average. Now, you're not going to find many charts that are worse than this one. You can probably find a few if you squint and look hard enough. But this has been a colossal trap every time it gets above the 50. However, I feel as if we can make a break above the 50, there's a trade there on 10. It just has to make the hold. I think you've got a 50, and then you can maybe break the 200, trade over the 200 back to the 50 period moving average, given how tight they are. It's starting to look at least a little bit better. You had a wipeout bottom under prior lows at about $40, and then you're going to get a curl. And if you break back above the 200, you're getting it back above that 40 level. So I think there's something setting up for them. And I also wanted to point out a down move here, losing a bit of a double top at all-time highs here on the global uranium ETF. So you had a down day 1.5 points on URA. Anybody who's in something like an SMR, like which I am, you'll note that SMR double topped and pulled back 7%. So not a great day for some of those nuclear plays, which have been on an absolute tear. And SMR, again, double top, losing the 30 level, and ground back down. Now, personally, I'd already taken some out on it, so I wasn't doing any selling on my own personal account. But uranium to the downside, and then the solars to the upside. So a little bit of a reversal. I don't think there's I don't think it's like one was coming in or out of the other, but certainly wanted to make note of those. We didn't really talk about those two sectors in the middle of the day.
No, and there's also another thing that's really strong, not a sector, but I want to mention Ripple again because that thing ripped to the upside. They had a really great November and actually pulled up the daily chart, the monthly chart for that during the crypto segment around 1 p.m. And you can really see the massive volume that came into Ripple last month. Of course, a lot of catalysts for that. Brad Garlinghouse meeting with Donald Trump being viewed as positive for crypto. And then also we had as well Gary Gensler stepping down. He specifically went after Ripple quite aggressively, or XRP. So it's interesting too, they get that rally there as we end the month, starting the new month's pretty strong. I also want to go over really quickly Zscaler guidance. So they did, we had their guidance, but now here's how it compares to estimates. They expected Q2 revenue between 633 and 635 million. The lower end of that actually missed analyst estimates of 633.84 million. Then their adjusted EPS estimates between 68 and 69 cents. Analysts were looking for 69 cents. So just to be clear, they missed the lower end of their guidance by a hair for both revenue and EPS.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to miss guidance when you've been on a run going into earnings. So keep in mind a couple of things here. They have not been, Zscaler, I should say, has not been the best of breed. Obviously, Crowd, if you look at Crowd, you look at Palo Alto, they've been doing and performing much better. You were already making a pretty solid rally, 40% from the bottom here, going into those earnings off a nice support. I think, like I said a couple of times in here, if you're waiting for a trade tomorrow, if you're looking for a trade tomorrow, the first place to look is going to be the major moving averages in the 190 level. If we lose that, there is some local support down around 180, but you're not going to get away with a miss on a guide, not when markets are at all-time highs. When things are priced to perfection in that way, and we're in the midst of a bull rally, you want to beat those expectations, and people care more about the growth than they care about that top and bottom line. I do believe, we are ready and locked and loaded. And one of the reasons I brought up TAN is because I know every now and then we like to talk about it with our good friend and guest for a little bit of trader talk. And you know who it is. It's Michael Noss, the Noss boss, back in the house. First of all, how's it going? I didn't get a chance. Well, obviously, we talked to Brendan this morning. I hope you had a good weekend. We're north of the border, but did you do any Black Friday shopping?
I did some, not too much. It's one of those things that it seems like everything's always on sale. So you get your Black Friday, and then you're like, I'm going to wait for Cyber Monday, and then I'm going to wait for the Christmas sale, and you end up just waiting till eventually you just buy it at full price anyway.
Oh, come on. Okay, I'll say this right now. I did 90% of my Christmas shopping is done.
Good for you. Someone's keen. I wish I had that work ethic when it came to take care of that.
It's not that. It's just that I hate the last minute stress of like I love the holidays. I like to be relaxed. When you get to the holidays, I want to be thinking about family. I don't want to be thinking about, I need to get this person out. I need to get that. I want to get that all out of the way so I can focus on the good. But let's focus on the good here because there's a lot that we can talk about here. When you came on previously, I think it was last week, you were mentioning some of the other opportunities in the crypto space that went beyond Bitcoin. Now, obviously, there's been some big moves. Ripple has been absolutely nonsensical in terms of its move, XRP, to the upside. Is there anything that's caught your attention? Anything, or do you have any comments on what you think could be next? Because Bitcoin's still not breaking 100,000, but the volatility is clearly still here if you're looking in the right place.
Yeah, that's the $80 billion question of what is next. But like anything, I'm one that I develop a plan, then I have to stick with that plan. I'm just looking at my list now. I'm not seeing too much that's popping up, but I'll show you what I have been doing and how it's been working on some. So maybe the users can kind of keep an eye on it. The most recent one I actually took here, ADA USD, so Cardano. I have the chart up here. And all I've been doing with a lot of these cryptos, and it's just because more or less it's just something that makes sense to me, right? So if we go to Solana and we take a look, you can see the moment that we broke the anchored VWAP from all-time high, it was game on again. Even we look at Doge, DOGE, right? We break the anchored VWAP from all-time highs. It takes a second to populate, but that was kind of right here, and away we go. And I heard Ripple while I was in the green room, and the same thing. We chopped around it a few times, but when we finally got going above that anchored VWAP from all-time highs, that was a nice pop as well. So recently, I bought a bit of this ADA or Cardano, and the idea is pretty simple, right? There's the anchored VWAP, the purple line from all-time highs. We broke that. We came in and kind of tested it pretty perfectly and then started to move off it. So that's where I bought some. The only other one that I'm watching really closely, and full disclosure, I am in some from this anchored VWAP break. It's not all-time highs, but it's a significant one. I bought in some of this at about 40-ish cents, is Mana or Decentraland. This is one of those Web3 gaming kind of tokens. Just a massive level at about 80 cents, right? It was highs right here and then back over here again. So a lot of highs on this particular name. So if we can get through that 80 cents and then maybe even through this anchored VWAP from the all-time highs, that's the plan. But I do have a scan that I'm running kind of every day now just to see if there's anything that was close. The only thing that showed up on the scan this time was this STG coin, whatever this one was. Looks like it might be getting close, and this JASM. But really, I don't know anything about these coins. I don't know anything about really the space besides the big ones, the Bitcoin, Ripple, and Ethereum. So what I'm doing with the rest of them is I've just developed this plan, and I'm just kind of faithfully going through every day and seeing if anything's meeting this setup and just taking the trade.
I think that's a fantastic look. And those are all great entries, and obviously rolling in the money if you're into those breaks. I just wanted to circle back maybe to that Mana specifically for a quick little question. So when you have, in that particular case, you've got the breakaway from one anchor to the next one. Now, do you go profit take out in front of that high on the anchor from the all-time high, or do you trail it once it gets there? Like, are you already going to be sitting there looking for an offer out on Mana when it gets up to that anchored resistance, or do you kind of let it ride on through, just from a strategy standpoint?
Yeah, I'm looking to sell part because that anchor, I'm in at 40 cents on Mana, and that anchor is like $1.60. So I would just be an insane person if I at least didn't take some off the table and moved on. And just to show more recently my Cardano trade, right? The idea was pretty simple. It was around 95 cents or so. I picked some up and my risk was down to, 80, 85 cents a share. So I'm risking 10 cents a share. So I'm treating these more like how I would trade call options, because you can get a double of your risk very, very quickly in these names. And as soon as that occurs, I'm taking half off the table because, again, these are incredibly volatile instruments that I know nothing about what the real world use of them is. I'm just trading them like momentum instruments because right now they're working like momentum. So, I was risking 10 cents on Cardano, so I'm instantly putting out an order to sell half when I get 20 cents. Now, if it comes back down and it stops me out at this 80 cents a coin area, well, it's okay. It's still a flat trade, and that's what's giving me the ability to hold on to these moves. Because looking at Ripple as an example, a solid trade in Ripple would be all you needed for the entire year. Yeah. And I have no idea which one of these is going to be next. So it's always take the trade, take out half as soon as I can cover my risk, and then just kind of let the rest go. Some sort of trailing stop or moving average or something like that.
Yeah, there you go. And it's always about having a bit of a plan of action. But one of the reasons I love having you on and I always ask that question about the plan is, well, when it gets to that big key level, we always point out, if you're whether you're a support and resistance trader or momentum trader, you use indicators, like you were saying, wait for a moving average or wait for an anchored VWAP. There's always, what are you doing at that level? So I was just always curious to see if you're holding through. And I think that's always a big part of the plan. We always talk about reasons to get in, but making sure you capture profit. And I know sometimes you're repeating yourself when you say you like to bank that profit. For anyone that's looking at the first time, I want to make sure they get that note. The other thing I wanted to ask you here, if I could, Michael, is just going to be about, we're coming into the end of the year here. Obviously, only a few trading weeks left in the end of the year. We do tend to see volume drop off a little bit, especially going into Christmas. I was just curious, from a swing trading standpoint, as a day trader, we can just react to day. It's not as big of a deal. for us, because you just look at what are the opportunities. Like it'll be an SMCI or an Intel one day, or who knows the next. But from a volatility standpoint and a volume standpoint, when it does drop at the end of the year, do you maybe consider like not putting on as many swing trades? Are you waiting for the new year, or does nothing change and it's purely technical for you?
Nothing changes for me simply because volume doesn't matter as much the longer out in time frame you go, things like volume and spread and liquidity start to matter a little bit less because I'm holding something for a week or sometimes even a month. It's not as important that it is very active and volatile day to day. Now, I'm more likely to do that and to back off a little bit in the summer because you get the low volume, and that's usually also with choppy action. For me, I'm more interested in the action, and going into the end of the year, November and December are historically incredibly bullish market or months for the market. So I want to make sure that I'm deploying capital during those times, even if it's a little bit more low volume. Low volume and a nice trend, I love, and it's a kind of a swing trader's paradise. Low volume and chop, that can get you into trouble because you're having liquidity problems on the way in and out, and then also you're getting a choppy market, which makes it double hard in order to make money trading.
Yeah, there you go. And it certainly, I like that look. And there are often times where I know as a swing trader, there'll be symbols that you will look at. And it's like, that's perfectly fine because your exit strategy, your entry and exit strategy is going to be perfectly intact. You always get in, it opens and closes. And for a day trade, it's like, oh, it's not really doing enough volume for a day trade. And that's the best thing. You can apply the same technical rules to your trades, whether it's an intraday trade or a swing trade, but you have to remember liquidity is certainly going to be a bit more of a concern is it for a day trader because you're looking for multiple entries and exits. I wanted to get your thoughts, and this is not to beat a dead horse or anything, but I was telling everybody, well, I shouldn't be telling everybody, I was at the beginning of the show, I was telling our viewers that I did notice the TAN ETF is starting to go and trying and make another run here. And I know it's been absolutely bleeding, but this time, what I like about it, I want to get your thoughts on this. What I like about it is it had a distinct line here holding right around 38.5 to $40. It recently broke that and now has a V shape to fill that gap. So what it looks like to me is you have a bit of it hasn't happened yet, but if you get it back above the 50 period moving average, you can reestablish a prior support and do a bit of a rounded bottom, like start establishing a higher low, which has the makings of a turn here on TAN. It might be a couple of weeks away, but I still feel like this is the kind of name that when it goes, you're probably going to get a very good looking setup from a technical standpoint. So I just wanted to get your thoughts. I know it's probably in the first inning.
No, I couldn't agree more there. And I've mentioned TAN a few times. I'm just annotating up the chart. There we go. This area for TAN is actually pretty important because if you go way back to February of 2020, so right before the COVID collapse, this was a pretty big area. This was the top of that market at kind of $40 a share, fell down. So I've been watching this, and you can see we've been hanging out here for a very, very long time. And that kind of back and forth action that you can see on the market here, to me, it's just saying that there is potentially some accumulation going on, right? We're no longer having this pattern of falling, consolidating, and then falling. Once this stops, it shows me that there could be some institutional accumulation saying, okay, enough is enough. This might be an area to watch on TAN. So like I mentioned, this kind of $40 a share area that you mentioned too, this, I just shaded it in here with a blue area. If we can retake this and start to get back up, it could be that this was a little bit of a flush below this important zone, maybe trapped in some shorts, maybe had some long stopped out of their position, and then we could be looking to potentially turn and move higher. So this is an area that I'm watching really, really closely on Solars. Like you mentioned, it's not something I'm planning on entering this week and probably not next week, but in a perfect world, I would like to see a nice, strong push, rejection of breaking down under this zone that we've been hanging out for a very long time on. And if we can get above that with some kind of oomph, right, some volume, some momentum, then I think it'd be very interesting to dive in under the hood, look at what solar names are being really, really strong and starting to get involved in the space.
And that's the other end of the coin. I'm glad you said that there. if there is, it's just setting up for a potential bottom. It's still trending down. And a good point out in the chat there, Thomas in the chat saying, oh, I think it could head lower. Yeah, the trend's been down. You're looking for a reversion type trade. You don't have to put it on in tan. You can always just go in, maybe find a stronger looking stock, it's performed better, and then execute the trade there. Then you have the cover of it being a stronger stock. So I'm glad you pointed that out because oftentimes my old brain will forget to mention that a lot of times when I see that setup, it might not even be tan that I'd want to put the trade on. It could be like a First Solar if that looks a little bit better, or something else within the space. As always, a repository of knowledge there, Michael. I will leave you with this one. First of all, thank you for coming on. Enjoyed talking to you as usual. But I will say this. Take advantage of the deals, man. Principle is priceless. Get that shopping done early. I'll tell you, it is you spend less, you spend a little bit less, and then your holidays, as you get close to Christmas, you just feel so much better when everyone else is scrambling and you are chilling out, relaxing with a little eggnog and a little bit of some help along with it there. But big thank you to as always for coming in here and dropping some knowledge, Michael, and great trades in the crypto space. I know you've got a few bangers on.
Absolutely, and you're right. I got to get moving and take care of it before this whole Cyber Monday thing ends.
There you go. See, we give you advice on shopping too as well. Once again, thank you, Michael. We'll talk to you later on in the week and see how some of those crypto names have moved. Michael Moss, our good friend in CMT, dropping some mad knowledge and late on his shopping. We come back to there we go. Before we move on, I just wanted to go to Adara for a quick little second because there was a big mover on earnings. This it was CRDO had a 30% move, smaller company, but I want to make sure we got the numbers because it's a pretty hefty mover here, Adara.
Let's talk about this, and it's actually interesting. I expected this company to be smaller than it is. From what I saw, it's actually on the Russell. It's got about an $8.5 billion market cap. Float of over 100 million shares, short float of just under 5%. So none of those numbers are particularly wild, but it is up about 27% right now. I put these earnings in the chat as well, but I'll give them to you here too in case you missed it, because that's what we do. Q2 2025 earnings of 7 cents per share. That is above estimates of 5 cents per share. What about their sales? 72 million versus estimates of 66.7 million, so that would also be a beat. Now let's talk about their Q3 revenue guidance, because that seems to really be the kicker here. They guided Q3 revenue between $150 and $125 million. Analysts were looking for 86 million. So to be clear, analysts expected 86 million. The lower end of their guidance is 115 million. That's a great look for CRDO. Also really quickly here with regards to guidance and Zscaler, we mentioned their guidance for the quarter was a little bit lower than expected on the lower end, but beat on the higher end. Their fiscal 2025 guidance, they raised across the board, and it's all above estimates now.
Yeah, let's just say that when it came to earnings this week, Credo shot first. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you know what I'm talking about. And if you're not, you have no idea what crazy old Neil is saying. But for those who know, I know they know. And a big-time mover. This should be on watch tomorrow. No questions asked. With a 30%, now 25% move. There's no way you're not going to at least have a cursory look if it's going to do relative volume. You're breaking out, and you're breaking out. It's just basically fresh highs here. So a blue sky setup on CRDO. Bilbo, he did not shoot first, though. Always a fun debate. Who shot first? But you know what? At 4:30, you know what's coming next, right? We got to get locked and loaded and take care of some business. For those of you that want to be involved in the madness that's about to hit, which of course is the roll call, I got to remind you of a few things. If you want your name shouted out by Adara in rapid fashion, if you want to get part of the roll call, which we have a lot of fun with, then you got to be able to type in the chat. And if you want to be in this chat, it's subscribers only chat. So hit that subscribe, hit the like, share it with your friends. So we can all enjoy the trading journey that we take you on every single day. But more importantly, when you type something in there, give a big shout out and thanks to our guest, Michael Noss. Give a big shout out and thanks to our entire team today, because we had a bunch of construction going on here. And everyone that you saw in front of the camera, we didn't have to be here yesterday. No. But everyone behind the cameras on our team, whether you're talking about Fabian, Ramin, Brendan was here, you had Randy, Rob, all the IT guys, they were all here making sure we'd be up so we could give you guys a show today. So it wouldn't happen without them. Give them all a big shout out. Big shout out to Andre for the videos that we had put out, our trades. Big shout out, of course, to the midday team. We had the Bash brothers in there with Joe and Sharif. My man Sean Katina on the desk, of course. Big shout out to Obi, who's always filling in, doing a great job as well. Big shout out to Adara, kicking butt on the desk here. We had a lot of news dropping, especially in the middle of the day. And always give a big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. The best moderator in the business. So with that, I will leave it to Adara. Let's get our roll call on.
Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you to Neil. Thank you to Fabian, Ramin, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Obi, Brendan, everybody you see, everybody you don't see, Andre as well. Let's get it kicking. We have D-Loaf. We have Slugga, 214. We got Trey Only. We have Relo has Jimmy Joe Smith, Las Hansen, T-Nan, Michael Spadafora. We have, it skipped a little bit for me here. We got Ethan. We have Bilbo Bagholder, one of my favorite names in this chat. Christopher or Snorlax. We have Darren Michael. We have Runot. We got Bears vs. Bulls here. Got to shout you out. Adventures in Texas. We have Bbot 5000. Loogie, I think maybe. Muskan. Sebastian Cansado. We have D. Westermeyer. New Few with capital P. Drop Trades. Frank Hanley. Call me Poppy. Okay. Oliver Katsaros. We got Travel Trader. Smooth One J. Marie L. Conrad Clark. Paul. Call me Poppy again here. Richard Cabeza. We have Darren Michael again. We got Baseball Card Will, Howl Capital Trading, Happy Zombie, I love that one. Sean Higgins, Jai Singh, Bob the Builder, Agitated Stallman. We have X777, Daddy Gator, West, y'all, The Piper, Surfer Boy, 3000. I'll end it with Ostentatious Productions. I got to end with that. Great time, guys. Thank you so much for being here with all of us today. I can't wait to see what these little things in the cybersecurity space do tomorrow.
That'll be a big one after Zscaler's move to the downside, unfortunately. But hey, when you're trading, you can take shorts too. And that's the best part about the markets is that there's always an opportunity up, down, left, right. Doesn't matter. You're going to find something that moves, and you're going to find it with Trader TV Live every single day. So we'll see you bright and early, 8:30. I'm talking to you also, Baseball Card Will, in the chat. I'm curious to know what you have and what your best card is. So shut me out in the chat because I got a few myself. But we'll find you all here. Check back in 8:30 in the morning. We'll trade whatever moves, and we'll all do it together. Bye, guys.
See ya.